situation where we see developers themselves taking a step back saying, yeah, no, this is actually stealing away our creative freedoms and we're not going to stand for it. The currently ongoing mass exodus isn't just a basic shift of unimportant, meaningless people leaving a company, it's way bigger than that. And it's a clear reflection to everyone witnessing of the much deeper cultural and operational issues going on within CD Projekt Red. The overwhelming stench of woke mindsets and toxic positivity has filled the hallways of the once prestigious organization. That in itself has stifled the exciting creative freedoms that the team morale used to enjoy previously. Some could even argue that CD Projekt Red at one point was leading the industry with the creative freedoms that they gave their developers. But that time is long gone. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. First off, the big studio spin-off from CD Projekt Red is a new alliance from major former players of CD Projekt Red. It's called Rebel Wolves, and this is the most significant blow to CD Projekt Red's roster. Rebel Wolves is spearheaded by Konrad Tomaskiewicz, and my goodness, the last names on some of these people, I'm not even going to try to get through them because they are brutal. But it doesn't mean that they're not creative. This guy's the former director of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and this new studio was formed directly as a result of CD Projekt Red's recent incompetence in leadership. Tomaskiewicz, who left CD Projekt Red over allegations of bullying, which he denied and was later cleared of, because let's be honest, this is one of those tactics that the woke left always seems to go and cry, bullying, I'm being bullied, every time they don't get their way. And for a very long time, it used to work. But not anymore. People are wising up to it. People throw lawsuits at people saying they're getting bullied. It doesn't work. Among the other people that have been reunited with Rebel Wolves includes Bartlomiej Goel, the art director of The Witcher 3. They've come together to create what they are promising to be a AAA dark fantasy RPG saga using Unreal Engine 5. And while reviewing their entire website, one point stood out to me among everything else. That's where they stated, "We decided to create our own studio and run it on our own terms. Chief among them, the team comes first. Always. Happy people make great games. Games players want and deserve." Yes, it's as simple as that. Read between the lines, by the way, because if you guys have been paying attention to any of the videos I've been making recently, it's ironic how many of these studios are giving you slop and saying, eat this, we don't care if you want it or not. Here's a development studio that's saying, we want to make games that gamers want to play. I know, it's a really novel concept, but stay with me here because I feel like they might be onto something. Rebel Wolves secured a strategic investment from NetEase, which isn't without its own controversies attached to it already, being based out of communist China. You gotta take a step back with all this and see what's happening right before our eyes. Wokeness is destroying companies across the world at breakneck speed. And who seems to always be the one to show up and swoop in to invest at the very bottom? China. And they aren't even hiding it anymore. It's almost like these people are masters of communism and they know how to win. Tomaskiewicz was quoted as stating, "Funding provided by NetEase was the last missing piece needed to go full throttle. With resources available to build a world-class AAA game, we can now focus on what matters most, development." So they have the financial backing and the talent now to make a high-quality AAA game in Unreal Engine. And honestly, just hearing those pieces coming together, it's pretty exciting. And we have, parallel to Rebel Wolves, another studio being formed out of former members of CD Projekt Red called Blank Studios. Formed by Mateusz Koenig, who was both the game director for Cyberpunk 2077 and the co-game director for The Witcher 3, alongside executive producers Jedris Moraz and Marcin Jeffermo. Blank aims to redesign game development. They've created a studio with a philosophy rooted in collaboration over individual dictatorship, work-life balance over crunch culture, and quality over quantity. Basically, anything but focus. When looking through this website, it just feels like these are hardcore gamers looking to make hardcore games for hardcore gamers. I know, it's crazy. Again, looking at these very talented developers that were all but driven out completely of CD Projekt Red because they didn't align ideologically with a company that was completely infected with the woke mind virus. Koenig was quoted stating, "We're ready to make bold, impactful projects that share our unique creativity and values." Koenig left CDPR after a 15-year tenure. The reason? He's tired of being politically correct. He highlighted the studio's mission to create games that aren't just bigger, but better in terms of emotional impact, storytelling, and craftsmanship. And I gotta tell you guys, looking at what's transpiring right now with this mass exodus at CD Projekt Red, that there is going to be an onslaught. You just watch, and you can quote me on this. When these games come out, there'll be some sort of controversy that these games journalists out there, the professional journals in the industry, will take issue with and try to tear down because they fly directly in the face of the woke mind virus. And that doesn't fly with these people that have been so accustomed to living in a world for so long where they are the cancel culture mafia, and they will end you if you decide to break away from their cult. From Blank's website, they state, currently, we are working on a character-driven story from an apocalypse, with a twist or two. We've had our share of creating huge, super complicated games with open worlds. That's why we focus on simpler goals. Uniqueness, emotions, quality, and refinement. We put our passion and dedication into our craft, and we're eagerly looking forward to letting you play some of the compelling narratives we're working on. Rest assured, we will share more details when the time is right. And as far as investments from external sources, yep, this company, Blank, also got that from Neowitz, a South Korean game company best known for Lies of P. In November of 2023, it was announced that Blank secured $17 million in investment from Neowitz. And you begin to see a clear picture, a constant theme, a trend, if you will. People that are sick and tired of working at CD Projekt Red because of the woke ideologies that's taken over the company, and they're leaving and creating their own studios in the wake. And it's not just one or two people creating a single studio, it's tons of very high-level, important developers saying they are done with it, moving on and forming their own studios. So in a weird way, this kind of gives me a glimmer of hope for the future of gaming, saying that every time the pendulum swings way too far one direction, there's always going to be the balance, the counter, the shift of employee dynamics where they go create their own studios to make the creative choices, decisions, and magical game experiences so many gamers just want to play in the first place. It will happen. It just isn't a straight road to get there. For CD Projekt Red, the constant and ongoing loss of pivotal figures is foreshadowing for the decline in creative output and a significant pivot in their entire development culture. The departure of these folks to start fresh on their own studios like Rebel Wolves and Blank isn't just a move out of sheer frustration, but also a bright signal to the entire video game industry for the future. As these new studios begin to lay down their markers in the gaming landscape, I'll be watching very closely to see what comes from it. Will Rebel Wolves and Blank redefine what it means to make RPGs in the modern era? Well, we can dream. And I'm going to, because this, above all else, gives me hope for the future in gaming. That there are based developers that just want to make great games for gamers that want to play great games. And I know, it sounds so basic, so stupid when you say it like that. But when you're covering the industry for as long as I have and you see what's been transpiring, it's like, holy crap, this is just a large relief to hear it, and I'm looking forward to see what comes from it. As far as CD Projekt Red, it just seems to me like they're going to continue spiraling the drain into obsolescence because, honestly, nobody cares, especially when they're pushing the girl boss narrative with The Witcher 4 and the direction they're going with the hardcore wokeness of the company, even though they argue that they're not. Everything we find out about them is
I hate these trials, I
but
swear to
them
God.
telling the truth. Because, of course, why would they be honest to anyone? Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
Yo! Alright, boss time. It better not be the tornado one.
This is just the beginning.
I think it's the tornado one.
Weather the elements at your own risk.
Oh shit. Alright.
Wild and wicked, this beast yearns for
Three
your
heads,
blood.
one tail, but no chance.
Motherfucker!
This TikToker has destroyed his life with awful videos like this.
Yo, Joey, what's up?
This is Jermaine, and he has become slightly infamous on the internet for essentially doing exactly what we saw over and over again.
Hey, rest in peace, Pop Smoke.
And he just went from these countless stupid stunts to then later on pivoting to gambling vlogs. He's essentially lost a decade of his life chasing internet fame in the worst way possible, and his decisions have left him bankrupt with nothing to show for other than hundreds of videos showing a mislead man chasing
going on,
internet
Jay?
fame. Originally, as you just saw, his claim to fame was getting retail jobs and creating absolute chaos for his fellow employees to clean up. But naturally, that didn't last too long because he ran out of jobs and the internet got bored with it. But when that attention phased out, he became desperate again. And this whole time, he's been vlogging on his YouTube channel. So he then started to
Making
share
that paper.
he is an extreme gambling addict and has jumped from minimum wage job to minimum wage job, but was currently struggling to get a new job. But finally, he got one at Subway, and instead of using that job to provide himself with, you know, a little bit of security while maybe going to community college or doing anything to increase his earning potential, get this, he decided to film a rap music video at the restaurant.
Chance, my $20 loss turned to 50 grand. If you never faced addiction, you won't comprehend.
And to make things
Cringe
worse,
as fuck.
this is how he tried to promote it. Excuse me, what are you doing? Buddy, really? But that wasn't it. He had another trick up his sleeve. He tried to get Meek Mill's attention with this.
At McMill. Tell me to know the sign of the dream. At Meek Mill. Let him know. I'm trying to get signed to Dream Chaser. For this Subway. All of this Subway, bro. At Meek Mill, man. Let him know. I'm trying to sign to Dream Chaser, bro.
Talk about destroying your life with, like, literally zero upside. So, I'm sure the question you have is, did he finally blow up and get his rap career off the ground? Absolutely not. Because let's be real, the only thing you should be rapping in Subway are the subs. Obviously, he was fired and ended up job searching again, found a new job and continued vlogging his life. And sadly for him, it was going nowhere. He continued gambling aggressively in the worst way possible, and I guess started this whole gambling vlog arc. And this thing is just, it's horrifying to watch. It is brutal. I feel like the only thing positive with this series is it really shows you the real unfiltered experience of a gambling addict. Not some like paid influencer shilling a lifestyle that's funding by gambling referral codes. That's the big difference here. Because the sad reality is, most of these top streamers on like Kick promoting gambling sites nonstop,
Get
they're
paid for it.
essentially funded by addict gamblers like Jermaine. So here's his, I guess, first unofficial vlog series where we see him trying to cope with a $200.
I'm gonna be honest. I do an 18 plus stream right already. If someone, if let's say I was not 5 to 10 viewer Andy, right? And a gambling website would come to me and be like, "Yo, I'll pay you so much money if you would gamble on stream for X amount of hours." Done, right? Done and done, right? Immediately done. Sure. Why the fuck not? I'll be honest.
At the casino, just lost $200, but I'm about to get some Subway, so make myself feel a little bit better.
I guess the one common theme is he stuck with Subway regardless of trashing it for content in the past. But hey, something that's infinitely less depressing than this is the nostalgic toy car maps. And a few years back, when I was searching for a backdrop for this channel, I realized you can't get the good original ones anymore. The reason I have this toy car map behind me is I call myself a low-budget talk show. And all these mainstream talk shows, they have these extremely expensive city skylines as backdrops. And that's not obtainable for me. So my obtainable way of getting a city skyline behind me is the nostalgic toy car mats. But they don't sell the original anymore. So I decided to take inspiration from that and build a company called Mat City, where we take nostalgic toy car mats and bring it to a city near you. So we have New York City, LA, DC, Chicago, Boston, and many more soon to drop alongside of the moon and Mars. Look at that, we got LA here. We also have the moon here as well. We also did a winter rally / snow collection, and Santa's North Pole Village, which is currently available for a limited time of only this December. And then on top of that, we also do mouse mats in all sizes, because as soon as I saw some of our designs on the large mat, I was like, I need my setup to look like this as well. So hey, if you want one, you can grab one at Mat.City, which will be in the link in the top of the description down below and in the pinned
They were all
comment.
bad.
If you decide to do so, thank you so much, because it really does support the channel. But without further ado, let's continue this absolute downward spiral. So guys, after losing the $200, he then walks around the casino upset with himself and disgusted that he lost so much money. So instead of quitting or going, all right, that's not for me, maybe I'll come back again next year or something like that, try my luck, like any normal person, he turns this into a vlog series.
What's up, it's Jumani. I'm on my way to the casino. I had $200, and you know, let's see what happens. Let's go with a little two-piece. Nothing serious, $200, but yeah, I'm gonna make one bet. My first bet is gonna be a $20 bet. If it hits, I'm gonna be $50 in profit, and if I do hit my first bet, I'm gonna cash out and leave and go to the bank. So just letting y'all know ahead of time.
Oh boy, what do we think happens here? This is a terrible
Loss.
setup. But he then goes to one of the worst machines possible and bets in the dumbest way possible. Not only is he gambling at a casino, but he's also severely reducing his odds of winning with what and how he's playing.
Thank you.
Again, if this hits, I'm gonna cash out. That's gonna be $50 profit, and I'm gonna go to the bank. So let's see what happens.
This retard is playing video roulette. Oh, this is probably one of those guys. I got a system, fellas. I got a system. I got it all figured out. Fucking retard.
Alright, so I'm about to start playing.
Are we really surprised that happened? But he
Idiot.
does hit and goes into an $84 profit. The only problem here is that's not the whole story, because he's clearly overall a massive net negative.
On that last hit, I profited $84. So that's what that hit was. And again, I came in with $200 bill. So I'm about to deposit this $84 into my bank account, and I'm gonna explain why I'm kind of doing what I'm doing. So as of right now, my bank account is overdrafted $956.38.
I've
This probably will
I'm
get
not sure I
by,
have any what's the words? compassion for this guy. I do not feel sorry for him at all. Stop gambling.
Sometime today, but I'm gonna deposit the $84 in my account, and I just, you know what I mean, like I said, I'm a compulsive gambler, bro. I've made so many poor choices in my life, but I'm about to go to the bank right now,
And he knows it.
deposit my account
even
and
less
try to-
compassion.
Let's see, I'm trying to see if I can make $1,000 today, but I'm gonna do it slowly.
Oh, dude. So he's trying to turn $200 into $950 to just break even in one day gambling. But pack it up. Never gamble again. This is just going to siphon so much money out of you. It already has. The amount of money it's taken out of your life is insane. And if you just keep doing this, it's just going to get worse and worse. Because, as expected, in part 2, he lost all $200, with his final bet being a Hail Mary to hit one single number in roulette. So he's really playing against his own odds here.
All right, $10 on 10. If that doesn't hit, that's it. I just lost $200.
Er,
9 red.
All right, that's it for the vlog. Through the struggles.
So, did he take this as a sign from the universe to pack it up and quit? Absolutely not. I mean, the dude lives his life kind of like that diamond mining meme, because he thinks he's right about to strike gold every single time. Because once he managed to re-up his bank account to zero, not positive, just he broke to zero. He broke even. He immediately goes and overdrafts it again and just continues the same cycle.
My feelings are hurt. I overdraft my bank account to go to the casino. I only had $2.89 in my account, and now I just overdrafted and it's negative $97.11.
Buddy, come on, dude. And again, he loses almost everything in the casino and leaves the casino like this.
I'm leaving the casino. I have about, I think $19. I'm gonna walk out with $19 just so I don't look that bad.
your mother was a cankerous fucking whore.
Dude, you don't look good here. This looks like an absolute nightmare. He is living, I would assume, everyone's nightmare here. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. And this behavior just goes on for over a year, and it just gets so much worse.
Oh my gosh. I can't make this stuff up. This is through the struggles. I literally gambled my braces away. When I think about it, all the money I had within the last 3 months that I gambled and lost, I could have paid off my braces. That's crazy. Well, I made choices.
Bro, these
I gotta
chaos
live with
trials are the worst thing I've ever played in my life, bro. It's so bad.
Made my bed,
It's just cancer. They took everything
and I gotta wait.
everything I hated in Diablo 4 and then made it a game mode.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't think I'm gonna make it out of this struggle. I don't see it happening right now.
I understand he feels completely defeated, but it's still 100% within his control to get out of the struggle. It definitely will not be easy, but it's still very possible. I mean, actually, what would you guys even do? Let's do some groupthink here in the comments. Okay, B. Jermaine, you're cooked. Your life is absolutely destroyed from your own actions. You're probably in like $70,000 worth of debt, gambling debt. You're not very hireable due to your constant clout chasing over the last 7 years. And, you don't have a lot of motivation in life. Then on top of that, you're still addicted to gambling to the point where you just keep on overdrafting your account and you do even more desperate stuff, which we'll get into later on in this video. So the only thing I can think of that will actually help him is offshore. He needs to be offshore. You can't go to the casino if you're on a boat in the middle of nowhere, right? And I'm talking to like a fishing boat. I'm not saying like go to a cruise liner because they have casinos. He needs a deep sea fishing job. Perks of being on a deep sea fishing boat. Free rent while he's on the boat. High pay. Somewhat interesting day, so he can vlog it for his vlogs. He can keep vlogging. That's what he wants to do. He will also get the camaraderie of the other guys on the boat. I think he really needs that social interaction because he seems extremely isolated in his vlogs. And then of course, his story will probably be hilarious for some old fishermen. But obviously, I am completely spitballing here as I clearly have zero knowledge of how to get a deep sea fishing job. What I do know is though, I grew up in a small town in Norway, and some of the crash outs I know in my city, they became deep sea fishermen. And they turned their life around completely. So I'm just going off of what I have seen has worked for other people before. Now, it wasn't gambling problems, it was substance problems, but being out on a boat, you know, isolates you from that. So I think that could actually be helpful. But I don't know. I mean, like, I'm just trying to think, like, dude, he is cooked. I am trying to give him a smidge of hope here because it's depressing. Like, I don't want to see someone struggle like this. But I also realize that is life. I mean, this guy is doing all of this to himself. But I feel like it is actually an interesting thought experiment. So out of everyone who's watching my channel here, I mean, just looking at my demographics, we are from all walks of life here, from a whole bunch of different countries. So please let me know in the comments down below what you think his best route would be, because I feel like there'll be some interesting comments. Because see, then
Hashtag stop gambling.
Dunking on him in the comments will actually be like a little bit helpful and share some of that Christmas spirit, because I am actually recording this on Christmas morning before my family gets up, before I go spend Christmas for them. So Merry Christmas, guys. So I'm just trying to share some Christmas spirit here, because as of right now, things have gotten so bad for this guy that he is constantly opening new credit cards, going to the Apple store, buying a brand new iPad. Then he would take this iPad to a pawn shop, pawn it for half of what it's worth, then go back to the casino with that money, lose that money, and then he's out double. It's like he's double hurting himself financially. Like, this is so painful to watch that something needs to happen here. I think we need a fishing boat involved here. He needs to get placed as far away from a casino and or pawn shop as humanly possible. And I think a deep sea fishing boat would be the best alternative for him. Like, it's funny to joke about, but also, like, I can't think of a better option. But I mean, it's safe to say, if you want to absolutely obliterate your finances, you can just follow Jumain's guide that he's put out on his YouTube and TikTok channels on how to live his life. Please do not follow his footsteps. If you have any love for yourself, never do that to yourself. Not only to yourself, if you have any love for yourself or your loved ones, don't do that. Because this is just a sure way to completely destroy yourself financially. And emotionally destroy your loved ones who do not want to see you in a position like this. But all of his vlogs are essentially just him complaining about how bad his life is for sympathy, clicks, and donations. Then he does absolutely nothing to improve his life. Like, not too long ago, he even pulled this, like, Meek Mill card again.
At Meek Mill. Tell him to save me, bro. I'm in the trenches right now. I promise I'll stop clout chasing. I don't want to be a heathen, bro. I'm done being a heathen. It's been 5 years and I'm still in the trenches, bro. I can't save myself. Just came back from the casino, lost everything. Yo, Meek, if you see this, bro, save me, bro.
Dude, what is Meek Mill going to do for you? You are the only one that can save yourself, Jumain. But it's safe to say, like, if he continues down the same path and continues to be stuck in the past, venting to his vlogs that if he did this and this different and his life would be so different if he just didn't do this, he's gonna be stuck forever. Because in reality, what he has to do is he has to say enough is enough. Like, he needs to ban himself from going to a casino ever again. He can't go. It's not in the cards for him. He cannot gamble in a healthy way. He needs to find any job that will take him, learn any skill or trade that can increase his income potential, so he can return to living a life that's actually pleasant to live. Like, the dude needs to become accountable for his own actions rather than just moan about them on his blog. And I realize he does this on his vlog because this is a way he gets money. But those vlogs could do without the gambling, because that just really sets him back infinitely more than what he makes off of his TikTok. He also just spends so much of his time moaning about getting 0 women. To the point where one of his jobs, he worked at a Motel 6, and he sat at the front desk and he vlogged about how he kept seeing people, you know, bringing women home to this Motel 6, and he was envious of them. He was even envious of the ones paying for it. So it's just like, dude, get your shit together. Take care of yourself physically and financially, and get yourself into a position where you can actually take care of someone emotionally and financially. You need to add some value into someone's life, or else they're not going to want to be with you. Nobody wants to date a charity case. So I'm thinking here, deep sea fishing. It'll add some dad lore to his life. It'll hopefully sharpen him. Get him as far away from the casinos as possible. Make him some money. He lives for free on the boat. He'll be able to pay off his debt, not quick, but like, you know, faster than his current rate. And then the camaraderie. I think like he needs social interaction in his life. That's like, just watching his vlogs, this dude is isolated, and it seems like his human interaction he gets on literally from the bus or at the casino. And even at the casino, like he gambles at the freaking like tablets. He's not interacting with humans. So he's playing the freaking games that are like give you way worse odds as well. Like, I don't know, the whole thing is just a disaster. While many of his actions are laughably stupid, there is definitely some entertainment value there. It's definitely gone on for way too long that it's just depressing at this point, and I really hope he finds some help and actually has the will to want to turn his life around. So hopefully his vlog can end up turning for the better, and he doesn't spend the rest of his life essentially being down bad. But if you're a loved one or currently dealing with gambling addiction, please seek help, as your life will be so much better once you break that terrible habit. And obviously you have the mainstream US help number right here, but there's also plenty of other free resources, and I really encourage you getting help if you need it. But if you do have your shit together financially, we've got some cool mats over at Mat.City, baby. Feel free to check them out in the link down below or in the description down below. Do I feel bad for that segue? Kinda. But other than that, I really hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you guys for a wonderful year. I mean, this has just been phenomenal. I've been doing this full time for
I should never take the resistance one. Jesus Christ, I'm like doing no damage now.
And I'm very blessed. Thank you guys so much for a wonderful year. I'm excited to just be making infinitely more content next year. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and for those of you guys who don't celebrate, I still wish you guys the best for the New Year's.
I got bribed to make a video exposing a single Counter-Strike casino, but I decided to expose the whole industry instead. This led us from pitchforks, people rushing stages, millionaires making excuses, and esports teams who say they can't survive without gambling. The lack of any accountability making me wonder about the
What a
biggest
terrible
casino of
fucking
them all,
design.
Valve, the owner of Counter-Strike. Now, if you've watched the last few episodes, you know there's a lot of opinions about what the problem is. Who's the villain? Who's the good guy? Hardly anyone agrees on anything. They did find one thing that nearly everyone agrees on.
I started gambling on Counter-Strike when I was probably 13 years old.
13 years old.
I think it was 14.
Valve definitely does have underage gambling problem.
I hope you have
I think Valve does have an underage gambling problem.
Yes, it is underage gambling disguised because it holds real life value.
Underage, middle age, overage, however you want to slice it.
When I was young, that's the most easily influential age to get people in, because I can't go to a real casino and gamble.
Like what I did back then was I went to our local video game store, bought like $20 worth of Steam credits. I would buy skins with those $20 credits, no verification.
Right, this is the most consistent answer I've received in a story where no one agrees on anything. Underage gambling is rampant on Counter-Strike. Not only that, Valve has known this was a problem for at least 8 years, and for those 8 years, Valve has done things here and there, but they've never seriously tackled offshore gambling issues, with some speculating the reasons why.
I think they have all the
because they're making
responsibility.
shit tons of money off of it.
Some of that if you want, but ultimately they're the kingpin.
It's all about the money, Lebowski.
Or majority of the money.
It always
There's
is.
a reason why they haven't killed it yet. They've possessed the power for all these years, but they allow it to go. And I feel like they do the bare minimum crackdown to allow it to keep operating.
That's right. Now, the person you just heard has ulterior motives for putting the blame on someone else. Either way, today I want to investigate Valve's role in Counter-Strike gambling, how we got here, what Valve can do about it, and how they've been fighting the change that is so desperately needed. So let's start from 2013, when loot boxes were first introduced to the game in an update Valve called the Arms Deal. It was first described as all the illicit thrills of black market weapons trafficking without any of the danger. which is kind of true. They did create a black market of skin betting. The only thing that I find false here is the quote, without any of the danger. Because if you look
Dude, where the fuck am I supposed to go look at this? Man, which retard thought these trials up, bro? This is literally gonna make people just stop fucking playing, dude. They're just garbage.
What that's like. First, you take out your wallet, pay $2.50. The case opens, and a wheel spins, where items of varying rarity pass by. Knives and gloves are particularly valuable because they're particularly rare, but usually you get an item worth pennies. You might notice this whole process, especially the near misses, resembles a slot machine. I believe that's not an accident.
Of course not.
This is the same company that hired experimental psychologists to design parts of their game.
So my name is Mike Amender. I'm an experimental psychologist at Valve, applying knowledge and methodologies from psychology to gaming. I'm thinking about how knowledge of human behavior can impact the choices that we make. And the hope is that we can take what we know about psychology, about the particular ways people might react or respond, and apply it to game design, and it uses various responses, in particular responses.
Right, Valve is a game studio that uses psychology to manipulate user behavior, and it's harmless in some areas, optimizing for fun or excitement. But when we look at loot boxes, what is Valve optimizing? What behaviors are they trying to cause when they make their loot boxes slot? And the answer, I believe, is they want you to just spend more money. And making a slot simulator has been incredibly effective for them. In total, some estimates are that 1.9 billion cases have been sold. At $2.50 per case, that's 4.9 billion for Valve. All spent on video game cosmetics. You can then trade these on the Steam store, which all gets Valve even more money because they take a cut. Last year alone, Counter-Strike made about $1 billion opening cases.
The skins update was a big change for the community, giving you something you can buy, something that you can customize with guns.
It's done where it doesn't necessarily impact gameplay, but it gives people this exciting element to keep coming back and keep playing to get more skins.
Yeah, that's called gambling.
I'm surprised to learn that although Valve designed a machine that looks like gambling,
Literally
Valve
just
actually
described
insists
gambling.
that it's not. This is because of a loophole where technically Valve doesn't let you cash out your skins. You can sell them for money for your Steam wallet, but you can't convert that Steam wallet for cash. So the skins are technically worth nothing in the real world. They're just worth something in Steam's marketplace, meaning their slot machine of skins isn't gambling at all, or that's what they would say. The expected value is actually zero. And all that sounds great, except for the fact that obviously you can go to these third-party sites and get real money, real crypto. You can also go sell them on trading websites, which is also a huge part of this economy, where you can go sell your skins for cash. You never have to interface with the slot machine side of it. So this idea that skins aren't worth money is just not true. It's just that Valve isn't directly allowing cash outs, which is a loophole that allows people of all ages to open loot boxes, trade skins for money, all without showing ID. It's worth saying this loophole isn't new. It's the same thing pachinko parlors use in Japan because there, gambling is illegal. But pachinko parlors are gambling, but technically not, because when you gamble, instead of winning cash, you win these small silver balls, which once again, you can't cash out in the parlor. You have to go to a third-party vendor.
換金所が別にあるから
それはなんで別にあるんですか？
まあそこでお金のやり取りしたら犯罪なんで、犯罪ってかギャンブルになっちゃうんで、景品をもらうって体で景品をもらってそれを近くの換金所でお金に変えてるからセーフっていう認識です。一応
網目をくぐってるみたいな。
グレーって言ってました。
All reminiscent of exactly what Valve does too. You can't cash it out in the Steam store. You can only cash it out on third-party sites. It's just gambling with extra steps. However, one player of the game explained to me that even this is a pretty weak excuse.
Has anyone explained to you the Steam decks? So this right here, it's the maxed out version. I think it's like 650 spent in Steam funds. Now, how do you get Steam funds? You can put money on, you can sell stuff on the store, you can unbox a case, get a $1,000 knife, sell it, and then get this. So items don't have value. How do I buy this?
Yeah, he makes a good point. I think it's pointless to argue too long against these loopholes though, because there's millions of arguments Some used by Valve, other used by Counter-Strike casinos for why gambling isn't gambling. You have Clash's sweepstakes loophole, hype drops, you never lose money loophole, you have CSGO roll saying you can only cash out skins. Everyone in this story, from casinos to Valve, is using legal loopholes. So instead of trying to legal eagle all of them, I'm just appealing to your common sense. If it looks like gambling, mimics gambling, and the players say it's gambling, it's gambling. Now that we understand this, let's take a look at one of Valve's strangest positions they've ever had to take. See, back in 2016, when gambling sites hit mainstream news for scamming a bunch of their users and underage gambling, Valve looked really bad and said they were going to put a stop to Steam users who run a gambling business. To do this, they sent out several cease and desist letters, and some of those sites ceased, but others didn't. 8 years later, some of the same casino sites are still operating. Meanwhile, influencers are clearly still getting paid millions of dollars. Esports teams are still sponsored by many of these gambling businesses that Valve supposedly wants to shut down. This is where we come to a question. Why does Valve say they want to shut down gambling, but they fail to actually do it? Some will say they can't. Like, these offshore casinos are literally impossible to stop, but I don't buy that. This is the same company who will happily destroy parents in court who sue them for pushing gambling. Where's Valve's legal appetite to go after these offshore casinos? I don't know. It seems to me they could have banned this all a long time ago using any number of IP arguments, legal attacks, or simply software patents. Why they haven't is where we have to get into speculation. I have two thoughts as to why. Firstly, I believe it's good for Valve to be in an eternal fight against gambling. It's good optics. If you never defeat the evil offshore casinos, no one has to wonder why your loot boxes look so much like slot machines. We gotta defeat the evil offshore casino guys first, guys. In fact, this is the exact attitude they had in 2016.
It feels like Valve itself has specifically designed this game to operate almost exactly like a slot machine.
Even back then, Valve got a lot of heat for exactly the same things we're talking about now. But everyone felt that the casinos were doing worse things. So before we demanded change from Valve, everyone felt that we should address the casino problem first. And Valve was happy to play the hero and send those users out. So if you can always pass the buck to someone more shady than you and say you're working on it, it's easy to avoid problems at home. That's my first guess. But there's a second, maybe more insidious answer. Shutting down offshore gambling is just not a priority because it's not very profitable. It may even cost Valve money, even though they probably would deny this and say they don't have the data. You see, Valve may profit from these casinos indirectly. That is according to the journalist at People Makes Games. They made this argument better than I ever could, and I'm going to use a portion of their great documentary here.
We've got Steam over here and the betting sites over here on different websites, and both industries claim no relationship with the other. But to start with, the culture of skin betting is for many people a feature of Valve's games as advertised by YouTubers and streamers and virally by your friends who are gambling. Valve is going to be acquiring more visibility and players for its games from anyone who finds this extra functionality appealing. A thought I heard from almost all of the gamblers I spoke to was that Valve can't shut down these casinos permanently because that would wreck the market value of skins, thereby hurting every player who owns any Valve skins. But to me, that just sounds like evidence that one big reason Valve skins are so valuable and why people want them so bad is Valve allowing the betting sites to exist.
Look, I'll be honest, I think he's right. Valve is indirectly profiting from these casinos, but it's not just one journalist's opinion. Even experts have concluded the same thing.
So, in January of 2016, the Washington State Gambling Commission, and that's the top regulatory body in Washington State where Valve is headquartered, they received a complaint that prompted them to begin an investigation into Valve Corporation. 21 months later, when that investigation concluded, what they said was Valve, quote, knowingly facilitates the illegal wagering of skins, end quote. And the question, that it really came down to for these regulators was, is Valve benefiting? In the opinion of the regulators, yes.
So this feels like a really big deal. Washington basically concluded what a lot of people have suspected, but why did nothing happen?
What the regulators told me is that the prosecutors didn't feel that they would be able to prosecute the case successfully, so they did not pursue a case. Now, that doesn't take away from the findings of the regulators who are the experts on this. It just means that a case was never taken to court.
I don't even know what
So
happens.
Even though regulators found one thing, prosecutors have declined to pursue it. Now, of course, I did think all of this was pretty shocking, so of course I wanted to ask Valve follow-up questions, but they didn't respond to my request for an interview or for comment. However, I did find interviews from about 8 years ago during the first scandal where Valve was asked very similar questions about whether they benefited from all this gambling. And the way they respond is kind of telling.
For Counter-Strike in particular, I'm curious, you feel like gambling has had a positive impact on the game at all? As you feel like it's grown interest in the game over the past few years that it's been available?
Yeah. So I mean, well, what's the question?
Has gambling led to greater interest in Counter-Strike?
Has it? We don't know. We don't have any data to support that.
Yeah, but
yeah. So I don't know.
Isn't that incredible? A company that nearly has all the data has no idea if a billion-dollar gambling industry helps them. This is a company that hires literal economists to work on their video game economies. They say in those job descriptions, one thing we have at Valve is data, lots and lots of data. Yet, on this one issue,
We don't have any data to support that.
and we're supposed to believe they've never conclusively found if gambling hurts or helps them? I find it hard to believe. Especially when, in the same interview a little bit later, the CEO, Gabe Newell, claims data isn't really hard to get in Valve.
If there's something I need to know, I can find out about it.
We don't have any data.
And information is pretty freely available inside of the company. You know, it's just not hard to, if there's something you need to know, to find out about it. But there's no pull your information. There's no push towards you.
Right. Of course it's not hard to find the information. These are the people who own Steam. They have all the information. So here's a fun rule for you to think about. Anytime a company with this much data tells you we don't have the data, it means we don't like what the data says, or we don't want to know what the data says, so we've avoided looking. By the way, Valve admits only moments later that the Counter-Strike player base goes up when Valve releases things that make the game, quote, a stickier experience.
That growth in the player base typically comes either after the game has been on sale, or after we've added some features to the game that make the game a stickier experience.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Growth happens when Valve makes their game a stickier experience. Now, I've got a follow-up. What's a stickier experience than a casino? It's so sticky, people have a problem stopping. You can't honestly say our player base grows with a stickier experience, and also, we have no data that gambling has grown interest in Counter-Strike, because those two sentences are not compatible. And oh, by the way, we've been fighting gambling for 8 years, and we keep getting outsmarted by 20-something-year-olds in Curacao? Like, you're just not trying that hard then. But we've even got more evidence for their lack of effort here, because Valve will occasionally take action on casinos, most often when they've been pressured to do so by bad press. Just take the PGL Majors, which started this whole thing. It was a horrible look for Valve, directly caused by the casinos. The result of that was almost immediately an update released only days later that for the first time in a while actually did something. Basically, Valve made it so that when you traded something in Counter-Strike, it was hard to then gamble that item. Basically, they changed a way that items showed up in your inventory. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it kind of messed up the way casinos were tracking items. Now, the end result of this is that casinos, along with skin traders in general, are slightly punished. Now, my point here is this patch could have been done at any time. The reason it happened a few days after the PGL Major was this disruption. This was a clear signal from Valve to the casinos. You stepped out of line, you caused trouble, we'll cause damage, right? I should note, the casinos are going to find workarounds to this, but there aren't infinite workarounds. It's obvious to everyone, including the casinos, that if Valve really wanted to shut them down, they could, since Valve ultimately controls the ecosystem by which everyone trades and tracks items. So if they wanted to definitively shut down the casinos, they could, but it just is going to require work that Valve doesn't seem to have a huge appetite to do, maybe because it will impact other players, Maybe because they just historically haven't done that work, unless they're forced to by press, government, or the casinos themselves to do so. Now, it might feel like I'm being a little harsh towards Valve here, where I'm putting a lot of the responsibility on them. And if it feels that way, it's because I am. I do think they need to be the ones to change for two reasons. One, no matter where you look, in the chain of responsibility from influencers all the way to government, everything points to them. Valve is easily the most equipped to solve this because they are a single stake. Everywhere else you look, there's coordination problems. At the influencer level, you don't take gambling money, other influencers will. At the casino level, you want to be more regulated, your competitor does. Even at the esports level, you don't take a gambling sponsorship, your competitor will. Even at the government level, if one country bans it, just take a VPN somewhere else where it's not banned. Not to mention, even when governments do ban it, and
Ban
by the way,
here.
I think they should be part of the solution, but even when
VPNs
they
are
do
very
ban it,
common.
Valve can try to maliciously avoid regulation with new loopholes, which is not a hypothetical. They've literally done this. In France, for instance, where loot boxes that can be traded for money are banned, Valve updated their game just in France to put in what they call an X-ray scanner, where you can see the contents of your loot box before you open it, making the results technically not random. The catch is, though, you can't open another loot box until you pay to finish opening the one you've scanned. It's just a workaround the law to allow the same gambling, just legally, I guess. But it turns out this may have been a tactical mistake, because it kind of gave away the game Valve is playing. Because remember, they're trying to pretend not to be gambling, but this loophole they're using is literally a loophole slot machine companies use, where they will do what's called pre-reveal the result of a slot spin before you spin, and say it's not gambling.
Yeah, I know,
Well,
right?
in states like Missouri in America, this is how gambling
course not.
companies were trying to avoid the gambling
Bro, they're
classification.
companies.
Funnily enough, while learning about this loophole,
The thing
I
is,
found this.
it was originally a
The
joke,
gambling
right? The whole Gaben thing, and people started taking it seriously. Valve is also just a piece of shit, dude. Let's be honest. Like, if you didn't think Valve was literally the sole fucking link in why CS gambling is a thing, you're an imbecile. You know what I mean? And I don't mean you, I just mean in general. It's like, it's so fucking obvious. Of course they're on it. Of course they're in on it. They literally made it, bro. Like, you didn't think they knew this was gonna happen? Of course they fucking knew.
Don't like each other and will claim one company is breaking the rules while they apparently follow them. I'm getting flashbacks to this story as well. But the point is, if Valve is resorting to using gambling companies' loopholes, from the pachinko parlor loophole to the pre-spin loophole, what does that say about what they're selling? Even Valve's own users are realizing it. In a post about the French law where they dodged it with this pre-reveal, people are saying, quote, they seriously skirted the laws that stupidly easily. Sounds like Valve is using loopholes taken straight from casinos. So that's why I'm saying, yes, countries should regulate predatory loot boxes designed as slot machines. Yes, influencers shouldn't take dirty deals. Yes, casinos should in theory self-regulate. But if we're looking where to lay out a plan to fix Valve's underage gambling problem, it all comes back to Valve. No one else can unilaterally shut this down except for them. And at the same time, no one stands to make so much money from keeping it open and lying about what exactly these cases are, using the same arguments casinos have been making for decades as Valve. And that's why I'm being so harsh, because frankly, they deserve it. This isn't some indie video game studio that's struggling to survive. Valve is pound for pound one of the most profitable companies in the world, period. Not just because of gambling, in spite of it. With just Steam, they're already larger than most publicly traded gaming companies, affecting millions of people a day without gambling. So it isn't crazy to expect basic responsibility from a company who touches so many lives. Unfortunately, Valve is not only uniquely able to take action, they're also uniquely equipped to avoid it. They're privately owned, an international company and are known for not responding to journalists in situations like this or reacting to the press in any way. So for my last argument, I'm not going to say a word. I'm just going to let Daddy Gabe do the talking in the hopes of inspiring some change at this megacorp. Here's Gabe's thoughts on Valve and their responsibility.
People at Valve have to get used to working without a safety net. There's nothing between you and a customer. You can do something. You can come in that morning, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you have fucked 1 million customers, right? And
they're all emailing you.
They're all me emailing you, and you probably should fix it, right? But nobody's looking over your shoulder, and for some people that's liberating. For some people it's terrifying.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything that better captures the Valve gambling story. You've screwed 1 million customers. You should probably fix it, but no one's looking over your shoulder. It has been 8 years since Valve set out to end these black market casinos built around their game. And still, the industry is alive and well. In fact, the harassment and threats in that industry are worse than ever. Meanwhile, Counter-Strike's own competitive players, influencers, and casinos all say there's an underage gambling problem, but Valve seems no closer to fixing that either. Maybe that's because the only way to fix it is to acknowledge that Counter-Strike's loot boxes are a little too close to slot machines. And look, I'm not even saying that if they want to go that route, they can't. But at least ID your customers, at least acknowledge what it actually is. Otherwise, you're just trying to have your cake and eat it too. You want gambling without any of the responsibility that comes with it. And we all know that that kind of cake is a lie. Look, I know
Nice
this
reference.
is a long shot, and maybe it's pointless. I look back 8 years and I see many of the same stories of victims, villains, and Valve with zero real change. But knowing the odds are slim hasn't stopped kids from getting addicted. So it's not going to stop me either. This is a gamble I'm willing to take.
Valve did not reply for comment. No shit. Valve does not reply on comments like ever. I'm hoping this kind of blows up, dude. Like, it's high time we get rid of that shit out of gaming, bro. It's disgusting. It's predatory.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so Dragon Age the Veilguard is officially just done and gone. It's gotten defeated in so many different ways, and this is the final bit right here. I gotta imagine, I don't know how it could get much worse for this video game, but apparently Dragon Age the Veilguard is in the bottom half of Steam's top sellers chart for 2024. It hasn't even passed the top 50 for Steam in 2024. And the most beautiful thing about all of this is that when I had announced a few months back, or a couple months back, I don't remember, like maybe a month and a half or so, when I announced the fact that this game was struggling to break top 50 in top sellers, all of the shills came out. They're like, oh, look, the game's number 17 now. You were wrong, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? We came full circle, and it looks like I was right after all.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Dragon Age
It's fucking me over. It doesn't want to hit the fucking bell, dude.
It honestly hasn't even passed top 60 for 2024. That's how bad this game is doing, and we can all sit back and laugh at it and have a grand old time as we discuss Dragon Age the Veilguard yet again. So let's get into this article, guys, from Phantom Pulse. But of course, before you do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. So it says Dragon Age the Veilguard is in the bottom half of Steam's top sellers chart in 2024.
In the middle of the roll, really?
Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy. You got beat by a game from fucking last year. That's insane. Hogwarts Legacy, Elder Scrolls Online, Final Fantasy 14, and more. Man, this is next level insulting. I can understand getting beat maybe by 14 or even Elder Scrolls Online, but god damn, you're getting beat.
God, this is just pure cancer, dude. These Chaos Trials. Just remove them. Just remove them. Nobody fucking likes them.
Steam released their best of 2024 charts, and it reveals that Hogwarts Legacy, among 50 other titles, sold better than Dragon Age the Veilguard. In Steam's best of 2024 charts, the company organized video games based on total gross revenue earned from January 1st of 2024 to December 15th of 2025. It also separates the games into 4 different buckets: Platinum, which is 1 through 12, Gold, 13 to 24, Silver, 25 to 50, and Bronze, 51 to 100. Inside these buckets, the games are randomly sorted. Dragon Age the Veilguard was placed in Steam's Bronze bucket, meaning that at the very least, 50 other games sold better than it, including the following. And this is great. I can't wait to read this. Power World, Destiny 2, Elden Ring, Helldivers 2, Black Myth Wukong, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Baldur's Gate 3, Dota 2, Warhammer 40k Space Marine, Apex Legends, Counter-Strike 2, PUBG Battlegrounds, and more, which were in the Platinum bucket. I mean, guys, isn't it incredible that all of the games that are in the Platinum
Where the fuck
bucket
is this
are
gun
games that, for
going?
the most part, gamers said that they wanted? Isn't that an amazing thing, right? You got Power Wars, Destiny 2, Elden Ring, Helldivers 2, Black Myth, even Call of Duty. Like, you have all of these games out here that very clearly are what gamers want. And then you have Dragon Age the Veilguard trying to pretend as if they're the #1 game in 2024. Trying to pretend as if all of these journalists out there are supposed to be taken seriously when they give this game a 9 on 10. Or when they say this is the #1 game in 2024. I mean, like, what? How are you supposed to take this shit seriously? I mean, what are we really supposed to do here? Then it says other games that had higher grosses than Dragon Age the Veilguard include the following: Warframe, The First Descendant, Cyberpunk 2077, Path of Exile, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Throne and Liberty, which were all in the gold bucket. And even these games, even these games are what games that gamers said that they want. So it's just amazing. It's amazing that it doesn't really matter, right? Like, if you look at all of these top-selling games, this is where the money's at. And these dumb motherfuckers just absolutely refuse to acknowledge it. They look at it and they're like, yeah, no, we're gonna just do what we want. We don't really believe any of this shit. You know, it's like, what are you talking about? Look at the top-selling list on Steam for 2024, and then sit there and tell me that you want to put some ideology bullshit into your game like Dragon Age the Veilguard. It makes absolutely no sense. Then the silver bucket, including Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Dragon's Dogma 2, Rainbow Six Siege, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, Red Dead Redemption 2, Hogwarts Legacy, Mana Lords, Tekken 8, Fallout 76, Final Fantasy 14, The Elder Scrolls Online, Grand Theft Auto 5, and others. Bro, what the fuck is with Grand Theft Auto 5 still being in a top seller? I mean, that is disgusting. Seriously, it is disgusting. Grand Theft, like, we need to let Grand Theft Auto 5 die at this point. It's insane how much this game sells and gets resold over and over and over again. It's so wild. But you know what? Listen, it's a game that gives gamers what they want. So is it really that shocking to see a game like Grand Theft Auto 5 continue to be in the top sellers list for damn near a decade? It's disgusting. Given the randomization of the rankings within the buckets, it's quite possible that Monster Hunter Wilds, which does not release until the end of February, had more revenue than Dragon Age the Veilguard, given it it's in the same bronze bucket. Other games in the bronze bucket include the following: Metaphor ReFantazio, Hades 2, Crusader Kings 3, Street Fighter 6, Overwatch 2, No Man's Sky, Farming Simulator 25, Stellaris, Euro Truck Simulator 2, and Civilization 6. Guys, I mean, look at this thing. Look at it. Even the games like this, all of these games, some of them anyway, not all of them, Metaphor ReFantazio, for example, Farming Simulator 25, right? All these games, even Street Fighter 6, have sold well over 1 million units sold. Way more than Dragon Age the Veilguard. They've announced it, they've shown it, whereas Dragon Age the Veilguard hasn't announced it at all. There is no announcement of 1 million plus sales for DA Veilguard. So, I mean, what are we doing here, right? Even though they're in the bronze bucket right now, it could simply be because of the rush that it had in the beginning, right? When it first was released, and now it's pretty much tapered off, and died off. So even though they're in the bronze bucket, they could be the very bottom of the bottom when it comes to the bronze bucket, because we know how these other games have done. And I'm happy to see No Man's Sky is still here, considering how bad of a launch that game had. But considering, you know, the amount of support that it's had afterwards, free DLCs and everything, that team is unbelievably dedicated to saving that game. So you got to call it out for what it is. So it says Steam's charts come in the wake of games industry head Christopher Drake revealing how poorly Dragon Age: The Veilguard sold in Europe during an episode of the GamesIndustry.biz microcast. Now, we went over this. We did a video about this earlier, so if you guys missed it, please go check it out. It's doing very well on the channel right now. We talked about the fact that this game struggled to get into the top 50 in Europe. It didn't get it. I think it's like number 68 or something like that. It didn't even get top 50 in Europe. So no top 50 in Europe, no top 50 in Steam. This game is absolutely cooked. And all the shills that were out there say, oh, look, you're wrong. It's top seller number 17 or top seller number 5 when it came out and whatnot. Yeah, and then what ended up happening is all the normies ended up buying it. They realized what was in it, and they said, what the fuck is in this shit? I need to get out of this ASAP. You know what I mean? That's what they did, and they refunded the game as soon as possible. And that's why now the game is struggling to get anywhere close to a top 50 spot. Because had it not done the bait and switch, had it not, you know, done everything possible to not give gamers what it wanted, I think very clearly that they would have did okay. You know, they would have actually did okay. Not great, but okay. But unfortunately, they decided to do what they did, and now we are here. So I'm glad, and I'm happy to report Dragon Age: The Veilguard massively failing overall on Steam. This is a shit stain on the industry that we're all just going to take a bit to laugh at, and I cannot wait to see what 2025 brings for this game. And also to BioWare. I cannot wait to see what happens with BioWare, considering that BioWare
It's not gonna bring jack shit to the
being
game.
subsidized currently by
It's
EA,
done.
as they have been for a long time now. And now they
Don't
have
expect
all
anything from
hands
Mass
on
Effect
deck
either.
for
That
Mass
shit is
Effect
cooked.
4. Let's see
It's over.
exactly how that goes on. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
Oh, I need to play something that's not gonna like launch me into a fucking aggressive state of mind. Sorry, the Chaos Trial, just remove that shit from the game, dude. It's just fucking garbage. The worst thing I've ever played in my life.
I could have supported Willie, but I just don't like these people. I don't like what they do. I think it makes the world a worse place.
The guy you're hearing now is like the biggest fucking pussy I've ever heard, bro. Holy shit. He whines about everything, dude. It's hilarious.
Nicholas Diorio. He is perfectly circular in a way that I've never seen a person before. And, like, I don't like to mock a person's physical appearance. It's not usually my wheelhouse. But I can't help but laugh whenever anyone calls him Nicholas Diorio because he looks like an Oreo. I want to showcase how brazenly these guys lie and how low their standard of evidence is. It's not just Willie Maxwell, it's not just Chud Logic, it's an entire support group of these drama creators who do not care if what they're saying is true, they're just trying to make videos as fast as possible. So Nicholas
What do we play
Diorio
that
says
won't
here,
launch me
this guy
into
has actually become a total lolcow. Someone told me he was showing off his girlfriend to
unintelligible rants.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. I actually hit most of my resolutions this year. I think the main channel was just shy. I think we're at 80-something K. I was hoping to go to 100,
No
but
one
I mean, I
cares.
can't really. So I think it was cool. Probably the quote-unquote criticism. There's not really any criticism, to be clear. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Ethan Klein. I am fascinated by Ethan. Earlier this year, we set out and we covered a story from a YouTuber named King of Nothing, and I think I've come to the conclusion that that guy is just malicious. There's several VODs you can check out. I think that guy is just money motivated, takes other people's work, compiles it into like a compilation video, never really read into the stuff.
I look on
he's
Steam,
actually
popular new
covering, not
releases.
very
The
intelligent
3
stuff,
first
it's
ones are
like a
porn.
very pandery exposed video for niche hating
Bro.
communities and stuff like that. Like a
The hell happened to
very
Steam, dude?
snark-centric
Like, it's all gambling and porn now. Jesus Christ. doesn't end. I want to go back 20 years, dude. Like, I don't know. I was 19 at the time. I was still young, wide-eyed, impressionable, with hope for the future. All of that's gone. Right?
Exposed video.
Especially the hope for the
going after Ethan
future.
Klein
That's
is a
just
safe thing. I think that's the type of person who's
just burn it all
monetarily
down, dude.
malicious, not really into YouTube more than just being like an income
We're
source.
cooked.
Doesn't really care about
Cooked,
the
I
things
tell
that
you.
people are
All of
covering.
us.
This is okay for some subjects, if you're a tech reviewer or something maybe, but ultimately human beings are the subject of drama videos, so you kind of have to care just like a little bit if you want to be popular in this niche. In my opinion, I think that should be like the entry-level position there, is you kind of have to care a little bit if you're going to cover things that affect real people.
I don't know what to
Scam
play
is a
besides Path of Exile.
subjective term
Fuck.
that means something very different to different people.
But I don't want to
Yeah,
play
but
Path of
going to
Exile
a
now.
scammer is pretty fucking clear, dude.
I need
you wanna
a
talk
break.
About being a scammer? Talk about how
Fucking
he fucking
Chaos
lied about his
Trials, dude.
membership shit
Fuck,
on
I
his
hate them
channel.
so much.
That's real. You want to talk about how he's bad? Talk about
They're just
Britbong. Talk about how he sucks Britbong. To go
the
after
fucking
people.
worst,
there are
man.
so many arguments where you don't have to sit here and grandstand about Cutie Cinderella crying on stream and pretend it was like worse.
I'm
than,
fucking
like,
gambling, and then
making fun
every
of a
time I
rich
die, I
man.
have to go. I
If you're
start
gonna
all the
call
way
him a
from the
scammer,
beginning.
have the balls to own it, because I mean he's calling him a crypto scam.
Give me a couple chances at least. Jesus Christ.
This is the scammer allegation.
If I want to play Dark
think
Souls,
the
I'll play
current
fucking
Ethan
Dark
Klein
Souls.
Drama, which is almost a year out from when we really started focusing in on it, is very different. It's not money motivated maliciousness, like it's not malice coming from money. It is politically occupied positions.
I'm annoyed.
Right? We're talking about people who are
Maybe you
completely
can tell.
compromised from politics, and therefore their opinions are maliciously targeting a person who doesn't agree with every single thing they hold dear. Again, Jordan Peterson said this. I know people are going to quote it till the end of time. I'm not a huge fan of fucking Jordan Peterson, but he said that your audience is going to turn on you, and in 2024, not even 2024, but in 2023 rather, Ethan Klein made the contentious position of condemning Hassan Piker's rhetoric and not conceding that
So many
Israel
games on sale and not one that I
deserves to have its own state.
really
You know
want.
what I mean?
You
Like
know?
Israel deserves to exist, rather, right? Like it deserves to be a place that Jews have. Okay, like so he has completely refused to pander to the people he's been around, and in response to this lashing out against
Wait.
Hassan Piker, they target him
What
in
the fuck?
ways that like don't make sense. I think the Mia's rhetoric video is the perfect example of this. Like, what was the quote? Hey guys, Ethan shows
A new
people
Valkyrie
prolapsed
profile came out
assholes as a gag.
2
And
years
that's
ago.
why he's
How did I not
actually
hear about this?
problematic. This is like actually a problematic thing we need to cover. All of these people were happily like just gonna let Ethan Klein do whatever he wanted for a very long period of time. They were hyper uncritical of anything he would do.
No, it's
negatively,
not a Valkyrie
for
profile game, never
years, to the point where some of the positions that
It's
I
a
see these people
spin-off,
holding
yuck.
right now are identical to positions that I shared in 2020.
Yuck.
And all those guys said that I hated Jews because I had it. So I take like extra care to insult those people personally, because they were politically locked in 2020, and that's why they protected this guy when we were making these points back then. And now they're politically locked in
I really want to play
2024,
Metaphor
and this
Refantasio,
time
but
they
not at
hate
$50 bucks.
Jews. It's like, it's crazy how that worked out, isn't it? It's like, dude, out of the two of us, there's only one person here who I think really doesn't like Jews, and it's these people. Like, it's the Frogan types, right? It's actually hilarious. I see them pulling up the clips of Ethan saying that the Israeli people shit in the streets. I see the clips of them pulling up Ethan Klein talking about black people, and they're like, oh no, he's changed. He's different. That stuff doesn't matter. It's just an edgy joke. But now, look at this. Edgy jokes have just evaporated. There's no such thing as an edgy joke anymore, because Ethan Klein is condemned to Hassan
The
Piker.
Cthulhu
and
game looks
refuses to
hilarious.
disavow Israel. So I put this statement out. Not even really a statement. It's just kind of an opinion. I'm fascinated with Ethan Klein. I'll admit 100%. This guy fought with
But
Hassan.
it's
got
technically
snaked by a ton of
just a
people.
CD
His
builder?
detractors reach back
So I
to
don't
the
know.
2020, 2021 Ethan Klein videos.
I'm not sure,
with
like,
a
I'm in
ton
the
of
mood
talking
for CD
points, and I got
builders.
called anti-Semitic for making those years ago. Meanwhile, the majority of these new creators, Frogan, actually have a problem with Jews. It's actually fascinating because it's obvious to me that these people who hate him don't have any principled positions and are shamelessly trying to cancel.
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is $3.50.
Or Mia, I forgot. Ethan.
Bro, I'm
Klein,
kind of tempted
showed
just to
Philip
see how
Ness's
bad could it really, how bad is it?
Isn't it funny? They're retroactively putting him through a second purity test because he won't
At
condemn his
$3.50, it might be worth trying.
piece video that missed the point of Ethan in many ways.
That's funny. I already know it's dead though, right? There's no more content coming.
Ideologically compromised.
And it's a live action, so why the fuck would I
Has
even
been unhinged.
for
I mean, I've read the
$3.50?
fucking
I'm not sure it's even
incessant
worth it,
stories that
bro.
he keeps posting. But like the reality of the situation here is this is a guy who's got a really radical section of the internet coming at him saying disavow your wife's actions, disavow your I guess race, your religion, disavow just disavow Israel fully. And this is a guy who, by the way, has been critical of the IDF.
One of the comments is, I expected it to be bad, but I did not expect it to be bad enough to still not be worth it at 95% off.
So they're attacking him in every underhanded way. So they've met like an immovable object. Ethan's decided for like the first time in his career to completely stand on business and just eat shit in the face of half of his audience, bashing the fuck out of him. I can't respect him enough. That's why I hold the positions that I do. I respect the fuck out of this. These people are coming at him, calling his wife a terrorist, and he's flipping the finger back and saying, fuck you. Oh, okay, the Hassan Piker fan, like in the beginning, when you asked him about the Hassan Piker fans, he's like, no, there's a lot of Hassan Piker's fans. Look, about 2 weeks later, he's online saying Hassan.
Yeah, see, even for $3.50, I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend that much.
All right, so
ain't that crazy? Holy
shit!
shit!
Face and go, well, he should have knew better. Well,
That's supposed to be a AAA game, son.
The thing that we
I don't even want to spend $3.50 on it.
critical of people is that we want these people to improve, and it seems
crazy.
like
Oh, I get it.
grew a spine. I think someone wrote to me and goes,
Great.
"Congrats on giving him a first morsel of respect he's had in 10 years. Do iDubbbz next." iDubbbz has given
Zool.
himself zero respect. Why would I respect iDubbbz if he doesn't respect
How you doing, sir? Welcome on in. I just rage quit Path of Exile because the Chaos Trials are fucking the worst thing I've ever played. Ugh, those my nuts. We were laughing about the Suicide Squad is like $3.50, and I'm like still, I don't want to spend $3.50 on it. If it was free, I would try it, but $3.50, I'm gonna feel ripped off, man. It's crazy. AAA game. Absolutely crazy. The thing is, I would put my Steam up as well, right? But there's so many porn games on Steam, I literally can't, right? I scroll past something like, oh shit, banned, you know? Can't do it. I'm kind of tempted just for the content though, the $3.50. Like, fuck. Ugh. Surely there's other things we could do, right? More productive.
Himself. Ethan Klein took a position, dug his feet in the sand, doesn't give a fuck how many of you people leave, and I respect the fuck out of him for it. So I'm gonna keep covering Ethan Klein. I have absolutely no intention of stopping. I've never spoken to the guy in my entire life. It doesn't impact my position. There's no inherent
His
bias
voice is
here.
kind of
Ethan
grady.
said horrible shit about me. Ethan
Do
Klein
it?
has
Yeah,
said
I'm not
shit
sure
about
though.
my friends. I don't give a
Send me
fuck.
$3.50, I'll do it.
And I'm going to defend him because he's right and he's standing for something. So yeah. Ethan and Muda were both in the crossroads.
The new Dragon, the new Dynasty Warriors is 80 fucking euros, dude. For a Dynasty Warriors, you must be out of your fucking mind, bro.
This is the type of behavior I
These new
respect.
prices.
A community where nobody
Stop it.
at all whatsoever, except for me. When I see people
People need
do
to
this
stop
stuff,
paying
I
them
need
too.
to defend
Like,
them.
why would you pay
This is
80
like
bucks
the
for a
last
fucking Dynasty
barrier of
Warriors?
sanity that I have left.
And I'm a fan of Dynasty Warriors. Don't pay 80 bucks for a Dynasty Warriors. You're getting ripped off. What the fuck?
The generic YouTube.
It's worth like 40.
So yeah, I absolutely need to cover this. Now I need to just
Tops.
listen. There's a lot of hate threads that get posted up here.
And we are all getting flop for Christmas.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
There's a lot of hate threads that get posted here, and this one is just, oh god. I don't cover all of them, but it's very funny because there's just so many crazy posts in it. It's only got 10 replies, but all of them are great. Mika's legit.
I wish they put the Warhammer 40k thing into Magic the Gathering arena, MTG arena.
But thoughtful Paintball doesn't make good content, all right? I'm sorry. I don't even want to be compared to people like this. Fuck all the
Every time I
YouTubers who
scroll
just
past
sit
Arena
there
now,
and
I'm
post
just like,
stories, all right? If your video has fucking 4 clips in it,
How
then you
dare
got
you not
7
have
points,
40K in
all
it?
right? You wasted
Right?
everybody's time. You have
You
absolutely
had a
nothing to
fucking,
contribute to
you
the
had an
discussion.
actual collaboration and you didn't put that in Arena? You guys are
Less
nuts.
effort than what I do live. Okay, at least I'm fucking reacting to something. I'm showing what the other person said. I don't want to be in the same fucking
Shut the
realm.
fuck
I don't want to be.
Yeah, it's nuts, bro.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and you know, one of my favorite types of content on the internet is watching people do like
Let's
these
laugh
massive
at
video game
Ubisoft.
like retrospectives or coverages or these video essays. And for me, one of the things that I've been working on is Assassin's Creed 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea about it, I've made plenty of videos regarding Ubisoft and more specifically their recent downward trend, but it's
Bro,
not
how
coming
is there
out of a
nothing on
place of
Steam?
just
man?
hatred for
There's
Ubisoft.
like,
You know,
they
a
added
lot
like
of people hate on a
18,000
company
games
might be
this year
incredibly
alone. How the
trendy,
fuck
and sure, for Ubisoft, they're the
can I not
easiest
find
company to hate
anything?
right now. But for me, as somebody that's played a whole bunch of their IPs, like Splinter Cell Chaos Theory,
God
just
damn,
as
I'm
an
like,
example,
I'm a
you know,
high
you got
class
the Prince of
bitch, dude.
Persia franchise on the
Nothing's good
PlayStation
enough.
2. Ghost Recon
Fuck
is
it
an
out.
absolutely amazing franchise they've worked on. I mean, there are so many W's that Ubisoft has stacked over the course of their lifespan that to see them self-immolate in the last few years has been just some of the most damaging shit that I've actually seen. And unfortunately, a company as large as Ubisoft actually holds so many of the favorite IPs that I have, like Splinter Cell, completely hostage. And the reality is, it's not always been this way. Ubisoft, for me, has been a company as influential in gaming as, you know, companies like Konami with Metal Gear. They have produced really amazing titles, and there are development teams that they have that, in my opinion, are pretty much up there with some of the best in the industry. There was a time
Like,
when this
literally
company
nothing looks
absolutely
interesting.
made its mark on the map and became the company that it was today. So to give you a quick idea about it, a lot of people dislike the open world Ubisoft design, right? Where there's just one map screen, towers to unlock, you know, just darts and collectibles, like things on a checklist for you to complete. In a lot of ways, one could open up a map for most modern-day Ubisoft open-world games and effectively find themselves completely overwhelmed with tons of content to do. But the thing about it is, for a company like Ubisoft to get as big as they did, it's not like it happened out of nowhere. Obviously, there had to be one point in their game development where something clicked so well with the average gamer that they kept this going until 2024. Now, Assassin's Creed is one of those game franchises that comes out pretty much every year, and nowadays there's a whole MCU level intro where they go through an entire history of Assassin's Creed titles, where it's kind of mind-boggling that this series has been running for about 15 plus years at this point.
There's so many
And they've
weirdo
gotten so many
simulators out now, too,
mainline
dude.
games,
Clothing
comics,
store
ARGs,
simulator.
a whole movie,
Whose audience?
entire,
Like,
online
what?
side content that you can go through, mobile games,
Who's
so
the
on and
target
so
audience
forth.
for that, dude?
Assassin's Creed probably has more media in it than most other game franchises out there at the moment. So it's kind of wild when you actually dig into its core and come across the first actual beginning of the series, right? Now, when I was young, all right, when I was far younger and the Xbox 360 was a newer system, one of the first games that I was really hyped for was Assassin's Creed 1. And I remember very early on looking at Assassin's Creed 1's E3 footage. Now, Assassin's Creed 1,
I've literally reached the bottom of the Steam page of the like the front store, which is giant. There's nothing.
And it actually blew me away back in the day. This game was supposed to be a spiritual successor to the Prince of Persia franchise, and it was this open world game where parkour was a thing. There really wasn't any HUD, and you were moving around.
I don't know, dude. I feel like the gaming industry is like dying. You know what I mean?
The animation quality, you look at the world.
It's nothing but a bunch of garbage that comes out these
It
days.
actually is mind-bogglingly awesome, right? There wasn't really a
And then the
game
one
like
game
this.
that you
To give
like
an
also
idea,
has garbage
when
in
I
it
was
still,
playing video games
because
in
you
this
know
era,
no
I
game's
played
perfect.
Games like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, where the hands and fingers stuck to each other. Okay, people had Roblox hands back in those days. Straight up boulders for fists. And then you suddenly move into games where the lighting looks absolutely jaw-dropping. Even to this day, you've got animation quality, cloth quality, everything is absolutely amazing, right? You've got 3 entire cities in the original Assassin's Creed to explore, find your targets, and basically lay waste to them. Now, this game actually hasn't aged all that well, and out of any replay that I do, I usually skip the first Assassin's
I might actually do
Creed
the
game,
thing.
just because
No,
it is
no.
not the best playing one.
No, I'm gonna
The
get,
assassinations
because I'm gonna
are
be
actually
so
slow
annoyed at
where
how
the game will
terrible the
pitch you up
game is,
against the
dude.
target,
No.
and you have to actually go and find them.
None of the
figure out a plan
characters
to
are
attack them
interesting.
as they're like in this like crowded environment, and then as you kill them, you have to escape or maybe fight off a few individuals, fight off an entire army at times. But generally speaking, the in-betweens where you're traversing to these cities, actually doing
I'll
the
just play
prep
one of the
work, which
1500 games I
amounts to,
have.
like,
We just gotta
a
figure out
couple
which one.
different styles of gameplay. Either you're pickpocketing, you're eavesdropping on people, or doing absolutely mundane tasks. This game has not aged all that well, but realistically, for a first attempt at something, the technology was there, the world was exciting. It was a sci-fi game where you played as a dude named Desmond Miles, okay? A bartender that gets thrown into a fucking device where they strap them in and send them looking through their ancestors' memories, okay? Through some sci-fi Animus level stuff. You know, these kind of concepts in video games were pretty new at the time, all right? You just wanted something to be wild and goofy, and I played along with it. I played with the modern day story until they absolutely fucked it up by the third game, and ever since then, it's basically this crazy afterthought. I don't know who's writing any of this stuff anymore. I honestly don't even think they care about who's writing the Assassin's Creed storyline in general. But back then, this sci-fi concept really
There's a
did rip
storyline?
me in. And it wasn't until the sequel with Assassin's Creed 2 that it
Been a while.
absolutely hit its stride. Now, to give an idea, this is a kind of game franchise in an era where you could find April Fool's jokes like this, right? Like, I shit you not, the Assassin's Creed team in Ubisoft was so cool. They were working with Hideo Kojima, like, literally with every release, and they had, like, some level of interactivity with them. So, as somebody that's a fan of the Metal Gear franchise, you bet your ass that when I saw Raiden in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, I almost came in my pants. I actually did all of the mundane tasks to get that actual item in the game. Now, Assassin's Creed 2 paved the way for the company they are today, and the direction almost every single one of their games, especially the open world stuff goes, is all tied back to Assassin's Creed 2. Now, Assassin's Creed 2 is probably, in my opinion, the greatest sequel to any video game you could ever imagine. Usually with sequels, it's your time, especially if you're making a new IP, to finally hit your stride, go big, or go home, alright? With Assassin's Creed 1, they laid the foundations for what is one of the more technically impressive games on the Xbox 360, and still to this day, put itself on the map. So how do you go from having these day-night cycles, these three totally realistic looking cities at the time with tons of NPCs and an amazing immersive world, and decide to actually one-up that? Well, this is where Assassin's Creed 2 comes in. Now, when I first saw the actual reveals for this, to know that it was set in the Italian Renaissance was actually an exciting moment, because there's not really a whole lot of games set in that time period, and obviously Assassin's Creed 2 is willing to play kind of loose with its historical accuracy. These games are set in environments where they try to match the people, the world as best they can, but if you're into the Assassin's Creed world, one thing you have to understand about the story is it's very sci-fi oriented. Assassin's Creed 2 introduces and more focuses on the actual conflict between the two groups, the Assassins and the Templars, these shadowy organizations. Now, these two shadowy organizations are constantly at odds with each other, okay? Fighting in the shadows, the Assassins want to give humanity freedom and their free will to choose, and the Templars actually crave order, and they want to basically corral humanity for their own betterment in their eyes. Now, obviously, this is clearly, you know, the means to the end kind of strategy, and the more you delve into the Assassin's Creed franchise, sometimes you'll find out that both of these organizations are actually closer to each other than they are actually opposed. But of course, you have to play the entire franchise to really get that level of nuance. For now, Assassin's Creed 2 is a sequel that kind of built upon this cliffhanger ending that Assassin's Creed 1 had, where you were effectively confined to your room, and you were able to see crazy schizo writing all over the walls, covering multiple conspiracies and whatnot. So Assassin's Creed 2 starts off with this crazy bang. So you escape this facility Abstergo where you're held against your will, and you join the modern day Assassins, where in order to get trained up and fight against the Templar threat, they put you into this device known as the Animus, where you relive the lives of Ezio Auditore da Firenze, your actual ancestor. And through reliving his life in this crazy Animus, you develop the ability to actually get their skills and implement them into the modern day. It's like actually going through like decades of training in a matter of days. How is that possible? Through some crazy effect known as the bleeding effect, where the more and more you put yourself into the actual Animus device, the more and more you become in tune with your ancestor. And if you use the device too much, well, eventually you don't even need the Animus to relive the past, because every personality bleeds into each other and causes you to go completely fucking insane. Now, if any of this blew you away by any imagination, this is actually the story to Assassin's Creed, like in a nutshell. Now, Assassin's Creed 2 is one of those stories where, like, it's very much a revenge-focused story, and that's kind of how it starts, but it very quickly bleeds beyond all of it, with conspiracies where once Ezio's family, realistically his dad and his brothers are murdered, he escapes with his mom and his, like, sister. They go to this village named Monteriggioni, and while he thinks he can escape, he gets dragged into this crazy conspiracy where he's going to hunt Templar after Templar after Templar after Templar. Now, I'm not going to be doing a story review of Assassin's Creed 2. This isn't the video for that. It's a, part of an overarching topic. But I will be going over the ending of Assassin's Creed 2, but, I think it's very important. This game is also really old. And even if you do see the ending, I have a firm belief that you probably want to play the entire game because it's just that outlandish. The story for these, first, series of video games in the Assassin's Creed franchise are pretty nice. And obviously towards the tail end, when you get to, the Valhalla series, you start to get towards, the current day Assassin's Creed stuff. The story is definitely, I would say, equivalent to throwing shit at a board and seeing what sticks.
Let's see if we learn
I don't
anything.
think there's any cohesion anymore left. Usually they'll start a plot thread and forget about it in the next game, or that plot thread may get shifted to a comic or a TV show or a movie or whatever fucking other piece of media they have. No, Assassin's Creed 2 does not play around with its, story. From a gameplay perspective, just to go over, the sequel absolutely added in all of these, points and side activities in a mini-map to do, and the actual Ubisoft map screen that people like to talk about really was bred here. You got side objectives, you've got side assassinations, races, you've even got your own town that you'll periodically be going back to invest money in, and then as you play the game, you'll be getting more and more money flowing in. So it's kind of like a clicker game, something like Adventure Capitalist, where I really love this stuff. I really love playing a video game where I feel like I invest money into something and I can do meaningful content, while a lot of the grinding stuff, like acquiring money for items, is usually done in a background process that I can just dip into, so I can stay more focused on meaningful content and upgrade periodically. I do enjoy games where I feel like the world feels alive in that manner, and I'm actually contributing to something that balloons in of its own way and becomes a gameplay loop in of itself. But the wildest thing about Assassin's
first we need
Creed
money.
2 and early, or at least this era of Ubisoft writing, was they really weren't afraid to go after some really touchy subjects. Part of
And you're
Assassin's
working
Creed
all
2's
10-hour
discussion
shifts.
into the Assassins and Templars is painting the Templars as
We
the
gotta-
modern-day Illuminati. So as you're playing this game, you'll find
We gotta make sure to exploit our workers, right?
encrypted programs in the actual game world that, as you come into contact with them, will
Or else
throw
we're
you
gonna
into a
make money.
puzzle where you'll actually encounter some really, really, really wild conspiracies. So I'm gonna leave one completely playing for you just to have you understand how weird this shit can get.
What was my game of the year? Probably Path of Exile. I mean, 200 hours in a week. 2 weeks. Definitely has its problems, but it's pretty good.
He wanted everyone to know the secret, to set us all free. They used it to drive him insane.
I like my antivirus name.
Okay, so we're gonna pause it over here and go over just this crazy insanity you've seen. So in this letter to Mr. Edison written from Henry Ford, it says, "Thank you for letting me use PE4, which Piece of Eden 4 is again one of the pieces of technology, a precursor tech, much like the Animus that's used to gain control." But of course, if you go into it, yes, they are in fact referring to Hitler. H has it. So I assume the war will begin as soon as he can take over. We'll let him have his fun. Lord knows that kind of purge will be good for Europe. Yeah, Henry Ford was a pretty known anti-Semite, and, you know, Assassin's Creed wasn't afraid to shy away from touchy conspiracy theories. And if you think this is the only thing that's wild, this isn't even the scariest shit that I had to see. I have a real knack for playing these moments in video games late at night. There was one moment where, like, you literally have to deal with a blood-curdling scream as you play, and I'm sure anybody who's played Assassin's Creed 2 knows what I'm talking about. There are plenty of these conspiracy moments. They touch upon things like the moon landing, you name it, whatever. It's wild stuff. And unfortunately, this is not a part of Assassin's Creed anymore, this interesting, you know, lore building that they do
Oh, I didn't click
with
develop.
the modern day intertwined with this controlling organization known as the Templars. And, you know, that's not the only
Son of a-
crazy part about this game. You know, not modern titles don't really even touch upon wild insanity. Like Assassin's Creed 2's end sequence, and again, full spoilers, has you breaking into the Vatican to have a fist fight with the Pope, who then takes you to an underground vault inside the Vatican that contains the memory of a precursor technologically advanced race of people that have exposed that they basically created humanity as a slave race, and there's an impending disaster that will kill everyone unless we follow their directives. Guys, this is a franchise that makes even the main character go, what the actual fuck? And that is the kind of writing, that is the kind of Ubisoft magic that I feel if they kept going to this modern day, we wouldn't have to read about bankruptcies. This is before the era of live services, battle passes. You know, when you talk about inspirations and lots of companies borrowing off of the Ubisoft model, this is the game they're copying off of, an
I
actual
want 3
successful,
iterations and
addictive,
then we'll
really
start.
good game that I feel like anybody, even the most staunch critics of Ubisoft, can agree this is a pretty damn good time. This is a pretty peak era of the company. And now they're a fucking shadow of themselves. So one of the most addictive things about the Ubisoft open world, and one of the reasons why I believe Assassin's Creed 2 is the best Ubisoft game, and probably the game that might have even steered them in a direction that has thrown them into some serious hot waters, is because this model actually was addictive and very fun when it came out. To give you an idea, Assassin's Creed 2, or rather this entire trilogy, if I added up all the time it took me to play these games through, you're looking at around 65 hours of actual gameplay. That is 65 hours I spent basically finishing 3 games with the majority of its side content. Not all the actual like hidden collectible items, but a majority of the side content that I feel most people, if you're immersed in something, are gonna play. Now, if I compare this to Assassin's Creed Valhalla, 85 hours put into the game, and still I've only completed it, according to my PlayStation 4, about 80% of the way through. Basically, this should show you the amount of bloat that's in a modern Ubisoft RPG versus a game that's more specifically curated for content. Now, you might wonder, well, maybe aren't you getting less content for $60 at the time versus something now? I would say, yeah, of course I'm getting less content, but the content is actually completely meaningful. Now, if you play a modern day like Ubisoft open world, especially Assassin's Creed, something in Valhalla that really annoys me is a lot of the side quest stuff. For instance,
hopefully
if you
the
go to
publisher
side
is
quest
pumping
in
up the
Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the side quest lasts about no more than a few minutes.
marketing.
And realistically, they don't
I have no
really
control
have
over
a whole
that.
lot of implications to your characters. And the only reason you would do them
Unless
is
I
to
do it
increase your
myself, but I can't
in-game
afford that.
power level so you can do, more, the focused content later on in the game. It's basically padding out game length by making you do monotonous shit when you could be doing actual fun stuff. And that's where Assassin's Creed 2 shines. Now, Star Wars Outlaws is another Ubisoft like open world game which follows that single player model with tons of content, side content, and compared to something like Assassin's Creed 2, it's clearly much larger in scope. Not only is it visually better, obviously, because of the time difference of its releases, but it's also
Maybe I
much
made it
larger
too
because
soon.
of the
Maybe I should have
content that it
focused on
gives you.
reputation
It probably
first.
has, I would say, 2 to 3,
Wait,
maybe
we
4
can still do
times
that.
the amount of
We can do it
side
at the same
content that
time.
Assassin's Creed 2 has. But even according to a
the
developer
small
update
ones.
that Ubisoft has provided, one interesting keynote that came out was around the Kanto Fathia Racing section, where they said, here's a little secret. To this day, no one has acquired their own Fathier. To unlock this, players need to complete dedicated short quests scattered around these betting stations. This will reveal another additional quest that brings Kay back to Toshara for a special opportunity. Now, I don't think that nobody is playing this game. I just think that this content was probably so meaningless or so uninteresting, and it was probably
Why is this
filled
offset?
with so much bullshit anyways, that nobody decided to go down this road if this statement from the developers is true, because that is wild. Normally in a video game, I'm pretty sure somebody has unlocked, something. There's always a YouTube guide
It's
for
annoying.
anything in a video game. So this is a rather alarming metric that shows that even with the effort that they're putting into these games, sometimes it means literally nothing because nobody is actually engaging with the content. And maybe that has more to say about the quality of that content versus it just even existing. Maybe if the focus was lessened, we wouldn't have to have these crazy bloated budgets in these video games, and we could have more focused experiences that wouldn't be 7 out of 10s, but rather be actual 10 out of 10 experiences, which Ubisoft is very capable of making still to this day if they really try. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the company actually going through a bankruptcy in 2025, and I only found really one article about it that really talks about, again, Ubisoft's financial reports. They bring up their stock information, which again, it's, if you look at the actual Ubisoft stock, guys, 80% lost over the last 5 years is certainly not a healthy sign, and you don't have to be like a financial genius to kind of see the writing on the wall. But as far as I understand, there is no auditor that has jumped in and basically said that it's gonna happen. And a company like Ubisoft is actually so large with so many IPs that at the end of the day, even if they're at the verge of bankruptcy, they're probably gonna get bailed out by a company like Tencent, where their IPs are really what's gonna be grabbing the interest of any purchasing party. So if somebody wants to grab, I don't know, the Splinter Cell IP and make a gacha game out of it, they have the full clearance to. Like, at some point they can pick this shit up for bargain bin prices and go to town. This is the actual fear that I guess some would have for Ubisoft. There is a weird conspiracy somewhere that apparently the family behind Ubisoft is like intentionally driving it to the ground to purchase it for cheap, which again, it makes no real business sense because at the end of the day, the games that they are producing are not games that are hitting with the actual market, okay? Assassin's Creed Shadow is going through its own controversies, and I'm sure when it comes out, it'll probably be one of those games that will become a topic of the culture war where people will fight and argue, no, it's actually a really great game, or, oh my god, it's a pile of shit, when it's probably most likely going to be another 7 out of 10 Ubisoft game, and for real fans of the Assassin's Creed franchise, it probably won't be anything crazy special, right? But as far as Assassin's Creed fans are considered, guys, this is such a long-running franchise that people jump on and off this boat at any given vector, so it's insane. But beyond
Creative
all of
wasn't
this,
so
some
good,
other
but
games that
the
Ubisoft has
rest is
kind
good.
of made that haven't done so well. Games like X Defiant. Now, X Defiant is a game that launched.
When did it
very
need to launch?
recently,
November,
and
right?
Actually, when you fire it up now, you'll be greeted with a nice little message that says they're shutting down sometime around June of 2025. And the reality of this is even though when this game came out and it was pretty successful on Twitch for about the week of its release, this wasn't going to ever dethrone Call of Duty. And again, it was another example of Ubisoft chasing this live service
Couple months of
model.
bug
Now,
fixing.
when you fire up a game like X Defiant, it becomes readily apparent that this is more of an iterative release of a Call of Duty title than something completely unique. It's not that Ubisoft doesn't have popular live services. Rainbow Six Siege is a pretty good example. However, Rainbow Six Siege actually has a unique gameplay loop, a gameplay system that I don't think other games are easily replicating. Although even my interest in Rainbow Six Siege is absolutely minimal these days, a game like X Defiant is something that I can only play for a maximum of 1 hour if I wanted to, because it's just not that gripping. The game is kind of like a mishmash of all these other various factions in the Tom Clancy and the Ubisoft universe. So you've got, Ghost Recon operators sitting next to Assassin's Creed operators, you've got some abilities, you've got some guns, you've got netcode that barely works, you've got a game that feels like something out of the PlayStation 3 generation, somehow slinking into the PlayStation 5, when in reality
I know, right?
this game is dated upon its
tastes
release,
great.
and it was dated for a game that would have released even for
It really does.
2013 standards, for crying out
I
loud.
might be an addict.
And of course, this is a game that probably had so little of a player base and so little of whales purchasing the microtransactions that at
I
this
do an
point it's
exclusive.
better for Ubisoft to just throw in the towel and completely forget this dog shit exists. But when it comes to making money, their next example, in my opinion, is probably the worst example we're going to be looking at, and that is the NFT games that Ubisoft has released.
There's a lot of
in
bugs,
fact,
bro.
One released, I think, about a week ago from me recording this video. So let's watch that one. So, introducing Captain
Bro.
Laserhawk, the game.
Fucking the Suicide Squad game is $3.50. I'm like, should I get it? I don't know.
Game. Now, if you're looking very closely, you might recognize Rayman, a pretty popular Ubisoft character that, well, has pretty much only been brought back to sell NFT slop. Now, NFT gaming or Web3 gaming is basically a venture that Ubisoft...
Yeah.
is a mind-boggling
$3.50 or
There wasn't
€3
really a
and
game
50
like this.
cents,
To
whatever,
give you
same
an
dude.
idea, when I was playing video games in this era, I played games like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, where the hands and fingers stuck to each other, okay? People had Roblox hands back in those days.
Oh,
Straight
nice.
up boulders for fists. And then you suddenly move into games where the lighting looks absolutely jaw-dropping. Even to this day, you've got animation quality, cloth quality, everything is absolutely amazing, right? You've got 3 entire cities in the original.
Sadly, it
Assassin's
wasn't
Creed to
unavoidable
explore,
marketing, it's
find your
problem.
targets and basically lay waste to them.
Are we the only antivirus? No, we're not. Oh, a new one came out as well. Fuck. But it's only great.
Assassin's Creed game, just because
My
it is
quality is
not the best
outstanding.
playing one. The assassinations are actually cool moments where the game will pitch you up against the target, and you have to actually go and find them.
Yeah, I don't
figure
know
out
if
a
this is
plan
gonna
to
sell all that
attack
good.
them, because they're,
Hopefully it does, I
in
need the
this, like,
money.
crowded environment, and then as you kill them, you have to escape or maybe fight off a few individuals, fight off an entire army at times. But generally speaking, the in-betweens where you're traversing to these cities, actually doing the prep work, which basically...
And I'm still like, ooh, $3 is a lot of money, bro.
eavesdropping on people,
Fuck.
or doing absolutely mundane tasks. This game has not aged all that well, but realistically, for a first attempt at something, the technology was there, the world was exciting. It was a sci-fi game where you played as a dude named Desmond Miles, okay, a bartender that gets thrown into
Oh,
a
shit.
fucking device where they strap them in way through. Basically, this should show you the only reason.
I was wondering, like, hey, I heard this before.
For instance, high content that I feel most people, if you're immersed in something, are gonna play. Now, if I compare this to
I pressed the numpad button
Assassin's
while I was
Creed
on the screen
Valhalla,
instead of on the
85
game.
hours put into the game, and
Fucked me
still
over.
I've only completed it, according to my PlayStation 4, about 80% of the way through. Basically, this should show you the amount of bloat
Inadequate.
that's in a modern Ubisoft RPG versus a game that's more specifically curated for content. Now, you might wonder, well, Moody, aren't you getting less content for $60 at the time versus something now? I would say, yeah, of course I'm getting less content, but the content is actually completely
It's pretty good on the
meaningful.
bugs, though.
Now, if you play a
Only
modern day like
41?
Ubisoft open world, especially Assassin's Creed, something in Valhalla that really annoys me is a lot of the side quest stuff. For instance, if you go to a side quest in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the side quest lasts about no more than a few minutes, and realistically, they don't really have a whole lot of implications to your characters, and the only reason you would do them is to increase your in-game power level so you can do, more, the focused content later on in the game. It's basically padding out game length by making you do monotonous shit when you could be doing actual fun stuff. And that's where Assassin's Creed 2 shines. Now, Star Wars Outlaws is another Ubisoft open world game which follows that single player model with tons of content, side content, and compared to something like Assassin's Creed 2, it's clearly much larger in scope. Not only is it visually better, obviously, because of the time difference of its releases, but it's also much larger because of the content that it gives you. It probably has, I would say, 2 to 3, maybe 4 times the amount of side content that Assassin's Creed 2 has. But even according to a developer update that Ubisoft has provided, one interesting keynote that came out was around the Kanto Fathia Racing section, where they said, here's a little secret. To this day, no one has acquired their own Fathier. To unlock this, players need to complete dedicated short quests scattered around these betting stations. This will reveal another additional quest that brings Kay back to Toshara for a special opportunity. Now, I don't think that nobody is playing this game. I just think that this content was probably so meaningless or so uninteresting, and it was probably filled with so much bullshit anyways, that nobody decided to go down this road if this statement from the developers is true, because that is wild. Normally in a video game, I'm pretty sure somebody has unlocked, something. There's always a YouTube guide for anything in a video game. So this is a rather alarming
Only
metric that
14,000
shows
active
that
users?
even with
Kinda
the
sucks,
efforts that
bro.
they're putting
Fuck.
into these games, sometimes it means literally nothing because nobody is actually engaging with the content. And maybe that has more to say about the quality of that content versus it just even existing. Maybe if the focus was lessened, we wouldn't have to have these crazy bloated budgets in these video games.
It's the
and we'd have more
creativity is
focused
what you want. It
experiences
feels like
that wouldn't be 7
290,000
out of 10s,
users.
but rather be actual 10 out of 10
How do I only have
experiences,
14,000? Mine was
which Ubisoft
outstanding
is
for
very
crying out loud. My
capable
quality is
of
better,
still to this
guys.
day.
Okay, it doesn't look as shiny. Fucking monkeys, bro. They only go after the fucking shiny shit. I swear to God.
In 2025, and I only found really one article about it that really.
Okay, we're
talks
just
about
gonna do
getting
contract work
Ubisoft's,
to get the rip up.
financial
Maybe that
reports.
helps.
They bring up their stock information, which again, it's if you look at the actual Ubisoft stock,
Who made it?
guys, 80% lost over the last 5
Shack
years. It's certainly
Enterprise.
not a healthy sign, and you don't have to be like a financial genius to kind of see the writing on the wall. But as far as I understand, there is no auditor that has jumped in and basically said that it's gonna happen. And a company
Yeah, they
like
got way more
Ubisoft
fans
is
than I
actually
do as
so
well, right?
large
I ain't
with
got no
so many
fan.
IPs that at the end of the day, even
starting
if they're
slow,
at
it's
the verge of
fine.
bankruptcy, they're probably going to get bailed out by a company like Tencent, where their IPs are really what's going to be grabbing the interest of any purchasing party. So if somebody wants to grab, I don't know, the Splinter Cell IP and make a gacha game
It's
out of
different.
it,
It's very
they have the
different.
full clearance too. Like, at
Their
some
game's
point, you
like
can pick this shit up for
fully
fucking
game
good
dev
prices
design
and go to town.
and
This is
publishing
the
your own
actual
games and
competitive
stuff.
someone
This
has
is
for Ubisoft. There is a
more
weird
software,
conspiracy
like
somewhere that
expanded,
apparently the family
and you can
behind
also do
Ubisoft
hardware
is,
and
like,
shit. And it's like
intentionally
yeah,
driving it to the
very
ground to
different.
purchase it for cheap, which again, it makes no
I haven't even
real business
started
sense
looking
because
into
at
the
end of day,
research.
the games that they are producing are not games that are hitting with the actual market, okay? Assassin's Creed Shadow is going through its own controversies, and I'm sure when it comes out, it'll probably be one of those games that will become a topic
all
of
of
the
them.
culture war. where people will
We'll
fight
figure it out.
and argue, no, it's actually a really great game, or oh my god, it's a pile of shit, when it's probably most likely going to be another 7 out of 10 Ubisoft game. And for real fans of the Assassin's Creed franchise, it probably won't be anything crazy special, right? But as far as Assassin's Creed fans are considered, guys, this is such a long-running franchise that people
I
jump
may
on
have
and
bitten
off this
it
boat
off more than I
at
could
any
chew.
given vector, so it's insane. But beyond all of it, let's look at some other games that Ubisoft has kind of made that haven't done so well. Games like X-Defiant. Now, X-Defiant is a game that launched very recently, and actually when you
I
fire
still
it
have
up
next
now,
month as
you'll
well.
be greeted with a nice little message that says they're shutting down sometime around June of 2025. And the reality of this is even though when this game came out and it was pretty successful on Twitch for about the week of its release, this wasn't going to ever dethrone Call of Duty. And again, it was another example of Ubisoft chasing this live service model. Now, when you fire up a game like XDefiant, it becomes readily apparent that this is more of an iterative release of a Call of Duty title than something completely unique. It's not that Ubisoft
I have to start developing or I'm never gonna make it. Oh, we're not gonna make it.
However,
I did fuck up.
actually has a unique
Shit.
gameplay loop, a gameplay system that I don't think other games are easily replicating. Although even my interest in Rainbow Six Siege is absolutely minimal these days, a game like
Damn it.
XDefiant is
I
something
don't want
that
late
can only
fees, I'll just
play
take the heat.
for a
It's fine.
maximum of 1 hour if I wanted to, because it's just not that gripping. The
And then
game
we'll
is
do a
kinda
month
like
of bug
mishmash of
fixing.
all these other various factions in the Tom Clancy.
One
and
day is a
Ubisoft
month, by the way.
universe. So you've got, you know, Ghost Recon operators standing next to Assassin's Creed operators. You've got some abilities. You've got some guns. You've got netcode that barely works. You've got a game that feels like something out of the PlayStation 3 generation, somehow slinking into the PlayStation 5.
crap.
When in reality, this game is dated upon its release, and it was dated for a game that would have released even for 2013 standards, for crying out loud. And of course, this is a game that probably had so little of a player base and so little of whales purchasing the microtransactions that at this point it's better for Ubisoft to just throw
They
in the
just called
towel
me.
and completely forget
At
this
the
dog
support.
shit exists. But when it
Yo.
comes to making money, their next example, in my opinion, is probably the worst example we're going to be looking at, and that is the NFT games that Ubisoft has released. In fact, one released, I think, about a week ago from me recording this video. So let's watch that one. So, introducing Captain Laserhawk the game. Now, if you're looking very closely, you might recognize Rayman, a pretty popular Ubisoft character that, well, has pretty much only been brought back to sell NFT slop. Now, NFT gaming or Web3 gaming is basically a venture that Ubisoft has, as far as I understand, only ever lost money in. But if you look closely into it, you can purchase one of these 10,000 IDs that will transform you into a Niji, a brave warrior of Eden. So again, insert whatever ChatGPT version of the game you want, but generally speaking, this is the game. It is a NFT project, which again, if you look very carefully into it, you can play it actually right now. To play it, you need the Ubisoft Connect launcher, and you'll need a valid Niji warrior card. So again, a valid Niji warrior card effectively is an NFT game. So again, to do it, you can purchase an ID card right here off of a group known as Magic Eden IO. And of course, you can see that these are the actual IDs that you can buy. Some of them are gold, some of them are, you know, purple, some of them are basic commons. I think
Gold
you
is
all
dropping a
understand
little.
how NFTs work by now if you've watched my channel. So for instance, if you click on this one NFT, you'll find that this Skillful Lemon, right, is they've got some stats, they've got some things going on, and of course, if you look very closely,
I can knock it out in a month though,
which
so
is
it's
more
still worth it.
interesting to me, you can see this is clearly what Ubisoft is going for. In the last 24 hours as of recording this video, there have been 79 sales, with an average sale equaling 0.0035 Ethereum. In fact, the 24-hour volume for all of these trades, so the 24-hour volume becomes pretty important in this situation, 0.274 Ethereum. Now, if we look up how much 0.274 Ethereum to, let's say, USD is, that's $3,337 worth of actual trading activity that has gone on. Now, obviously, the important part about these blockchains is really who is the actual person running this, and are they possibly grabbing a fee off of it? But really, it's not so much the money that Ubisoft could be making. Any percentage of 3,337 is a literal negligible amount to a multinational like Ubisoft or anybody that they're partnering with. No, in reality, what this should show you is that with 79 sales, yes, it may have 3,159 owners, but it clearly shows that this kind of game isn't being adopted. Now, I'm going to show you what the gameplay looks like, courtesy of a channel known as Skill Gaming here, and it is pretty much an expose into how shit these NFT games really are. So this looks like a Flash game, a Shockwave game, that somehow is being sold by one of the largest gaming publishers in the fucking planet. And if you think that this is somehow a Web3 game or the future because you can exchange NFT and warrior characters around, you're a fucking simpleton. This is not what gaming should be about. This is not... Nothing in this game requires the fucking blockchain in any capacity. The blockchain simply exists to satiate some crypto bros that Ubisoft thinks are going to turn into whales, and they can have the next crypto game on their hand that they can make hundreds of millions of dollars off of. In reality, they are pimping out some of their most beloved fan bases to create trash like this. I started this video off talking about Assassin's Creed 2 in a game that literally grips me to this day. And this is the exact opposite of the kind of game that Ubisoft should be making. They literally could pump out those Assassin's Creed 2s, smaller quality, smaller, scale games, high quality, instead of this goddamn trash, and be making far more money. We wouldn't have to talk about Ubisoft going bankrupt or Ubisoft failing. But if these are the kind of games that Ubisoft wants to produce, they 100% deserve every bit of failure that is at their fucking doorstep. The best way to kind of end this whole situation on is one that really personally hits me if you watch my content. One of Ubisoft's quotes was, "One of the things we saw is that gamers are used to, a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games, and that's a consumer shift that needs to happen," he said.
Okay, we're getting money
they get
now,
comfortable
right?
not owning their CD collections or DVD collections. That's a transformation that's been a bit slower to happen. So it's about it's about feeling comfortable with not owning your games. And the reality is Ubisoft, in a long term, wants to make games as a service, products that they sell licenses to that people connect in and then purchase other things through them, right? They want to create multiple storefronts in a way. They want Assassin's Creed to be one game that you buy, and then you buy things within that game, as they do with Ghost Recon or Far Cry or anything. And maybe this is the path for them to create subscription services and billions of dollars, but realistically, as a games company, it is not smart to take away the ownership of such a prized product from actual gamers. Remember, video games are not like movies and music, okay? In that their preservation is, I would say, far simpler. A lot of these games are caked with DRM, a lot of them are caked with forced online connectivity that may or may not be disabled as a game is moved out of its lifespan. Even in Ubisoft games, games like The Crew are lost forever because Ubisoft simply doesn't feel like they should maintain these games for access, especially when they're out of service. Games that you pay $60 for, by the way. Whereas you can watch movies that have been in the public domain or movies that have been released in the 30s, even to this day through archives and efforts preserved, by actual people and patrons of that craft. Things about video games and Ubisoft and the way they treat these kind of games shows that their ideas, shows that the mentality of the company needs to either shift pretty dramatically or this company needs to go under, because really Ubisoft, in my opinion, owns a lot of IPs that I feel would probably be better left, in the hands of, other companies that actually care about making video games as opposed to making,
I don't know how to
just
read
little
this.
live service product. Now, at the end of all of this, I started this video off with Assassin's Creed and my real love for one of Ubisoft's most iconic games. A game that I believe may have spiraled this company into producing the rest of their games in a similar fashion, and then of course their love for live service slowly pushing them towards a era of video gaming that is never going to be the healthiest. Look, other video game companies and publishers produce absolute live service trash as well, but their games are not necessarily of trash quality. Ubisoft games are like bargain bin breakfast cereals that you buy at a grocery store. They're serviceable, they do well, but generally speaking, if you're somebody in this market, and especially in this market, if you can just buy the regular stuff, the official stuff, you probably will go down that road. And in Ubisoft's case, that analogy makes no sense, because for a company that is so willing to sell $60 to $70 games, there just appears to be no reason that you should go down their avenue of purchasing games when other publishers and other titles exist with far better quality. Games like Skull and Bones are so embarrassing because when you look at the gameplay for them, like for instance, even if you look at the shipboarding mechanics of this pirate MMO that they've made, shows you just how much Ubisoft doesn't get it. You see, you play a game like this and basically hijacking a ship amounts to nothing more than a menu screen. When on the Nintendo Switch, you could literally play Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag right now and get far more impressive gameplay by fighting in the open seas, boarding ships, and absolutely being a fucking pirate in a game they released at this point, I would say a decade, maybe a little over a decade ago. It's actually insane how much Ubisoft literally does no effort into releasing good, even quadruple A slop, when literally, without even thinking, they produce some of the best games, some of the most memorable games, about a decade ago. Games that people literally iterate from. Other companies will be willing to steal from. But is it that Ubisoft is incapable of this now? Obviously not. I think they very much can make an amazing game. The teams are still there. It's just the upper, tier at Ubisoft, the, actual executives, the managers, the people running the company are more interested in live service shit and taking away the, consumer ownership of these games rather than actually producing the fucking good game to begin with. They could probably make literal truckloads of cash if instead they pulled back the scale of some of their IPs and produced quality titles versus just trying to make everything another live service marketplace. But maybe the company needs to fail so these IPs can be freed up and hopefully good games can come out.
Moneymaker
Because
1.0.
Ubisoft of today is just not a company that resembles Ubisoft of even yesteryears. Or even like a few years ago, if I'm going to be completely honest. Fuck Ubisoft, and fuck this company for even existing as long as it has. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it, I am out.
So it's been a little bit since we had the opportunity to make fun of
Damn.
Naughty Dog's Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, the upcoming video game that they have that's supposed to light the world on fire for all forms of diversity. This game is getting roasted. Roasted so bad to the point where there is more dislikes on this trailer by a large margin than a game that died in 10 days. Yes, we are not kidding. I am not kidding. More dislikes in a game that died in 10 days. And you have all the shills out here trying to say, well, Naughty Dog is too big to fail. Way too big to fail. Well, looking at these numbers, it would make you probably realize very quickly that you probably shouldn't have that idea of being too big to fail if you're being hated on this much. So we have an article here from Phantom Pulse with a headline that reads, Naughty Dog's Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet trailer receives 524% more dislikes than Concord. Now again, guys, everybody knows what Concord's history was, so there really isn't a need to rehash it very much. But to make it very simple, they came out with this game. Everybody made fun of the game. Everybody laughed at the game. Everybody told them it looks ugly, looks dumb. And they chose to put their heads in the sand and say, well, no, we know better, right? Like, we know. We are going to make this game for our gamers, and everybody's going to support us, and that's just what it's going to be. And they found out very quickly that no matter how much money you throw at a video game, no matter how much publishing backing you have from Sony, no matter how much you may have to make you feel like you're too big to fail, you'll learn very quickly that gamers will make you realize that, yeah, there's no such thing. You can fail if we want you to fail. And now Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, it's not looking very good with their trailer. So let's get into this article, guys, from Phantom Pulse. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. So it says Naughty Dog's newly announced The Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet is off to a very bad start, as the game's announcement trailer has received 524% more dislikes than Firewalk Studios' Concord reveal cinematic trailer. Yeah, how exactly is Firewalk Studios doing, by the way?
Oh, damn.
How exactly? Anybody heard from them? Hello? Hello? Firewalk Studios? Hello? Anybody out there? Oh, shit. They're on the unemployment line. I forgot. Yeah, they're not exactly able to answer the phone right now. I'm not really surprised, you know? So, yeah, it's very clear that Naughty Dog definitely feels like they're too big to fail. And I'm sure they're like many other studios that get that kind of cocky attitude after they build up an established franchise or build up an established love of their games from gamers that actually play games, and then now all of a sudden they want to play with a modern audience, and they're like, yeah, no, we're going to give you a game that we clearly, it's not made for you, but we're going to tell you if you don't like it, don't buy it, and then when you don't buy it, we're going to call you bigots for not buying it. It makes no damn sense. Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet has received over 256,000 dislikes on PlayStation's upload of the announcement trailer. Oh my god, this thing is getting nuked. It is getting nuked. And you know what the cope is? Here's the cope. You got people out there.
What?
You got chills out there who are saying, "Oh, don't look at the dislike. Don't look at the dislikes. Just look
I don't know
at
how
the
this
view
works.
to like ratio, because that's all that matters, right? That little number view to yeah, nobody cares about dislikes.
I wish you
right?
could pause
Look at
this
the view
stuff.
to like ratio.
Oh,
That is such
there we go.
absolute cope. It's insane. And I'm sure the Concord shills thought the same exact thing too. They were like, yeah, let's just look at the view to like ratio. That's all that matters. Yeah, no, you're gonna find out very quickly that that's a false idea to have. In comparison, Concord's reveal cinematic trailer, which was also uploaded to PlayStation's YouTube channel, received 41,000 dislikes. It's not even close. It is not even close.
Bro, I need an
It's
accounting
Galactic
team.
Heritage
Jesus.
Prophet had more views at
What the hell?
2.1 million compared to Concord's 592,000. Nevertheless, not only does Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet have more overall dislikes, but the percentage of people who did dislike the trailer is nearly double compared to Concord. 12.19% of everyone who watched the Intergalactic trailer disliked it. In contrast, 6.92% of everyone who watched the Concord trailer disliked it. Only 4.62% of people liked the Intergalactic trailer, while only 1.21% or 1.27%, I'm sorry, liked Concord's reveal trailer. So again, views to dislike ratio, fine. Obviously, you have more views on the Intergalactic trailer, and that's because Naughty Dog is an established studio, right? So you got to imagine that there are going to be a lot of people who know Naughty Dog video games, and they're going to want to check out the latest announcement, right? So clearly, a lot more people were left disappointed
rip.
with this game than they were with Concord.
Okay.
Because Concord was a new IP, nobody cared.
Let's try it
and the few
again.
people that did
Jesus.
check it out,
Why is this
they
game
liked
so
what they
fucking
saw,
hard,
and
dude?
the game is dead. In 10
Jesus.
days, the game is dead. Now, we're not obviously going to see that happen with Intergalactic because Naughty Dog is too big in that regard for the game to just be dead. And also, it's a single-player game, so it's not exactly reliant on a live service model in order for it to survive or not survive. It's just going to survive based on its own merits, and that's it. And whether or not people buy the game or not is going to be based off what they see in the future after more trailers end up getting released. Let's be a little bit honest here. We don't really have much to go off of, which is why when I talk to these shills, they're like, well, why do you hate it so much just from one trailer that didn't show gameplay? And my response to them is, well, why do you love it so much from just one trailer that didn't show gameplay? And they're like, anyway, you know what I mean? Like they very, like, you guys don't understand. When you're shilling, it's so fucking obvious. And then you get mad at people who saw the trailer, which is supposed to be a first impression, right? This is supposed to be a first impression trailer, right? This is the reveal trailer. So everybody's gonna get their first impression from this trailer. And a lot of people clearly didn't like what they saw. And you're mad at them for not liking what they saw? Like, who are you, bro? Like, what do you mean? You're fully allowed to not like what you saw. Just like you're allowed to shill for what you saw. If all you did was look at this trailer and say, oh my God, this looks like the best game ever, I can't wait to play this, even though you saw no gameplay, then that's fine. So why can't anybody else say, wow, this looks like absolute trash from what I saw? I don't need to see more. You know what I mean? Why are they not allowed to have that actual response or that actual, mindset? Why are they not allowed to have that?
Let's go
They're
big.
just a hater if
Go
they
big or
have that.
go
Okay, so
home.
you're just a shill. Who gives a fuck, right? So then, nevertheless, another comparison can be made to Concord's gameplay trailer and Intergalactic's trailer that was uploaded to Naughty Dog's YouTube channel. On Naughty Dog's channel, the Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet trailer has 1.3 million views, 68,000 likes, and 167,000 dislikes. That means
pretty big.
5.23% of viewers liked the trailer and 12.8% disliked it.
Wait,
So
but I need an office.
2/3
How do
of
I get my own
viewers
office?
did
I
not
can
like this trailer,
I can't build
which
walls,
is pretty
right?
obvious, and I think
It's
that's
not
a
mine.
fair assessment. I think that's a fair number. I think 1/3 probably will end up liking it, or at least shilling for it to some extent, and 2/3
Oh,
of
damn it.
gamers are like, yeah, no, I see some patterns. I'm very cautious with this. You know what I mean? Like, people are gonna dislike what they saw, and they have every fucking right to dislike it. It is a first impression trailer. You have every right to dislike it when what you saw. The Concord gameplay trailer received 1.1 million views and had just 8,500 likes and 85,000 dislikes. That's when it got really bad, right? Like the trailer, the cinematic trailer, people were like, all right, whatever. But the gameplay trailer, that's when things got really bad. That means just 0.77% of people who watched the trailer gave it a like, and 7.72% disliked it. Furthermore, the Intergalactic trailer has 96.4% more dislikes than Concord. However, Intergalactic does have 700% more likes compared to Concord. So it's very clear that it's just we're talking about branding at this point, right? We're talking about branding, and the Naughty Dog IP clearly is big enough for there to be enough people to like what they see. Whether or not that's going to be big enough to make up for the loss of 2/3 of gamers that don't like what they see, well, that's totally different, right? We're going to have to see and find out when the game actually releases. But given the history that we've seen with certain games, and given the fact that a lot of them tend to tank when things like this happens, I'm not exactly holding my breath for Naughty Dog to be able to be successful with Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. But we'll see if the shills can come around and really bring this game home to the masses. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
Well, we all knew I couldn't stay away from this movie for too long. Today, voted on by our lovely patrons.
Before we do begin, I do want to say that it is absolutely insane to me that they would spend $645 million on Andor Seasons 1 and 2, but they only spend about $90 million on the most popular Star Wars show characters in history of Star Wars, which is the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
I felt a great disturbance in the Force.
Fulfill your destiny.
Oh yeah, I skipped a month because it didn't start here.
FurySabers.com.
Fuck's sake.
645 million spending on Star Wars show Andor. Is this legit? Who's the writer? Oh, good. It's not that ridiculous.
Hey!
Disney has revealed that the cost of making Star Wars streaming show Andor has surged to $645 million after it spent a record $290.9
You know what? Let's start with
million last year on filming its second season, which will debut in, okay, so in total they've spent $645 million?
It's true. All of it.
On 2 seasons? I mean, I thought The Acolyte was expensive. Whew. It is the highest ever annual spending on a Star Wars production disclosed in Disney's public filings. The staggering sum eclipses the $280.7 million spent on Star Wars The Last Jedi, 11-month period to March 16, 2019. Likewise, it is higher than the $243.8 million cost of The Force Awakens, Disney's debut entry in the sci-fi saga, during the year ending November 15th, 2016. Remarkably, the cost of Andor's second season is set to soar even higher, as the $290.9 million was spent during the year to November 22nd, 2023, which doesn't even cover all of the shoot. Filming began in November 2022 but was suspended in summer 2023 due to SAG-AFTRA strike. It resumed in January this year and wrapped the following month, though this was far from the end of the story. Principal photography was followed by a year of post-production when many of the show's lavish effects were added to the footage. Okay, so they're writing all this stuff to basically justify the high expense. The New Hope was made with, I think, 1/10 of this amount. I think it was $28 million. Something like that. Oh, New Hope cost $11 million. That's crazy. In contrast, Andor's first season was a force to be reckoned with. Its audience score of 87% on review aggregator Rotten Tomatoes, which, check this out, yes, some businesses pay reviewers to write reviews that can affect a movie's Rotten Tomatoes score, according to AI Overview on Google. A PR firm called Bunker 15 paid critics to write positive reviews for the 2018 movie Ophelia. The firm paid lower-level critics $50 each to write positive reviews, and also lobbied one critic to change their negative review to positive. Some businesses pay reviewers to write reviews that can count towards a movie's Rotten Tomatometer rating. Rotten Tomatoes takes the integrity of its scores seriously and has the right to approve, reject, include, exclude, and remove critics, reviews, and publications at any time. reevaluate Tomato Meter approved critics and outlets, remove or suspend approval status for critics or outlets that no longer meet the criteria, or breach their code of conduct. Rotten Tomatoes collects reviews from critics who publish at outlets worldwide. These reviews are rated either fresh or rotten, which contributes to a film or TV show's Tomato Meter score. Interesting. Never take Rotten Tomatoes for face value. Never, ever, ever, ever. And if you do, always look at the audience score. But you know what's funny is they say the audience score is what's paid bots, but not the actual Tomato Meter, which is their critics. And what are critics? Paid shills for the most part.
So uncivilized.
Indeed, it scores even higher than any Disney Star Wars movies, with the exception of 2016 spin-off Rogue One, a Star Wars story, which also starred Luna. Andor's success came at quite a cost. So as you can see here, from October 2018 until November 2023, which was about a month ago, their total costs were $644 million, so about $645 million. Pre-tax loss, $129 mil. Tax credit, $130 mil, just about. And their net profit is $107,545. Of course, it's going to be much more than that. Productions filmed in the United Kingdom are subject to a far higher level of financial disclosure than their counterparts in the US, and there is good reason for this. The leading Hollywood studios shoot in the UK because its government reimburses up to 25.5% of the money they spend on filming there. To qualify for reimbursement, shows
It's like my guys are like
points test based on factors such as how many members of the production team are from the UK and how much of the post-production work is done there. Furthermore, at least 10% of the core cost of production needs to relate to activities in the UK. And in order to demonstrate this to the government, studios set up a separate high-end television production company, TPC, for each picture they make. Interesting. These are the nitty-gritties. And now let's talk about more so of the production costs and this and that. Before we do begin, I do want to say that it is absolutely insane to me that they would spend $645 million on Andor Seasons 1 and 2, but they only spend about $90 million on the most popular Star Wars show characters in history of Star Wars, which is the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, which was supposed to be a trilogy. Now I spoke to Stuart Beattie, who was the original influence behind the Kenobi show. He was the guy that was going to make it a trilogy of films, and we've spoke on and off air, which you guys have seen. What he was going to do was beyond phenomenal. It would have been everything we want. Let me just say that. I truly believe that there is someone there at Lucasfilm or a bunch of people at Disney that really are not focusing on the right things. Now, I have a theory to this Star Wars movie, and I would say that the reason for them focusing so much absurd amounts of money on new projects that aren't tied to George Lucas, is simply, perhaps, maybe, because of royalties that they would have to pay on every project that they make regarding a legendary character, that they would have to like give a crazy percentage or something to George Lucas. And this is a theory I've had from the beginning, and that's why they replaced R2-D2 with BB-8, how they kind of sidelined C-3PO for the most part, and how they keep bringing in, new shows and putting the most money on these new shows, and just killing off all of the legendary characters so that they don't have to use them ever again because they're dead, and therefore they don't have to pay royalties to maybe George or the original actors or whatever. Because George made those characters, and so I would wonder, maybe he said something in the contract that hey, anytime you use one of my characters, you gotta pay me X amount. This is just a speculation, it's a theory, I don't know if it's real or not. But it just makes me wonder.
I felt a great disturbance.
I just thought I need to do X and then immediately was gone.
Do you take 90-something million for an Obi-Wan Kenobi, Darth Vader, Anakin Skywalker show, but then you take $322.5 million per season of a totally new made-up show about a totally new made-up character? I just don't know, where does that make sense? How is this getting that amount of money? And how is the Acolyte getting about almost $300 million for that one piece of shit garbage season? Absolutely diluting and destroying what the Jedi were, Yoda, Plagueis, all of those characters making an absolute mockery of what George created. But yet the Kenobi show gets arguably the lowest funding of any Star Wars project. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. How does that make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's something weird going on there.
Very bad feeling about this.
I just don't understand. How can you do that? Like, how do you take this show, not only take the treatment that was amazing, the trilogy of films that would have put people in theaters, buying movie tickets, buying the popcorn, getting excited for it. How do you take that, dumb it down, make it into an ass of a show, completely dilute the characters, make it about fucking Reva and whatever, Leia, and then make Vader look like a joke and Obi-Wan look like a joke, and you just bullshit. $90 million, but the Acolyte gets about just 300 million.
Yeah, I think what's so amazing is that, you know, when people come into the Star Wars family and they know as much as Leslie does and they're steeped in all the lore, that's what was so exciting working with her. She had such a clear vision about what she wanted to do.
Stop the cap.
And then almost $1 billion for 2 seasons of Andor. I mean, might as well make it a 3rd season and call it a bill. To me, it just seems like there's something going on there. I just want to leave you with that. You know, I question why. And I feel like Hayden Christensen should have gotten like $40 million for the Kenobi show. Ewan McGregor should have gotten $40 million for Kenobi. Or, you know what, 50 million, 60 million. You know, you're going to pay Daniel Craig, you know, I think it was like 100 million euros or something for the final James Bond movie. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is Anakin Skywalker. All right? Yeah, I love James Bond a lot, but this is Star Wars. This is Disney. They got a lot more money. At least I think. They should have been paid extremely handsomely. I would even wonder that Leslie Headland got paid more than Ewan and Hayden, and I don't think that's very fair. But then again, I could be wrong, and I'm just speculating. Never know. That being said, no amount of money is worth
too much
the
contracts.
legacy done right and their characters done right. And I truly feel that something funny is going on there. That these shows that harken
bitter.
to George Lucas's characters, like Boba Fett, Obi-Wan, are getting such small amounts of money for their budget, whereas the new shows like The Acolyte and Andor are getting 300 million plus per season. Let's discuss a little bit of the analytics of the money going into this show. So here are the diagrams for what the show brings in, or what it costs and where the costs go. The UK tax authorities, 25% of the budget. Crazy. Loans are not counted as revenue because they need to be repaid. So the UK company makes a loss equivalent to around 25.5% of the show's budget. That is when the UK government steps in as it reimburses this loss. Wow, seems like it, you know, UK is kind of the place to go to film movies and shows. The UK companies usually have code names so that they don't raise attention with fans when filing permits to film on location. I mean, I think everybody knows that Star Wars films in the UK quite a bit, so really no surprise there. The production companies have to file annual financial statements, and they have a national interest in the UK media as the reimbursement to the studios comes from taxpayers' money. The financial statements lift the curtain on the costs of streaming shows, as they don't just reveal the reimbursement but also the total spending, the headcount, salaries, and even the social security payments for staff. Marketing costs are not shown in the financial statement, as they tend to be covered directly by the studio. Likewise, revenue from streaming subscriptions and merchandise also goes directly to the studio. Wow. So this is not even including marketing. So the marketing costs are definitely in the millions, I would imagine. So we're looking at maybe about 700 million for the 2 seasons. If you include marketing, you know, think about it. Infinity War, what did that bring in? $1 billion? Culmination of like a 10-year plus franchise. Or Endgame. Likewise, revenue from streaming subscriptions and merchandise also goes directly to the studio. The financial statements are just for the company, which makes the show, and in the case of Andor, that's Disney's subsidiary E&E Industries. It was originally founded in October 2018 to produce a film about beloved Star Wars character Obi-Wan Kenobi. Funny that we're talking about this now. Disney had a rethink following the failure of Solo. Another Star Wars movie based on a classic character. As this report revealed, Solo lost more than $90 million at the
Bro, I'm
box
like
office, so
really
Obi-Wan
tempted
Kenobi
to
was turned
pick
into
up
a
the
streaming
$3
series.
Justice League
You
nonsense.
guys are knuckleheads, man. Solo lost $90 million
Ugh,
because you
God.
fired and scrapped the script, which cost you, I think it was like 200 something million, and you restarted from scratch, which cost you another 200 something million, totaling about 500 million. So if you didn't do that, you probably would have still turned a profit of maybe a couple hundred million. Maybe 90 million you would have made instead of lost. And I would say that's, just being conservative. You see what they do, man? This is like why they really have no grip on reality whatsoever. They think Solo bombed because it was based on a classic character. And so because Solo bombed, then they took that and they said, oh, well, it's a movie. So let's go and not make any more movies. Let's turn what
When
Obi-Wan
Screams
was
and
going
Desert
to
coming
be
out, bro.
and turn it into a show.
I'll play
First
that
of all,
over this.
You can't compare Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader in a movie to Solo. I'm sorry. Han Solo fans, Han Solo's cool, but he isn't Obi-Wan and he isn't Darth Vader and he isn't Anakin Skywalker. Right? People don't care as much. I certainly don't. That being said, Solo didn't bomb because
2025.
it was based on a classic character or because it was a movie. It bombed because of the abhorrence of The Last Jedi, and fans were pissed. They didn't want to support you anymore. That's kind of what happens, is that when you piss a fandom off so badly, where you kill Luke Skywalker and you just make a mockery of something that was so sacred, you're going to get people that don't care, right? And they're not going to support you on your next project. That's why you got to make sure you do everything right by the book, and if you don't, well, you're going to pay for it. Literally pay for it in this sense. But the problem is that they have people up there that don't understand Star Wars, and so they look at this as some sort of a weird supernatural experience. Well, Solo was a movie and it was a classic character. Well, we want to do a movie on a classic character. Solo bombed, therefore this formula will also bomb. So let's take this character, let's bastardize it, destroy it, turn it into a show, focus on made up new side characters that clickbaiting, not really what the show is about, and let's make it a show and hope for the best. They're so out of touch, they don't understand, they don't know what they're doing. They'll either drive Star Wars into the absolute grave and reinvent an entirely new fandom who will not be nearly as passionate beyond Star Wars, because the fans that I see for Star Wars today are more so, yeah, there's some that really like it, the new stuff. Sure, great. Like it with all your heart. Majority of them that I see are mainly just virtue signaling. They're jumping on the next thing and virtue signaling something and then jumping onto another franchise or the next new thing for the week. I don't think they really give a shit about Star Wars. It's more so of I'm such a good person because I'm standing up for X, Y, and Z, whereas you're suffering from Amanda Stenberg syndrome where not liking a show has nothing to do with being X, Y, and Z. It has to do with not liking a show because it's bad. See what I'm saying? And it's just unfortunate that these executives in control of these billions and billions and billions of dollars are, in control of these beloved characters. Production was put on hold in mid-January 2020 after Disney reportedly became concerned that the storyline was too similar to the premise of another Star Wars streaming series, The Mandalorian. Oh no! A really successful The delay proved to be a blessing in disguise, as the pandemic soon sent the world into lockdown, giving time for the Obi-Wan Kenobi show to be reworked. Yeah, that was really a blessing in disguise. Absolutely. By May 2021, the crew had gathered in Los Angeles, and filming for it finally began there. The filings for E&E Industries UK revealed that a total of $7.2 million has been spent by October 31st, 2019, Halloween, not long before pre-production on Obi-Wan Kenobi was halted. It is likely that more was spent on the show in the intervening time, but the bulk of the cost could show on the October 31 filings. How Disney spent $645 million on Andor. Who even wants to read this? That's just, that's all you need to know. $645 million. E&E Industries UK
On Andor.
mothballed when Obi-Wan Kenobi was put on hold.
Is that Settlers things you guys were doing in PoE1 like a latter season? Yeah, it was like the latest Settlers of something.
Outside London.
I'm hoping they bring that into PoE2.
Futuristic metro station in London doubled for the Imperial Security Bureau.
Like all the PoE1 laddered stuff does end up in the regular game the next season. Right? When the next season comes out, that old season goes to standard.
In an interview with comicbookmovie.com, Andor special effects supervisor Neil Scanlon revealed that around 6 weeks of pre-production had been done on Andor by the time of the UK went into lockdown at the end of March. Filming was delayed repeatedly due to the pandemic, blah, 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 basically just justifying where all this money went, when in reality, there is no reason why a show that for the most part doesn't have all that much CGI like Revenge of the Sith or any of the prequel films, which, as you know, the prequels had actually more real sets and miniatures than the original trilogy. But it was just so grandiose that it required a lot of CGI to compensate. But for the most part, Andor is, you could say it's more along the lines of like, you know, Rogue One or A New Hope or something like that. I mean, like, how much was Rogue One? I don't even think Rogue One cost as much as Andor did. Like, how much did Rogue One cost? Yeah, look at that, man. Andor cost $200 to $280.2 million. It is one of the most expensive films ever made until you get Andor. And The Acolyte costs more than that. So that's pretty interesting in and of itself. How does a show like Andor cost more than the actual movie that the show is a spin-off of? But then
Don't know.
is like a fraction
No?
of that.
Well, the
Mathing,
simpler
math.
stuff, right?
I don't know. Over the following year, a further 82.5 million was spent on Andor, and it is believed that this was largely dedicated to post-production as the show premiered in September 2022. However, pre-production on Series 2 also accounted for some of this spending as it began filming in November 2022. Disney spent $290.9 million on it over the course of the following year, but it doesn't stop there. So far, down to $515.7 million, and the financial statements confirm that the final cost was forecasted to be within the production budget. So it's still within the budget that they gave it. They probably gave it a $700 million plus budget. The final stages of filming followed by post-production should increase the cost somewhat, but it seems unlikely that it will rise much further. That's because the recently released synopsis for Season 2 describes it as Andor's long-awaited conclusion. With so much money on the line, Disney will be hoping that it goes out with a bang. And I'm sure it will. You know, Andor was a fine first season. Now, contrary to what the internet may tell you about me, I'm going to tell you myself that Andor was a fine show. I found it to be slow in some parts, and it dragged, and parts of it were just boring. I didn't really care for it all that much. It was fine. There were parts that were cool, okay, but nothing's gonna give me the same excitement as, you know, Mandalorian Season 1 and 2. And if you want to go back to real Star Wars, well, nothing's gonna give me the excitement of the first 6 films. But that's just a testament as to, you know, who's writing, who's directing, and what characters we're gonna be covering. So, anyways, I love you guys. I hope you have a great day. Let me know what you think about Andor Season 2 costing almost over 700 million, I think, with marketing costs, because these aren't even including marketing costs and anything else that we may not be seeing that they may be spending in America, right? You have to also account for that. Whenever stuff needs to be touched up and, you know, they can't fly the whole crew or whatever, do something in the UK, they might just do it down in one of their studios in the States, and that's very possible just to get it done quick. You never know. Let me know what you guys think. Love you all. TheorySabers.com. Hope you have a great day, and may the Force be with you always.
I'm trying to find like interesting shit to put on in the background. gaming wise, gaming related. There's a bunch of shit I've scrolled past already that I would otherwise put on, but it's very political. I'm not sure I'm in the mood for that right now. I don't want to lose my mind.
Everyone knows I'm interested in scammers. What's lesser known is I'm interested in frauds of all kinds. I'm fascinated by the way that our own trusting natures can be used against us by the worst of us. Today we're talking about one such man, Sheldon Johnson, an ex-convict who goes on the Joe Rogan Experience to fool everyone into thinking
And
that
then he kills somebody.
he's a changed man. He got out, he's completely reformed, and people bought this hook, line, and sinker only for a month later him to get arrested for murdering somebody and trying to get away with it by dressing in a blonde wig. Now, this story is absolutely wild. But before we get into it, let me say, I actually think people's trusting natures, people's desire for redemption and redemption arcs in people to see people change is a good thing. I also think it's necessary for us to have a bit of skepticism when we're introduced to these great stories of redemption. Now, this whole thing starts, as I said, on the Joe Rogan Experience. A guy named Josh Dubin, a civil rights attorney, brings this guy on to talk about his experience. And one thing I found interesting is normally it sounds like Josh brings on people on the Joe Rogan Experience. Everyone knows sometimes there's like wrongfully convicted people. I think that's a great cause to raise awareness for that people sometimes are wrongly convicted. But right away, there's a bit of a different tone to this episode because they go, well, like, he's not wrongly convicted. He's actually rightfully convicted.
Totally did it.
For me, raised some red flags.
Typically, the person sitting to my right is someone that was wrongfully convicted. So I don't want to bury the headline. Sheldon is guilty.
Now, if you're asking yourself, well, why are you bringing a guy who is rightfully convicted on this show to, talk about how unfair it is? Pretty soon it gets brought up that the real problem with Sheldon Johnson's conviction was the sentencing. He was sentenced to 50 years by the judge who, in Sheldon Johnson's own words, basically treated him like he was nothing.
And he just called me a menace to society, and he gave me 50
Because he
years.
he is, right? Like, bro.
Josh Dubin calls this a travesty. He
It's
says,
true.
This was just a second offense, and the people in question, the people this guy robbed, spoiler alert, Sheldon Johnson robbed these guys, they only got 2 stitches. And that's kind of brought up as like the unbelievable fact is that Sheldon Johnson got 50 years for 2 stitches. Like, what are we doing here? It's this, travesty of the criminal justice system.
I know I've said this before, and it probably sounds repetitive, but another miracle sitting to my right, just like a marvelous human being who was basically told
Immediately killed
by a
someone.
judge,
Immediately.
by an African-American judge, that you don't matter, you don't count, and I'm going to throw your life away for a crime in which the victim received 2 stitches, and on a second offense, his first offense being a gun possession charge. So I will say this, that he received a sentence that far eclipses a sentence that would be commonly doled out for murder or manslaughter.
So now that you understand sort of why he was on Joe Rogan to talk about how unfair this was, I want to say that, I'm not going to get into the legality of, like, whether that's a good sentence, bad sentence. What I will say is that watching the full episode back, I realized it wasn't quite as simple as Josh was making it sound. I mean, it sounds kind of crazy, like, oh, he put me away for, 2 stitches. That's not really what happened. I mean, essentially, there was a gun possession charge, but then the exact details of these robberies are kind of wild. Like, it's pretty clear that although it ended up with 2 stitches, it could have gone a lot worse. Basically, sounds like they held a gun to this guy's head and robbed him, and then did the same thing to another guy. And even just hearing Sheldon Johnson, it doesn't sound like it was a non-threatening situation. It sounds like someone definitely could have gotten killed, which, spoiler alert, is what happens after he gets out of jail.
As far as I was concerned, his jury was even. So I robbed him. And I took his jury. And his girlfriend happened to be there, and unfortunately, she got caught up in the situation. I had a bunch of young guys with me, and they robbed her as well. And he got hit in the head with the gun right here on the side of his head, and he got 2 stitches.
So yeah, this wasn't like getting punched. It was you pistol whipped a guy with a gang of other guys robbing this guy and his girlfriend. They do this again, and then he finally gets caught for it. And the judge says, okay, you seem like a menace to society. He throws the book at him, which, I'm not really going to defend that. I mean, I think we do have criminal justice problems. But in hindsight, the judge was right. I mean, say what you want about anything else. Turns out the judge was right, because after getting out, after fooling the entire Joe Rogan audience into thinking, this poor guy, he's completely changed. He's turned his life around, etc. Sheldon Johnson goes right back to his old ways, unfortunately. So here's the details of the story. Warning, it's pretty gruesome. Basically, cops found a dismembered body in a Bronx apartment where Sheldon Johnson, basically, it sounds like, went to an old enemy's place, held him up at gunpoint, and then killed him. Neighbors told cops the victim was heard desperately pleading with his killer shortly before 2 shots rang out in the apartment near Ogden Avenue. Please don't, the doomed man was heard saying. I have a family. Sheldon Johnson did not care about that, and he was caught on security surveillance footage walking out of the apartment in and out, and
The
eventually
good thing about some of these criminals is they're dumb as bricks, right?
the crime scene. He brought him to the bin, and eventually is seen trying to leave with a blonde wig, which honestly, that ain't helping you, brother. We know what you're. That's such a hilarious screenshot. That was not working. That's Clark Kent putting on the glasses and thinking, nobody's gonna see through it. We've also gotten footage released of him leaving the apartment with cleaning supplies, which I found pretty interesting. And essentially, a pretty observant neighbor, they heard the gunshots and, thank goodness, reported it. Sounds like the cops were called, and ultimately he was arrested. But going back to the con artistry part of this whole story, because again, that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in how we can be fooled as a public by these people who are always telling us, that's the old me, this is the new me. And again, I think that's a beautiful part of human nature to believe that. But it is also interesting to look at the red flags we could have seen coming. So I want to point out 2 things. One, I was looking at it, and it doesn't seem to me like this was some big crime of passion. Seems like it was a premeditated thing, because the victim is identified as Colin Small, who may have had a beef with Johnson while they were both doing time at Sing Sing prison. So it sounds like Johnson got out, and he has this beef with a guy, gets invited on the Joe Rogan Experience, and here's my thing. He must have known that he had the problem with this guy, decides to go on Joe Rogan and say, hey, I'm changed, I'm a changed man, I learned to manage my anger, all this stuff. All the while, you know what I mean? It's not like he gets into an altercation after the fact, and not knowing that was somehow in his life, right? That's what I found so strange about this. So he went on the show knowing that he's still got problems with people. Knowing that, I don't know, I found this so strange. I'm like, the part that interests me, I'm thinking, did he know while he was on the show what was going to happen eventually? Like, right? Did he just think he was going to get away with it? I guess is my point. Did because to me, this all seems very premeditated, right? And this is also why I was kind of shocked that Josh Dubin brought him on. Because again, like I said, normally he's bringing on people who were wrongly convicted. And you have to wonder, like, he was sitting next to this guy as he describes, what happened. And his own description is not good. He talks about his time in jail and, like, how he wasn't just some ordinary guy. He was, like, the top of the gang. And he says this himself.
Then so
I
much
can actually lease this.
bullshit because I was in a gang and I was top of the food chain. I had my own nation. I wasn't just like the random gang member. I had a whole nation under me.
This is what I think is wild. I mean, when that judge who sentenced him looked at his case, I wonder if he kind of saw that. He's like, look, by this guy's own admission, I'm not just a regular guy. I'm not just an ordinary low-level guy. He says, I was top of the food chain. I was robbing people with groups of guys around me, pistol whipping some of them, and taking their money. And so when the judge calls him a menace to society, it's kind of hard to, like, be mad at the judge. I mean, this whole experience is supposed to get us mad at the judge, but in hindsight, it's like, bro called it. Now, I do want to say, before we wrap this story up, that I actually am very supportive of the Innocence Project, which Josh Dubin is a part of. Wrongful convictions do happen. And yes, even when somebody is rightfully convicted, sometimes the sentence doesn't fit the crime. Sometimes people can change. But sometimes they don't change at all. Sometimes they tell you exactly who they are on a podcast, and you have to believe them. Funny enough, although people are coming into the comment section now saying, how it aged, in hindsight, the judge was right, blah, blah, blah. I thought this guy had it right 1 month ago before anything happened. This guy says he's listening to Sheldon Johnson describe his history, and he says this guy should still be in prison. And unfortunately, he's right. And now someone's dead because he was let out. It's a really chilling story, reminding us of human nature, reminding us we can all be fooled, and also
Where's the
reminding
water
us that the people who fool us have terrible escape outfits. I still can't get over. He puts on a blonde wig. My guy was caught. 4K security footage over and over. I mean, you couldn't have stood in a worse hallway. You know what I mean? Like, you get brought in, you're bringing in the cleaning supplies, the blue bin, the blonde wig. I mean, my guy, I don't know how he did not think he was going to get caught here. He thought he was just going to go on Joe Rogan, become a celebrity, and still also do this. Although I should tell you that Sheldon maintains that he's innocent. Apparently, after being booked for the brutal murder of this guy, he yelled out, "I'm innocent, I'm innocent." I think he has to explain, though, why he was bringing in a bunch of cleaning supplies and bins at 2 a.m. in the morning. I mean, maybe he was, trying to clean the guy's house, make some side cash, organize his house, and happened to be in the room while he got murdered. But I'm not really buying it. So, just a reminder that, look, it's actually good that as a society we want redemption stories. At the same time, we've got to do it, because hidden amongst the people who change are people who haven't changed. And yeah, this is a crazy reminder of it. Okay, anyway, I just thought it was a really interesting story. Fascinating look into human psychology. I just was blown away. This guy would go on Joe Rogan. Like, what was the plan? What was the plan, Sheldon? Like, you're going on to say you changed. You know you have this beef. I don't know. I think he thought he was gonna get away with it. I really do. I think he thought maybe
Why is it so
he had
bad?
his blonde wig already. Maybe he thought he was gonna get us with it. Not today, Sheldon.
That one's nice.
Yeah. Anyway, that's basically it.
I need more market recognition, I guess. Guess they don't want to use this. It's kind of annoying. Shit. We're gonna stay here in this thing for a little while, and then I'm just gonna build my own building, dude. Fuck it. Oh, the hell with it. These guys need to eat on their own time, for crying out loud. Alright, fuck. I never did the. Damn it. They were doing shit they couldn't. Yeah, no bugs, I guess. Inadequate. We still got 240k, it's fine. It was smaller. It's inadequate because they were helping the design thing and they're not designers. It's like fucking bullshit. They like actively made it worse. A small one for the
Described by its combined U.S. Air Force.
My bad.
Americans are very uninformed about reality, what's really going on.
I hate you for voting for him, for not having an intelligence.
Americans who don't travel, who 80% don't have a passport, who are uneducated, are in their extraordinary naivete.
In the grander scheme of things, who cares if I lose a part in the movie because I hate the orange atrocity?
We f***ed up.
Nerderotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million awakening wonders and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. What a difference a day makes. On one particular November 5th in 2024, Hollywood and the greater entertainment industry did not have an awakening. What they did have was a realization that they can no longer lie to themselves or to you anymore. For 8 years now, woke Hollywood has seen themselves as the pop culture resistance. Not really sure how you rationalize raging for the machine as a resistance, but they found a way. Far be it from me to point out that Hollywood's based in California, and they have been in lockstep with damn near every corporation, which includes every power structure involved with entertainment and information, which has been in lockstep with the state. I mean, your guy has been in office the last 4 years. Hollywood literally had everything they wanted, and now they're left wondering what the hell happened. Since that long overdue crash of the woke market on that fateful November 5th, I expected some things to change with the obvious cultural shift, but now I'm starting to get whiplash. From Jeff Bezos wanting the Washington Post to be more balanced now, or Mark Zuckerberg and his apologies, or the LA Times wanting to be more balanced. I mean, what the hell's going on? Slow down. I can only take so many victory laps. We all know that's not true. So let's take another. Here are some fun headlines just from the last week and a half. Former Bond girl Gemma Arterton says female 007 would be too outrageous. Sometimes you just have to respect the tradition. An obvious common sense statement that shouldn't be controversial at all, although it would have been considered a hate crime 2 years ago on Jack Dorsey's Twitter, and it might still be in the UK right now. Or from The Telegraph, Hollywood's great unwokening has been unleashed. Or from Deadline, Disney pulls transgender storyline from Win or Lose Pixar series. What?
But wait!
There's more.
And believe me, we'll get to that. And I can hear you asking, what could be crazier than Disney pulling a transgender story out of a kid's show? How about the New York Times calling out woke Hollywood? That's right, the New York Times is calling out woke Hollywood, and they use some talking points that you may find familiar. Is the awkward diversity era of Hollywood behind us? No, I'm not tired of winning. Hollywood has its eras, often apparent only in retrospect. Well, maybe for you and your lot in the corporate legacy media, but for a vast majority of the general audience, no, we noticed a long time ago. There I go. I'm not even one sentence in, and I want to enjoy this. So let's hear that. Think back several years. Do you remember packed theaters giving Black Power salutes at screenings of Black Panther? No, I remember Wakanda Forever salutes. Do you
Apparently
remember
not.
when an all-female version of the Ghostbusters was treated as pioneering development? Do you remember when the writer of a Star Wars film named Gary Whitta described the Empire as a white supremacist human organization after Donald Trump's 2016 election? Has enough time now passed to say that this was all a bit strange? Strange isn't the word I'd use. Maybe deliberate? No, doesn't describe enough. Maybe counterintuitive? We're getting a little closer. Divisive? Yes. Subversive? Sure. Oh, I got it. Retarded. Looking back, you can see a period when identitarian politics were in cultural ascendancy. No, you only thought they were. And then the article lists the myriad of problems that led up to this disastrous era, which has thankfully ended, including but not limited to Harvey Weinstein and Me Too, Oscars So White, The Summer of Love. What it fails to mention is how much Hollywood rooted on The Summer of Love, or rooted on authoritarianism, or the real pandemic, incurable TDS. Hollywood vowed to change their ways and atone for the past, but what was particular to this Hollywood of the 2010s was the way that these politics fused with the industry's insatiable demand for sequels, spin-offs, and reboots, giving us a curious and mercenary new invention, the inclusive multi-million-dollar blockbuster, or the BIPOC buster, if you will. It's the same old thing, but with a bold and visionary new twist. fewer white guys. Oh good, the New York Times has now determined that it's completely safe to say an obvious statement like diversity just means less white. Now the article tries to argue that this era, which is almost a decade long, is akin to a genre or a subgenre like action movies in the 80s or the Western. So does the New York Times consider propaganda a genre now? But the article does make a very good point. When you use current year messaging in, for example, Star Wars or Star Trek, you're taking something that's been around for decades, that was timeless, and dating it. Is that what watching Barbie might feel like in 10 years? Yes. The patriarchy feels like a clearly of-the-moment choice for a big bad. The tropes of the
We didn't
passing
file
era
our
are as
tax
familiar
reports.
and as easily spotted as with older periods.
Ugh.
There is, for one thing, the showy, self-satisfied gender swapping, as with the 2016 election year reboot of the Ghostbusters.
What did you say?
I know this is crazy, right? But before you think the New York Times has found common sense, they remembered the New York Times. The movie prompted enough openly misogynistic and racist backlash to make it look like as if it was a noble endeavor, as if Hollywood executives who got reactionaries frothing at the mouth must be accomplishing
Scam is
something
really
important,
confusing, dude.
even if all they did was tweak the balance of characters in a dusty franchise. Well, that's undeniable now, but an argument could be made is Ghostbusters 2016 made it a dusty franchise. Then the article states Hollywood was right. The audiences were hungry for different stories. No, they're hungry for good ones, which, to be fair, in this current era when we occasionally get one that is different. Then there are the paper-thin, diverse characters parachuted into major films, put front and center on every poster. I mean, except for shrinking Finn on the Force Awakens poster for China and covering up Chadwick Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster for China. Or turning Halle Bailey blue on the Little Mermaid poster for China. But, as the New York Times points out, these diverse actors are given curiously little to do as the plot unfolds. Brie Larson's Captain Marvel was set up as the most powerful superhero in the Marvel Universe, but ended up playing no decisive role in its most important films. And that was the last moment of clarity Disney Marvel had for a few years. While Captain Marvel's appearance in Endgame didn't affect the bottom line, it was certainly a precursor of things to come. And the rest was herstory. Captain Marvel was later joined by a black woman and a Muslim woman in the sequel The Marvels, in another series of firsts, but still a throwaway film. I wouldn't call a movie with an estimated budget of between $270 million and $378.5 million throwaway.
Black girl magic!
But I guess it's good that the New York Times and their ilk in the corporate dinosaur legacy media are starting to realize that Hollywood doesn't really care about your identity. They're just there to exploit it. Because it turns out there wasn't just a mandate on casting diverse actors. They also cast directors, producers, and writers. So is the corporate dinosaur legacy media having an awakening about this? Or are they full of shit? More on that later. Other films tried to correct the past, judging their original white male protagonists far more harshly than anyone in the audience did. At this point, I have to remind you once again that this is the New York Times, and they're absolutely right. And there are dozens of examples, including The Last Jedi, Indiana Jones, Star Trek, Doctor Who, but I like the one they bring up, James Bond. In the final James Bond film, Daniel Craig, No Time to Die, Bond has been replaced as Agent 007 by a black woman, played by Lasagna Lynch. Can you remember her name or her drink of choice? No, I can barely remember her face. He obsesses over girlfriends, dead and alive. He is unable to seduce. A much younger Ana de Armas laughs off the thought. By the end, you're just happy that this poor man, now totally out of time, has been put out of his misery. I think this is a good time to point out that if any of these talking points sound like they came from, for example, The Critical Drinker or Chris Gore at Film Thread, or hell, even yours truly, it's because they did. It seems that the New York Times is willing to admit that trying to appease the gods of modernity is the easiest way to date your film or TV show. The old Bond films are distinctly of their era, but they feel timeless. Why? Because they're fun. What's surprising is how quickly No Time to Die and James Bond, in its desperation to be modern, has become to feel dated. Listen, I'm not the kind of guy who says, I told you so, but cue Razorfist.
Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right!
Now the New York Times wants to go back to the whole woke era of Hollywood being some crazy genre. Hollywood is no less dependent than before on its original lore. It's aliens and Star Wars and Missions Impossible, recycled over and over again to keep us entertained. This industry tried to update these formulas with
Bro, I'm not using my fucking guys
many
at
of its
all.
efforts felt dutiful, insincere, too earnest, and self-satisfied. And I've got nothing snarky to say. I completely agree with that. Say what you want about the flaws of Schwarzenegger's or Sergio Leone's oeuvres. Like what? They're masterpieces? Listen, despite Schwarzenegger saying screw your freedom, and screw him, by the way, don't you dare compare 80s action films and Sergio Leone's westerns to fucking woke Hollywood. Anyway, back to the New York Times. Despite making a very bad analogy, they are leading to a good point. But they have survived changing times because they are fun. Something the PC blockbuster rarely had going for it. Again, does any of this sound familiar? It's conceivable that the close of this era will involve Hollywood's backsliding away from any inclusion in films. That Shang-Chi was the last Asian hero, by the way, Simu Liu is not a movie star, and that we will return to Tom Cruise flying in to save the day. First off, it's not too late to recast Simu Liu, who is 1,000 times worse than Brie Larson. And second, this brings us to the takeaway line from this entire article, a rare moment of authenticity from the New York Times. At least we no longer have to pretend to like something because it has the right politics, or because the people most vocally against it are Nazis. New York Times and everybody else in the Dinosaur Legacy media, thank you for your honesty, I guess, but you can't call this an awakening when you just admitted you've been full of shit the entire time. And by the way, we all knew it. Man, they're having a tough time, and I'm here for it, and it doesn't end there. From the Telegraph, Hollywood's great unwokening has been unleashed.
We're in a different era. Get over it. Whoa!
The last time the U.S. elected a certain Ron Seald, what the hell's that? Is that some sort of British thing? The last time the U.S. elected Donald Trump, Hollywood overtly sided against him, styling itself as the pop culture wing of the resistance. I think it would be prudent to point out that there are still people to this very day who claim this didn't happen. A fat lot of good it did. Popular studio franchises grew shrill and hectoring, and the publicity tours to promote them even more so, giving the populace an easily mockable enemy against which to rally. Yes, it was low-hanging fruit and it was delicious. As for audiences in Europe and elsewhere, we found ourselves caught in the middle of a national domestic in which ideological point scoring took precedence no matter how witless or cheap. And here's the best bit. Loath as I am to give the W word an airing, there's no avoiding it. 2024 was the year in which Hollywood began to move to its post-woke era. Have you had enough winning yet? No? Let's continue. From Vanity Fair, Hollywood's DEI programs have begun to die. How hard did the industry really try? I knew not to expect much, says one TV creator, but it's still pretty disheartening when even the facade totally falls away. Not to everyone. And that's where the goalposts are moving, by the way, that Hollywood didn't try hard enough, which is utter horseshit. But here's the good bit. I've heard people in Hollywood are very cautious about potential lawsuits that could arise from perceived quota systems. There are even some concerns about people's titles having equity in them. And I think you should be concerned because it turns out you can't fight discrimination with discrimination. But I've saved the best for last from the Hollywood Reporter. Disney pulls transgender storyline from Pixar's Win or Lose streaming series exclusive. What is happening? A spokesperson for Disney confirmed that the story arc was removed and provided the following statement to the Hollywood Reporter. When it comes to animated content for a younger audience, we recognize that many parents would prefer to discuss certain subjects with their children on their own terms and timeline. A very common sense and obvious statement from Disney that they should have probably run with a few years ago. Let me follow this up with an obvious statement of my own. What the hell was that storyline doing in a kid's show in the first place? And there's one more from the Hollywood Reporter again, Hollywood's biggest winners and losers of 2024. And we're just gonna focus on one loser, Disney Star Wars. Another Star Wars film pushed, another Star Wars trilogy announced. Does anybody think these announcements are real and not a money laundering scheme? Another Star Wars series that flopped. This one, $180 million. No, actually, the budget for The Acolyte was $230 million. And it generated massive controversy and fan division, some of which was super toxic, but also, how many times could Disney blame its audience for not liking what it makes? Apologies for all the reminders, but I do think it's necessary to point out that this is the Hollywood Reporter. The franchise's new kids show, Skeleton Crew, is getting good reviews for the first 2 episodes, so at least that's something. Too bad nobody's watching it. Part of the blowback against Lucasfilm boss Kathleen Kennedy is
I just wasted $5.
Who doesn't want to be able to have projects repeatedly stumble and still keep one of Hollywood's top jobs? The rest of us can only dream of failing so successfully. Holy shit. I think Steve Bannon has infiltrated the Hollywood Reporter. Shots fired at Kathleen Kennedy. Hey, in her defense, you really have to try to fail this much. But to be fair, I can't put it all on the old girl because there is one other person out there trying to steal her crown of destruction. No, it's not Jar Jar Abrams. No, it's not Rianne Johnson. It's Mark Hamill, who seems to be having a really tough time right now.
I do feel it's an obligation. And who cares about your career? People say, oh, well, it's hurting your career because you have to appeal to the whole country, not just half the country or 45% or whatever the MAGA crowd is. In the grander scheme of things, who cares if I lose a part in a movie because I hate the orange atrocity?
Ultimately, I think former head of Amazon Prime, Roy Price, sums it up perfectly. Woke is the new disco, and nowhere is this cultural shift more evident than in the parallel decline of Hollywood and the collapse of Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. Both share a fatal flaw, an insistence on catering to an ideological bubble while alienating vast swaths of the potential audience. For Hollywood, this miscalculation carries existential implications. It's time to move on. We've definitely reached a saturation point, so the question has to be asked. Is Hollywood willing to move on from woke Hollywood? Unlikely, but they better because the audience already has. Now you're going to see a lot of people in the entertainment industry try to metaphorically delete their history and state they were never down with this woke stuff or cancel culture or demonizing half the country, and you're not going to get away with it that easy. Hollywood, you get what you fucking deserve, and it was well earned. Maybe in the distant future there'll be time for grace.
But it is not this day! This day we fight!
Nerdrotic.com.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
We're gonna stop woke. Woke is bullshit.
That's expensive.
Mama?
This movie goes into the Hall of Fame of terrible movies. F this movie. I'm out. Holy smokes. Do we have a case of so bad it's good here? Not the highest rated movie of the year, I presume. One would think me would learn. But to there is better if you like horror. Kinda corny with her wishes. Really not scary at all. On In
I'll be
the
back.
Monotone is the worst horror movie ever made. Roger Ebert, I think, is an idiot because he gave this
Okay. Bro, it's fucking cold here today, dude. Jesus. Keep forgetting the music in this game stops randomly. Stop it.
This movie a 1/4% for his review.
Oh.
I think he's getting too old to review movies
Exquisite.
as a regular
I wasted
movie
$5.
watcher. I almost did not go to see Wish Upon based on Roger Ebert, period. I'm glad I saw it. These people, fuck it. All right.
Well, we looked into the multiverse.
Wait, you dig on multiverses?
We made a wish for a new Spotlight episode, and we got one.
Rich, do you dig on the multiverse?
No. But much like the tale of the monkey's paw, our wish was corrupted, and we watched Wish Upon.
How long has it been?
Since the movie came out, we talked about it on a catch-up video, whatever year that was.
Yes,
2013,
I think
2014.
I watched it.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, this is something else. And then we brought it to movie night here at the studio. We watched it, and then I think we've watched it probably 4 or 5 times. randomly. and it has the appeal of like a famous B movie, like a Room or whatever.
It has those memorable moments.
It has memorable
it's
moments.
not always laugh out loud funny,
No.
but it's always bad.
The B movie formula, it has to keep refreshing itself.
Yeah, those are the best B movies.
Yes, and Rich has never seen this, and so we figured, heck, now's the time. Why not? Why not bring Rich Evans into the world of Wish Upon?
Is it on the front door? Oh, you're double. Crap.
Why would you be all apprehensive if everything was relatively normal?
Can't you hear the music?
Oh, shit, she's here for the music.
Well, Rich is a slut for wontons, so this movie's right up his alley.
She's a slut for wontons.
And he does dig on the multiverse.
Like nobody digs on the multiverse anymore.
Hold on, you dig on multiverses?
Literally everybody in the world is sick of multiverses.
You know what this is? I can pinpoint it. This is advanced tier B movie watching. This is like the AP of B movies, right?
You mean a more discerning eye.
Exactly. Yes. It's advanced.
Yeah.
It's like advanced calculus of B movies, where a normal person would watch this and go, "This is like just lame."
Yeah.
Hate is gonna hate. There's not much you can do about it.
But if you have a fine-tuned bullshit detector and knowledge of how a movie is constructed and how certain things are put together, you can watch this.
I didn't even see no cat where that come from.
I know what you're doing. It's like a fine wine of bad
Hell?
B movies.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge today. Wish Upon.
No, Claire. Yeah, do it.
What's so funny? Winner?
Yeah, what's funny is that you're smegma. But like, ultimate smegma.
Oh, snap! The basic premise is a girl's garbage-picking father finds an evil Chinese wish-granting box that, purely by coincidence, her mother, who committed suicide, also owned.
Which we see in the first 10 seconds of the movie. And then later in the movie, it's treated as if it should be a shocking reveal, even though they already explained it. I guess it is to the daughter, but to us, we already knew about it from frame one.
Well, they don't show what the mother throws out.
What the f else would it be?
Wait.
Jesus
The mother
Christ.
wraps it up. It's in a specific type
Or it's like
of
literally
paper,
open.
wrapped a specific way, and we see her put that in the garbage can.
So the mom wrapped it at some point in the 6-7 years after the mom committed suicide as the result of her trauma from the Chinese magic Wish Upon box. Jerry O'Connell had it, and then he died, and it got thrown out because his house was on fire. and then the dad found it, and then wrapped it to look exactly like the mom had wrapped it years earlier, unrelated.
And nobody ever moved the bike.
That's the important part. Yeah. That amazing establishing shot of the house.
Still there.
I haven't touched the bike in 8 years.
Well, okay. I want to get into all the juicy bits of this plot. But first, I want to talk about the production of this. I did a little bit of research into this film because I said, who made this? Is it a young and upcoming filmmaker who wants to get started in horror movies? Is it an auteur, a writer whose dream was to retell the ancient tale of the monkey's paw in a modern twist?
For a hip young audience that digs the multiverse.
Wait, you dig on multiverses?
I would argue to say no one cared at all about the making of this film.
Because the director is like usually a cinematographer, right?
This director, his name's John Leonetti, right? He directed Annabelle, mainly a director of photography. Tons of stuff, right? He directed Annabelle, and his first feature film
this
was
is
Mortal
so
Kombat
fucking confusing, bro.
Annihilation. So here's the interesting thing, and the writer is a lady named Barbara Marshall.
Do you have to do it
who
per
wrote
room
such
then?
films as Buying Back My Daughter, Soccer Mom Madam, the Chris Watts TV movie.
Oh, God!
Wow.
The film ultimately received a 19% critic score and a 31% Rotten Tomatoes user score. So there's
This is
the
split
screenwriter.
existing room. Wow.
Just a paycheck kind of thing. I'm going to write this.
Write a horror film.
I'm going to slap together this horror movie. And then John Leonetti's the director, a DP who turned director. He's an older guy, too. So it was born in 56, right?
Okay.
Now, there is also, I don't know if you're familiar with the name Leonetti in terms of directors of photography. There's an older Leonetti, Matthew, who did, and I know this name because he was the DP on a lot of Star Trek movies.
Oh.
So he was born in 41. So I thought, is this a father? It could be a father-son. Maybe they're brothers? Or is it a coincidence? The coincidence there that I've discovered in my research, Matthew Leonetti, the elder of the two directors of photography, was the DP on the original Butterfly Effect movie.
Oh, the Ashton Kutcher classic.
And amongst the credits of John Leonetti, the younger but still old director of photography, he also did the Butterfly Effect 2.
Okay.
So I'm thinking they're probably brothers because
What if this is a weird multiverse situation where they're the same person that somehow ended up in the same timeline?
I do dig on the multiverse. It can't be a coincidence that their last names are Leonetti, they're both DPs, and they both worked on Butterfly Effect films, ironically Butterfly Effect, which maybe something happened with the multiverse.
Maybe somebody made a wish that went wrong.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm trying to find, and then we have the mystery of Jerry O'Connell's appearance in this film.
That's the weird. We've seen this movie like 20 times.
Every time
I forget that Jerry O'Connell shows up because it's just a quick cameo. He doesn't have any lines. He screams a bit. He's the previous owner of the Wish Upon box. That he, after his last wish, that's the whole thing with the rules of the box is that it consumes your soul. So after his last wish, his house burns down and he dies in it, and that's his scene.
Yeah, it almost seems like another movie, like that was like the previous film. Like this
Like
is
a flashback to Wish Upon 1, and this is Wish Upon 2, yeah.
And he's uncredited in the film. And then I looked through the credits to see if Jerry O'Connell was perhaps a producer, like, had some...
Something to do with the movie. You're looking for some logical reason why Jerry O'Connell would be in this.
I even went to the director's previous films to see if I could find a Jerry O'Connell film.
You maybe did this as a favor for him, or
I need a guy.
Did this guy direct Kangaroo Jack?
You can talk. And I can sing. I said a hip hop. The hippie to the hip hop, and you don't stop.
Or they're just neighbors.
All I know about Jerry O'Connell is that he is the current host of Pictionary.
That's all you know about him?
It's on the TV. It's like, for some reason, every time I go into the dentist's office, it's playing on TV. Jerry O'Connell hosting Pictionary.
Well, you know what? Good for him. It's a steady gig.
Steady
He can
gig?
ride that out for the next 30 years.
He's a voice on Star Trek Lower Decks.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's the first officer.
Huh.
I mean, it could be like you always speculate that they filmed this December 30th and he needed to.
He needed that SAG insurance.
He didn't have that Pictionary money coming in yet. So.
Yes, he needed this to keep his SAG insurance or tax write-off.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. It's a workman-like product.
It's a product. Yes, yes. These are the people that work in the coal mine. You know, the metaphorical coal mine of Hollywood. They're just churning out the product.
A very cynical product, too, because it's very clearly, it was released in theaters. We watched the unrated version, thankfully, but it was a PG-13 horror film aimed at a younger audience, and their attempts to appeal to teenagers, the dialogue, the music choices are all so bad.
Yes. I don't know how old the writer is or how old she was when she wrote this, but yes, someone I don't speculate is in tune with 16-year-olds, clearly by the writing. Same with the director, too.
Yeah. Your dad is hot sauce, like sriracha hot sauce.
Yes.
Lots of horrible lines.
You're a bowl of sticky bitch sauce. There's some sauce-related comments.
I think you're a selfish bowl of bitch sauce.
Your dad is like serious hot sauce. Like sriracha hot.
It's not like a 39-year-old
Who says that,
writing
bro?
for teenagers. This is more like a 67-year-old writing for teenagers. What is it? They got that. They're going around once the one girl gets like the wish for her face to start rotting.
We're starting a GoFundMe.
They're going around. They're collecting money. They have a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
And they're just literally they're passing around a hat to get money. That's their GoFundMe.
And that's where, like, did the director or did the writer just hear that and think that was slang? Like, it's not an actual website.
Go fund this.
She's asking like her 38-year-old daughter. How do kids nowadays do the raising of money for funds? Do they do like a bake sale? No. They do a GoFundMe, Ma. Sorry, I'm feeding my baby, your granddaughter. They do a GoFundMe. Okay. So that they walk around with a little wicker basket, like a collection plate at church. I'm sorry. What? No. My baby's crying, Mom. I don't have time for this.
Go fund this.
Yeah, whatever.
Recycle first.
Why not throw it at her if you want to be a dick?
Hey, Claire. I liked your banner.
Yeah, I liked it too.
It's fine. You just gotta wipe it off.
It's a vinyl banner.
It's hilarious.
And their attempts to show teenagers' obsession with social media is laughable. We don't have Instagram. They couldn't get the rights to Instagram, so they use Pixaposts?
Pixapost.
Post-a-Pix, something like that. Yeah, and there's at least one close-up of her texting. And it looks almost like they designed the graphic for a phone that was narrower, but then when they put it on the phone, it didn't fit right, so they stretched it. Like all the lettering is like stretched. It's really bizarre looking.
We're drinking mimosas and eating cupcakes. What's better than that? Look at all those bags that are empty.
And here we go, and say wish upon.
I think the most damning thing to me is just the sheer lack of creativity. You have a premise with like Freddy Krueger levels of potential. You make a wish, like that's the easiest thing in the world is monkey paw, and something goes wrong, and you can do creative things with it. Like I remember, like a monkey paw adaptation, like something from like the 70s, really old. Like somebody wished they were at a funeral. I wish so and so would come back to life, and they come back to life. But they got like the formaldehyde in their veins, and they're just like screaming in terror, and they can't die.
Okay.
It was like horrible and nightmarish, and it used the premise of a wish gone wrong cleverly. And this, she just makes a wish.
Well, that's like a Wishmaster from the 90s. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
The evil genie man.
You're confusing two things. You're confusing the monkey's paw and the genie's wish.
Mhm.
The genie's wish is be careful what you wish for, you know?
Yeah.
I wish I had all the money in the world. Cut to all the money in the world just falls on you and crushes you.
Yeah.
That's the genie's wish. The story of the monkey paw was the guy wished for money. He got the money, but as the result of getting the money, his son was killed in a horrible accident at work. So it's different. They're not generally related. It's just it's a bad exchange. You know, if you wished for like a new car, right? You got a brand new Mercedes, right? Then Nanu would fall down the stairs and break her neck. That's your result.
Or you're backing out of the driveway and accidentally run over her with the new car.
Well, I think that's
Would that be
incidental.
more of a
That's more of a
Wishmaster
genie's wish.
thing?
The genie's
Either way,
wish and
either
the
one
monkey's
works
paw.
better than I wish to be popular in school. Oh no, man slipped in bathtub and broke his head.
Really hammer it home there.
Let me keep trying.
We need to like slip and fall and the bathtub falls over. Let's turn it into like a Naked Gun scene.
The wish has been granted.
And then the problem is that as you get more wishes, you become more and more corrupted because you become more desensitized to the fact that you're harming others.
Yeah.
Jesus, Claire, what the hell is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, but
What? How is there a but? People are dead.
it was just nice to be normal for a while.
That's your excuse? What'd you wish for anyway? That nice house?
No, I know, and I said I was sorry. I didn't know that any of this would happen.
I wish I never met you. That's what I wish.
Oh, snap.
It starts to ensnare you, like you get 7 more, 6 more.
Which
5
is not portrayed very well in this.
It's there.
It doesn't happen until like the very end. Most of the movie, she's oblivious to any of
Because
this.
the movie has to be 90 minutes, and you have to. The first death is her dog, because her first wish is what?
Her first wish is, that's when she wants the popular girl to rot.
Yes.
I wish that Darcy Chapman just, I don't know, but just like go rot.
Which leads to them posting Instagram photos of her face rotting off.
Instantly. He just pulls out the camera.
Yeah.
Apparently they weren't that good of friends.
Did she post that on Pixta-Post?
It ended up. Now it's going viral.
Literally.
No.
Oh, she's rotting.
Yeah.
Joey King wishes for that, and then the next day, she hears her dog under the porch. The dog's been killed, but it looks like the dog was killed by rats, so she thinks it's unrelated.
The script is stupid.
Well, there's some confusing timeline issues with the movie, because the first wish, she wishes that her rival, her high school bitchy blonde girl, would rot, and it happens immediately. And then the next day, her dog dies. But then there's other ones, like I don't remember what her second wish is, but that's what leads to the old man dying in the bathtub.
That's the inheritance one.
Oh yeah, I wish that I wish that my uncle, who I guess died off camera, would give us all of his inheritance.
No, Uncle died in the bathtub.
If there's a will, trust me, we ain't in it.
Yeah, that's wish too. Okay, yeah. So she wishes that for their inheritance. He dies in the bathtub. They move into his house immediately. So these are things that happen immediately. But then there's other ones where it seems like it takes months for the effect of the wish to happen.
Well, maybe not months.
Months.
You get an inheritance, and that's not like an instant thing where the guy dies and the next day you're just living in the mansion, right? There's got to be like paperwork involved. You wait for readings of the will, and it takes like 5 weeks for the death for that wish to kick in.
Call the girls.
That's a charcuterie. Oh, they shop at a fake store. That's right. They don't go to like a mall because they didn't want to film in one, so they film in the
It's just a
director's
room.
basement. It's a store that's so exclusive, it's not open to the public. It's called Haywood.
Oh, is that supposed to be a store?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's so exclusive, it's in the director's basement.
Her dad still garbage picks.
Yeah.
That's the confusing part. Yeah, they move into this giant mansion, gives her a credit card. They have nice new cars, nice new house, and he just can't stop rummaging through filth.
Some stuff.
Dad, we live in a freaking mansion. What else do you need?
Claire.
No, forget about it. Oh.
It's not even explained. He says something like, I'm helping his friend. Like, I'm helping him pick through. Like, just give your friend money so he doesn't have to dig through the garbage.
Is that his job? Is that his literal job?
Yeah, he digs out garbage and he sells it.
That's how he makes all of his money? Or is it just like a hobby to him?
I think the implication is that's how he deals with the trauma. He's searching for something.
Okay.
He's searching for something that he's lost. I think it's a little supposed to be kind of metaphorical because he lost his wife when she hanged herself, Captain Picard. And it also makes Joey King embarrassed because her dad picks at the garbage dumpsters that are right across the street from the high school. while
Dumpster
she-
Daddy. They
Hashtag
post
dumpster.
pictures of him on Pixaposts. Hashtag Dumpster Daddy.
Yes, she's like the relentlessly teased by the popular kids at school, and that's how we're supposed to kind of relate to her.
It's a classic tale.
So, I'm waiting.
And she has nerdy friends that I guess are unpopular, Barb and her other friend. But there's clearly the popular clique at high school. She's in love with the guy, the jock guy. She secretly fawns for him, as they show in one shot. And that's one of her wishes. It's for him to fall hopelessly in love with her.
Which for some reason takes months. He starts looking at her immediately, but they don't like hook up till they go to that party and they start making out, and that's like months later.
Why do you keep saying months?
Because it's months for all these things to happen.
It feels like the passage of time
I don't
in
get
this
it.
is very hard to judge for whatever reason. Things
Oh.
things feel like they happened both immediately and also months later at the same time.
Yeah.
I think she just got
It's on the-
she got too greedy with her wishes, and she wished that guy would fall in love with her, right? But then she started to move on to other things, and meanwhile she's like, great, he's fallen in love with me, but I got some other stuff to deal with. But that just makes his love grow more and more obsessive, and then he starts stalking her by peeking in her window, taking pictures of her, which is, a bad side of being in love or obsessed with someone. And that's the unintended consequence. That's because she's so greedy with her wishes, the problems start compounding.
It's the most clever this movie got.
It's the only time one of her wishes negatively affected her directly.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously people are dying around her, but yeah, where I wish he'd fall in love with me, and then he gets too obsessed and too creepy. Like, they should all kind of be like that.
That would be more fun.
Yeah, instead of just, unrelated incidents where people die that she happens to know.
There is I wish my bully got face rot.
Okay.
There is I wish for the inheritance. There is I wish for hot hunky boy to fall in love with me.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Does Rich get this reference?
No.
No.
Of course he doesn't.
It's a classic hip-hop song.
Oh.
Too Short? No, not Too Short. What's his name?
Skee-Lo.
Skee-Lo.
I know Amish Paradise. Does that count?
I need that box so I could wish that Rich wasn't so embarrassing.
I'll see you around.
I forgot about Very predictable.
I wasn't predicting a flat comedy angle of her flying through the air.
Yeah, you got to shoot that better. I don't know how else to say it.
It's a couple quick chaotic, that's when you pull out the shaky cam. Oh shit, we don't know where she went. She got hit by a car.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the way they did it was better.
I mean, for our sake, it was much better.
It's
but-
funnier. It's a great ending. But,
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the death scenes play out almost like they were shot for comedy. Because Sherilyn Fenn has a garbage disposal, which they really hammer in early on. They keep showing her shoving things into that garbage disposal, and then like she like flings
I'm
her
so
hair
confused.
into the sink, like she's trying to get it caught.
Fuck is up with this garbage disposal?
Better get my hair in the way.
I better look inside there even though.
What if I put my hair in
Why does
there
that
and
work
turn it
here?
on?
It's so poorly done.
See, that's like I saw a couple comments that say like this is a rip-off of Final Destination.
That particular part feels like what an unclever Final Destination death would be. In Final Destination, they would build up that thing, and then something else would happen, unrelated.
And that's what it seemed
Yuck.
over the top because she has the garbage disposal, and the switch for the garbage disposal is where like your knee is.
It's because of the fucking.
Which is
How do I
like,
get rid of
I
that?
don't know. That's no one has a garbage disposal switch where a child could accidentally press it. who's
Oh
falling
no,
around on the
Suicide
floor.
Squad's ready to
Like,
play.
it's ridiculous.
The wish changed
Oh, no.
reality, so that's where the switch was.
Quit making excuses. The switch for the garbage disposal is always like nowhere near it, so you don't accidentally bump it while your hand's in there. And then yeah, she's like, and it's like so.
You see her brush her hair into the
and
sink.
she's got long hair, and she's sticking her hand in there, and she's hitting the button, and it's just like yeah, you'd think then all of a sudden like a car rams into her house and kills
Sure.
her. Well, it's like whoa, I wasn't expecting
Her
that.
gas oven explodes. Unrelated.
Yeah, right. You're setting up, and that also ties in with the horribly constructed scene where we know the wish box is going to take another person, and we've set up Ryan Phillippe. Ryan Phillippe is changing his tire dangerously on a curvy road at night, and her friend is getting in a glass elevator going up to the 32nd floor.
To chase Pokemon.
To play a Pokemon gotcha game.
That's horribly botched. That whole sequence is horribly botched.
That's what I mean. It's like you were saying the way to do it is.
Well, you like the whole bit is. The way they film this is you don't know who is going to die, but they keep teasing on both of them, and that.
And then it's Barb.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, that could have been a thing.
You
sure.
need the twist. Yeah, I guess you could have teased both, and then it's Barb. You didn't expect Barb at all. That would have worked really well.
Sure.
But you could have. I mean, even simpler than that, you could have just kept teasing on the dad, and then the elevator girl is the one you don't expect because we haven't been focusing on that at all.
She prayed for 7 days and 7 nights, and on the 7th night, a Yao Guai answered.
That's a demon. A demon of the Chinese persuasion.
If you believe in that sort of thing.
Because on the upper, or the interior of the lid of the box, there's like a wood carving of a demon. They keep showing it.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's who's hiding inside the box. So that's the mystical part. But our hero, Joey King, takes, in high school, in Ohio, takes a class on ancient Chinese.
She's apparently not learned much because she has to go to someone else to translate.
Yeah, she asked her teacher, and he's like, I don't know.
fucking know.
I'm only the teacher. I don't know more than this course offers. You have to go find a real expert.
If you want an accurate translation, you'll probably have to talk to a scholar.
Got it, thank you.
Also, I'm Korean. You racist.
And her love interest, I don't forget his name. What's his name?
I don't know.
He's a hip Asian Chinese man who
Rides a skateboard.
He rides a skateboard. He's the real love interest.
Yeah, yeah.
His cousin is a hip Chinese gal who lives in the Chinese building filled with Chinese people in Chinatown in Akron, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And she has a hip Chinese door, Chinese wallpaper, characters of Chinese on the wall.
Just taped onto the
taped
wall.
on the wall. Anything Chinese they could find with Chinese characters.
A giant bull statue with comically pointy horns.
A bull statue, yes, with very sharp horns. She has Chinese rings. She has Chinese tattoos all over her body.
She's a slut for wontons.
She's a slut for wontons.
She's a slut for one. She has Chinese dish soap, Chinese cereal.
That's fine. she's a tool in the script to give a partial translation of the box.
Oh.
dangerous to have a sharp bull statue in the middle of your house.
They didn't even like try to build suspense for that one.
They're supposed to shock you.
Oh,
It's supposed to be shocking.
what's shocking is this low-res stock footage. Doesn't match the quality of the rest of the footage.
That's all they had of Cleveland.
Hi, Uncle August. No, I'll get the paper.
Claire?
Who's the second one that was that actually the uncle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't notice.
Get off the road, winner.
I'm trying to drive here.
Oh, I fell in garbage cans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Old man.
And they didn't quite get along because she was written out of the will. I forget why. Did they explain why?
No, there's a scene. She crashes her bike. She talks to the uncle. She comes home, and Ryan Phillippe's on the porch with his friend drinking beers. Remember, I had a terrible day, blah, blah, blah. And then she comes inside. This is before she trips on all the fire pokers.
Yeah.
Of course not. Damn it, Dad, come on.
What?
We don't have room for all of this crap.
Hey,
What?
I'm gonna use those.
What do you need these for, huh?
I think he says something like, yeah, your uncle, he's super wealthy, but he doesn't like our family, and he cut us all out of the will. And then after they find that he's dead, and she makes the wish, I want $1 million, or I want to be rich, he gets the phone call.
Yeah.
Your uncle died, but it turns out you weren't cut out of the will. How much money did we get? And then he goes, all of it. Do.
We're going to Saks 57th Avenue.
We're going to J.C. Penney in their clearance department room in the basement.
We're going to the alley behind the J.C. Penney's to dig through their dumpster.
Dad, what are you doing?
What are you talking about? I'm just hanging out with Carl, picking up some stuff.
Dad, we live in a freaking mansion. What else do you need?
Claire.
No, forget about it.
Can't stop garbage picking.
He's like an addict. He's a slut for garbage.
You didn't see that.
No, totally didn't see your dad digging through the trash at all.
Like, is that the result of a previous wish?
No, that's just him.
He just can't help it.
She's going to try to change him now.
I wish that my dad would just stop being so embarrassing.
Now he vanishes from the movie.
She's horribly unlikable. I hate her.
I'm just going to cry. I killed my dog, my neighbor.
How am I gonna do this?
uncle,
But nobody likes me anymore.
my friend's
And I'm
cousin.
sad.
That's the worst part.
My friend? Oh, yeah. All right. They should have a picture of her falling in the elevator.
She seems very slow. It takes her a very long time to realize what's happening.
She's a good girl who became corrupted by the box and the wishes, and in the end, she makes the right choice, tries to amend things, but ultimately she has to pay the price. So she's a tragic hero, a tragic downfall. You might not have liked her actions in the middle, but she was addicted to the wishes.
Go away!
I thought we were done with this.
I'm not ready yet.
You can't keep it. You know that. You have to get rid of it.
You don't understand. I'm not ready yet.
What about everything we talked about?
I just won't wish anymore. Okay, it'll be fine. I just won't wish. I'm just gonna hang on to it for a while.
Claire, please, you're not hearing yourself. You can't control it. It's controlling you.
Go away. Okay? Please go away. I have 2 wishes left, and if you do not go away, I will use one on you, and I swear I'll use it on you. Go away.
It's her Oscar scene.
You can't keep running from this.
It's a cycle, Rich, and that's a very complex heroine, if you ask me. She's not even an anti-hero. She's just a fallen hero who's worthy of redemption.
I think you're a selfish bowl of bitch sauce.
He didn't get the movie.
Dad, seriously, can't get rid of anything. What would Mom say, huh?
She'd say,
Some of these are so happy.
So was she. Till she wasn't.
That she hanged herself.
Why did the mother kill herself? Well, what are the rules of the box?
Didn't Jean-Luc Picard's mother hang herself? Was it the result of the Chinese wish box?
it was a Klingon wish box.
Oh, okay.
So it was a little different.
It was a different language that they had to go to a hip young teenager
They
to
found a
interpret.
hip young Klingon who lived in an artsy loft in downtown Akron.
Surrounded by Klingon artifacts.
Chinese wish boxes are better than the original Klingon.
I think he's making a joke
I'm a
from Star Trek
reference
6.
6.
Shakespeare's
Yeah.
read better in the original Klingon.
Implying that Shakespeare's plays were originally Klingon and somehow they ended up on Earth. That's never explained. But
It's just a little cute line.
and I botched it.
I got it. I got the reference.
Yeah, but I screwed up the initial delivery and everything.
It's the deepest of deep cuts. No, I applaud your...
Wow, do you have to stand the whole day?
I appreciate your effort. Let's just say that. Not applaud.
You know that wish box that your dad got you? Have you made any wishes?
I know about it.
The one that we talk about constantly?
She's dead, Claire.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. When?
A few nights ago.
I don't even know what to say.
Did it play its music then?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna be late for class, Ryan. Are you coming?
Run away, Claire! Run away! I gotta get to my ancient Chinese class that I've learned nothing in. So what's the moral of the story?
I don't know. Don't make wishes.
Be careful what you wish for because an old man might slip in his tub.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even being careful what you wish for. It's just don't wish for anything.
I guess, yeah.
Don't have any dreams.
It's supposed to be like a moral thing where it's like you can get everything you want, but bad things will happen to people you care about.
No,
What do you do?
It's supposed to be a manufactured horror movie that's shipped out to theaters to make quick profit.
That's it, yeah.
There is no moral here.
Well, it claims to be a non-stop thriller on the back of the box.
I think the moral is if you're a set designer and you're filming a establishing shot of your house and it takes place many, many years after the first scene in the house, you gotta move that bike.
Look, if you love boring PG-13 kills that aren't that clever, this is the movie for you.
You don't have time to hit the button.
I think mentioning that all the kills are not clever is kind of almost one of the appeals of it. They're so not clever. Like, they're so stupid. It's almost unbelievable how little creativity. The old man, he just slips. And then he slams his head on his
They're strange, too. Like, the garbage disposal one was okay. But, like, the girl with the Pokemon Go game, like, you use your phone to look around, and then
She only works 4 hours? What?
And when you see the goblin, you hit it with lightning. And so she's trying to track down all the goblins that are in the real world, like the Pokemon Go game.
Yeah.
And then she's like, ooh, they were at,
It's like a scavenger hunt. It's like a high school party scavenger hunt thing.
Right, and they're at an outdoor party where they're burning like an effigy of the rival high school team's mascot. It's like a Viking or something. I don't even know what's going on. And then things get wild, and then they end up in a giant hotel, and I don't know why.
Because that's what they're looking for is somewhere in the hotel.
Okay, yes, and then she's like, oh wait. Globnon, the demon is here. Or she's like, Globston, Globglorg 3189 is here.
He's on the 26th
He's on the
floor.
26th floor of this hotel. I gotta go get him, okay?
All right, where to next? Holy ball sack.
What?
Malfour Molly is in the building, 26th floor. I gotta go.
Are you kidding me?
And it's like, what? And then she's in the elevator, and then the elevator falls. And I think when an elevator just dead falls like that, you would probably just fly up to the ceiling, but she's like standing like hitting buttons, and like I don't know if the gravity works like that. It's just a little silly. And then it smashes on the ground.
See, that's where you do a thing where it's falling. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, it stops. And she's safe. Oh, she's safe. And then she gets off. And then something unrelated happens.
Yeah. Well, you've watched too many Final Destination
Those
films.
Final Destination movies are so fucking good.
But they open the door. They open the
I genuinely like them. They're very funny. They're the best comedies you'll ever see.
Everyone runs up, of course, after the elevators crashed. The door opens, and it was a great opportunity for like something really horrific. Like she's been cut in half.
Oh, sure.
But she's just laying there, and there's like a shard of glass in her, and we see the reflection.
It's a very artistic shot.
Joey King and Barb, and then the camera's on them.
Oh, yeah.
And they're Joey King's
The
visiting,
designers,
so his Barb
programmers.
just goes, no. And she subconsciously fixes her hair.
She's crying, but she's fixing her hair.
Barb, we're rolling. Mid-take.
Mid-take.
And it's just in the movie.
While she's reacting to the mangled body of her dead friend.
She was in shock, Mike. She was in shock. Brain couldn't process what it was seeing. She was just going about her normal routine just for a bit.
Yeah,
Hadn't
okay.
sunk in yet. That was some top quality acting. You just didn't recognize it for what it was.
That's fair. That's fair. And I also then will switch this over to Jay in his complaint about the bike. The bike, the day her mother died, that's where she dropped the bike. It was so traumatic. She never wanted to touch the bike, and I believe that.
I mean,
was
I
the
can
filmmaker.
understand like when someone dies and like you never like touch their bedroom again. You don't update anything. Like that makes sense. But a bike in the yard, it's halfway in the street.
It was
you
to
have
show
grass
Pat-
growing around it. You gotta move that thing.
Pain in the ass to mow around that thing.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
No one was mowing at all, anyways.
Someone has to mow. It's been years.
There's garbage to be picked, Jay.
That's true. All the grass is dead because it's just been covered with like oil barrels and tires.
The bike served two purposes: to show that the time had passed, passage of time, and that the event was so traumatic they just didn't want to fucking touch that bike, and it rotted.
Okay.
And that's kind of like how they dealt with the trauma, by just like letting everything go. They just let everything go to shit, and the dad started really getting into the junk scene. The junk
He didn't become an alcoholic.
No.
He just started collecting old tires.
See, that would have been more straight and narrow if he just became like a really horrible, abusive alcoholic.
Yeah.
And instead of outside the school, he's picking junk out of a dumpster. You know, maybe he shows up at school drunk.
Sure.
Where's my daughter? Is this really taking her?
Pick her up from after school.
You're embarrassing me, Dad. You're drunk. Or,
Wait,
he
they're
goes-
wanting
he
me to
shows up
bring
the
stuff.
prom and,
Oh,
and
didn't
he's all
realize.
Drunk and, or her friends are over and he's drinking and he starts calling her names and
The receptionist
something
was
really
only for,
gross
like,
and real
manufacturing
world and
things.
relatable. But
Instead, she just resents him and is horribly embarrassed by him because he picks wrought iron spikes out of a dumpster.
And that,
I'm
I think
confused.
that says a lot about her character, is that she isn't. She's awful because she should love her dad the way he is. Maybe he's an embarrassment to her.
He's not a bad guy from the beginning.
Exactly.
It's
he's
weird.
He's not a bad dad. He does his best, but he likes picking garbage. But she's selfish. She's embarrassed about that herself. So she wants to change him for her own self and make him a cool dad that plays a saxophone
Yeah,
at the
Brent
jazz
is
trio in
physical.
their living room.
How did
while
we get
her-
this far without talking about the saxophone
While her
scene?
teenage
Can't
friends
do
are
it.
getting hot under the collar, thinking he's hot like sriracha when he's playing that saxophone in their living room.
Barb wants to jump his bones because he's playing that sax. No, she wished for him to be less embarrassing.
Yes.
They don't even like properly establish the saxophone thing. It's not like he was a musician, and he kind of got away from it because he got too caught up in collecting junk.
Yeah.
It's just like she wakes up one night and he's just playing the saxophone in the living room for no reason.
Well,
I don't have
that's
printers,
Wish
guys.
Upon,
Fuck off.
the best movie I've ever seen in my whole life.
Did we do it justice?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I missed you so much. You missed me so much.
Happy birthday, UK!
People will be baffled by this spotlight because they're going to say, I've seen that movie and it's just boring. But
Generic studio horror movie.
as we said in the start, this is advanced level appreciation of B movies, because we talked about not only the mechanics of the plot and weird choices and like lame teenage dialogue that's not accurate and bad ideas. We were talking about the dad under the car and the girl in the elevator, what you could have done to fix all the different things. But there were laugh out loud moments because of poorly executed kill scenes. But then also sound effects.
Oh, yeah.
There are numerous stock sound effects that Jay and I hear in our nightmares. We didn't hear the pot break, the Krilla
No
break.
pottery break. No, there's a crowd gasp, but it's not the crowd gasp.
Yes, and then there's
there is a you were out of the room when Joey King goes over to Sherilyn Fenn's house when she discovers her dead body. And there's no reason why she goes over there. She just does.
Miss DeLuca?
Wait, no. Wait.
No,
Wait.
Nobody's found her in weeks.
Wait.
And we show it's on a shot of Sherilyn Fenn, and you hear a scream, and mid-scream it cuts back to Joey King, but she's not screaming.
They'll come from the bus.
Wait, she clearly wasn't screaming when I cut back to her.
They're carpooling.
Wait.
I gotta give these guys cars at some point.
Wait.
It's like a generic scream sound effect that they just threw in because they were like, we need to put something here.
Right.
It doesn't match at all.
There's squeaky metal door, which is
Yes.
We didn't hear. You don't hear the It's Always Sunny half in the bag door open close.
Yeah.
That's a pretty classic one. But the there's a lady scream, the gasp. It's that, and the crowd version of that is in every fucking movie trailer. It's rare you see it in a movie.
It's
so blatant.
It's in Life Aquatic.
Yeah.
You hear it really blatantly. The crowd gasp. Yeah.
Oh, crowd gasps in a lot of stuff.
Oh, you're talking about the individual.
The individual gasp. She sees the
This
man.
gets dirty
boyfriend,
really
her
quickly,
character
bro.
spying on her, and then she goes, and you could have just left it like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the same with the Sherilyn Fenn scene. It's like that's probably what they shot. That's why they didn't have her like ADR or anything. And then late into editing, they're like, we need to spice this up. It's boring.
Yes. That's your answer was why didn't they just get a scream on set? You know.
Too late into post-production.
Post-production.
Sound effect.
They don't have it, and I don't think it's. I think you can use sound effects, but you can't pull in a different actor and replace their voice. Like I don't think you could have a different actress scream for her.
Okay.
Probably some kind of. I don't know for sure, but I'm just guessing. But it's just easier just to do and just squeeze it in there and hope nobody notices. But certain people will.
There is one in this that's jarring where she screams, and we cut back to her, like right after the scream, and her mouth is still shut. Did you say that one? That particular one? You said that?
Will someone say something?
And on that note, we close our discussion like she closes the box.
We're going to take this Blu-ray and we're going to wrap chain around it and stick it in a vent.
But we encourage all of you to watch Wish Upon on your local streaming services such as Amazon Prime or whatever the fuck you can find this on. We'd like to get this trending to number 1 in the world. Can we do it? Everybody?
Number 1 digital rental of the week that
Can we
this
do
video
it?
comes out.
Can we do it?
Everybody, please go watch Wish-a-Pod.
Is that what this
Oh,
really
the
is?
support
Just an
angle.
experiment to see if you can get something trending?
Sure. And now it is now. I just wanted to talk about Wish-a-Pon because it's awesome. But at the same time, why not? I mean, if it's free, right?
Yeah. I'm assuming it's on one of them for free. This is like Netflix or it's on
just,
something.
I mean, like, even if you don't watch it, just put it on and, like, you make dinner or something and get that shit trending. Hashtag dumpster daddy. Oh. I think you'd come up too often, though.
For dumpster daddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It'd be really confusing.
The only thing.
Okay, so Josh, tell us about Mega Lightning.
Well, Mega Lightning, who, after a violent thunderstorm scares a house party. Official, you say. After a violent thunderstorm.
Dogs? Is it a house party of dogs?
After a violent thunderstorm scares a house party.
The dogs are like playing poker. Lightning storm.
This is
breaks
pretty
out,
expensive
it's
for 4
Let's
hours,
go
bro.
out and it's just, all right, I'm gonna go from the
I'm
top
paying
again.
5K a month just for these 2
Solid one
receptionists. The
sentence.
fuck? Well, it's not that
After a
expensive, I
violent
suppose, but still.
thunderstorm scares a house party, the guests
They work
flee
4
to a nearby
hours.
home for shelter, only to discover a more sinister hand is at play: poker. Now they can't escape.
And she's just
strangers'
fucking around.
homes due to the thunderstorm, but they can't stay inside due to the danger that follows them.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen some bad thunderstorms in my time, but nothing that's kept me inside a house,
Is
like
this-
against my will.
Is this the worst excuse to trap protagonists in a house with a serial killer? They can't leave because lightning.
Yeah.
Lightning. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
Let's see what modern bad filmmaking has in store for us. Very unexcited for this.
I'm just gonna put that there because it's not real.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah,
go
we
watch
don't
it.
need that. Let's go watch it. I could do it on my phone right now. We don't have to go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's watching a movie on your fucking phone. This sucks.
Oh my god.
This is mildly interested.
I only have 2 people that can do support,
Oh
though.
my god.
Jesus. All right.
A PNG image. that they-
Me and female me.
Oh, God.
Kind of annoying.
Well, Rich, here's another fake DVD cover. Why don't you tell us all about it?
All right. We have Fight of Fury. Shunny B gives it his all to stop human trafficking.
Oh.
His name is Shunny B.
Mm-hmm.
B-Kick Films presents. Okay.
Okay. What do we got?
When the master of martial arts, ex-Gorka soldier, uncovers widespread sex trafficking network.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
When he uncovers widespread sex trafficking network in his
Yeah.
own backyard in Los Angeles.
Oh.
With the help of runaway victims, he orchestrates a massive attack on the traffickers.
I mean, straightforward idea. A little garbled.
Do you think it's literally in his own backyard?
I hope.
This is a low budget film.
Yeah.
It's probably literally in his own backyard because that would be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, he's just out there getting the laundry off the line. Oh my God, sex traffic!
How did you get in here?
All right.
Okay, great.
All right, let's go watch Skeleton Man.
Oh no. Let's watch.
Skeleton Man is in that case?
Skeleton Man is in that case.
What's in the case for Mega?
What's in the?
Oh, it's Skeleton Man.
Oh.
Skeleton Man.
Oh, no. Still got that shredder? Take care of this. Nip this right in the bud.
We have it. I'm gonna shove my head in it when we're done with this.
You sure you don't want to do that now?
Why am I waiting till we're done?
Yeah, you could. You don't want to do that. We want to wait and watch Fight of Fury first.
All right, let's watch Fight of Fury.
Okay, good.
I'm a little confused as to how this is working right now.
Oh, it's close, like a lava lamp. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's backyard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a backyard.
Yeah.
That surfing Rich's grinder profile?
You're late.
Tinder for pedophiles. Kinder.
Oh, it's right there.
Swiping.
It's right there.
School photos like. Oh. Kinder. That's fucking funny.
Fucking.
Hello, darling. How are you?
Listen carefully. In this situation, you gotta have only two options. Do or die. Come on, give it all you got.
Great advice. That'll help me physically.
I mean, he's forgetting the third option. Rape. All right.
Okay.
We got-
Let's get this done with, huh?
Yeah, we got one more to go.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest, it's the one I am the least excited for is going last.
Apparently, deals pay
we have
monthly.
This fake cover, this fake DVD for Birdemic 3.
A flock of sea eagles.
It's terrible.
I'm already done, but I have to continue. A flock of sea eagles attacked the coastal town of Santa Cruz, California. Why did the birds attack? Who will survive? That's actually all of it.
Who are the birds attack? Why are the birds attack?
I can't believe
When
there
do
are
the
birds
birds attack?
attacking.
How do the birds attack? All right, let's go watch this.
I'm not sure how this works. I hate that these guys aren't doing anything.
Oh God, we're gonna watch Skeleton Man again.
I'm paying
We're
him to
gonna
do
watch
nothing.
Skeleton Man instead of Birdemic
I
3.
can't believe we watched Skeleton Man 3 times today. I hope it's good.
Wait, let me get a close-up now. Let me get a close-up. Okay, we both got close-ups.
Okay, let me get a close-up.
All right.
Yeah.
Starring Casper Van Dien.
Hey.
Here he's not very friendly.
Oh, yeah? Oh, friendly ghost.
The comedy mildlings of Mike Stoklasa.
Yeah, what was that you were saying earlier about your comedy sensibilities? Golly.
Oh no!
Is it on mute?
No. I think this is the movie.
It's just. No,
There's a vague ambience.
Very quiet.
It's very quiet.
It's almost as mute as the colors.
Southern California.
Yeah, what is this color grading?
Oh, now it's better. And now it's worse.
Oh, focus.
It looks like it timed out and it went into monitor power save mode.
Right. Yes.
Oh,
exactly. You're gonna shake your mouse.
Yeah. Yeah, like I desperately want to shake the mouse.
It must be overexposed, and
He tried to fix it,
like
drop the highlights.
upping the contrast.
But he definitely wasn't not in camera because it's changing from shot to shot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
in the
this
same
is
spot.
post production.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This chord is horribly distracting.
Oh yeah. What the fuck?
I didn't even
Help me, Lord!
help me, Jesus.
How did it get up there?
I have no idea.
How's that?
No, wait. Who did I do that with? You?
It's up going up and under my jacket.
Okay, as long as it's not gonna. Well, we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
So you keep an eye on it.
Sure. How did it get up there?
I don't know.
It's like
This is madness.
Like a ghost put it up there.
I thought you did that on purpose.
No.
I thought it was a thing.
Oh my god. I hate when it lightnings indoors.
Oh.
Tonight means we're never gonna run out of material. That's the good news. Bad news is we're never gonna run out of material.
We're cursed first to do this for.
There will always be incompetent human beings to make feature films.
Yeah. Well, even in post-production, like the editing of old movies when they shot on film, like you had to learn how to use that equipment. Now you can get DaVinci Resolve for free.
And you could just use a high resolution camera and just not understand any of the settings that you're using.
Yeah.
And just hit record and just hope for the best. And then just release a movie with completely inconsistent like exposure levels. I think we're all kind of stuck because we watch these films in the order from a screen left to right as you see them displayed.
Why
We
so much?
watched them recently in our lifetimes, and so we're stuck on this like nightmare of Birdemic 3. But going back, this
They're all nightmares, Mike.
no, this masterfully told a story compared to Birdemic 3.
I had a good time for the first two movies, more so the second one, but even Mega Lightning.
Mega Lightning's a masterpiece compared to Birdemic 3, but we're not going to get there yet. We're going to start with Mega Lightning.
So we are there.
No, Birdemic 3, out of the frame.
Oh God. Oh.
Jay, do a little graphic where Birdemic comes out of this ear.
Oh, okay.
You ready?
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
Editing, Jay, you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to plug in the effect.
Here it goes. Oh my God, how did that happen? Let's talk about.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Let's talk about Mega Lightning. Rich, tell us all about Mega Lightning.
You know, I was hosting. You just kind of took over. You got infested by the bird in your brain, and it just took over.
Well, you're hosting.
Rich, talk about Mega Lightning.
well, you both.
Hey, we could make you talk about Birdemic 3.
There's lightning storms that have come across the UK, and they're killer lightning storms that target the specific frequency of human bodies. And that's just, I guess it's just like a new normal thing that happens. Oh, and also there's a serial killer.
The spirit torments me. Oh.
Wow! As written phonetically in the script. UGH.
That is introduced early.
Oh, I didn't do
doesn't come
Texas
into
again.
play until, like the last act of the film.
Fun.
Because this dumb bitch's friends come over for a party, and they.
Which one's the dumb bitch?
Which dumb bitch?
It doesn't matter. One of the dumb bitches has a party when her other dumb bitch mother.
They call them birds in English.
That's a whole other movie, Mike.
He's right.
The film opens with Australian couple in the woods.
A lady
and a guy.
Australian lady and Aboriginal Australian male.
She's also a professional photographer.
Yes.
She's very good at just like throwing her camera in every
Definitely
direction.
takes pictures.
She's just taking.
She was the DP on Birdemic 3.
That's sure.
This is amazing.
Walking through the woods on a bright, sunny, clear day.
Looking at the sky, I guess.
Taking pictures. He's got a PKE detector.
Yeah.
It's a stunt finder. I think it might actually be a stunt finder.
Oh my God.
And we know there's a storm coming because there's no rain and no clouds.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
sky.
You could hire
But they keep talking about the
cleaners.
storms that are coming, and they're horrible, horrible storms.
I built my own building.
Blake
That was
doesn't
kind of
seem
interesting.
Too worried about it until the lightning starts chasing them like a movie monster through the woods. The
I
storm
didn't know
is
it was
chasing them.
possible to have effects this bad in this day and age.
Oh yeah, a couple of times already. Game's not easy, bro. Fuck.
Just in case.
Oh my god, this is shocking. Literally.
I was like, you're not even trying to make a pun.
No, but just Mega Lightning.
It's like Suburban Sasquatch level effects, but that was like a movie he shot on his camcorder in 1998.
It's weird to see those effects in like an
it's
HD movie.
Yeah, it's like a professional, relatively.
I keep forgetting to file my taxes as well, which is giving me fines. It's not good.
Whoa, no.
It made no sound.
Right.
Lightning hits the house. It hits a couple houses and like collapses.
It doesn't
the
like
roof.
give me a thing. I gotta remember.
And it's just like a static 2D image of
Yeah.
they just cut it out.
No, it takes a
They
big
just
bite
cut it out.
of the main house.
Yeah.
So our first couple gets killed, the Australian couple, and then we see an American woman.
I do.
Whose car is broken down.
The
on
thing
the
is,
side of the road.
I optimized my taxes for $34,000, and I only had to pay $17,000 in fines, so I still made out 17K, bro.
His upstairs bedroom. 'Cause he's psychic.
He's done this before. He has a photo
This is
album
that kind of
of
game.
what he says he like uses a
I
very
scammed the
careful
IRS.
to kill women with draining their blood.
Very precise work.
Yes.
In game, guys, in game. Don't fuck me over.
How could you do that?
Where'd you get those developed?
Look, he should be proud of his work. I mean, it takes a lot of skill to cut somebody with a rubber knife.
He's insane though. Oh, I get your joke. He has a butcher's knife.
That is supposed to be like a butcher's knife.
Oh, sure.
But it is
It's
clearly
a plastic Halloween
plastic.
store knife, yeah.
It's like almost the size of a machete.
Yeah.
It's comical and it's so thick and clearly fake.
This is some development.
You use that for like a stunt.
Sure.
In the close-ups.
Or
when no
use
one-
that when you go as Michael Myers for Halloween.
There you go.
Oh, I don't even. Yeah, no, I can't.
Don't get a close-up. What are you thinking?
The flashing is still on the edge of the plastic.
see
and
where
it
the
get cut,
seam
right?
is,
It's like
Right, right now I'm doing like deals.
even
So I'm
reflective,
doing
it's
these
not made of
designs
metal.
for a
It's not a
different
rubber
company, and this support is
He just
also for a
uses that
different
knife
company.
So much
But they pay me like a
that
monthly
the
fee for
blade's
it.
gotten very dull.
What about-
Very
So I'm
dull.
I'm
What
actually
about the Rambo knife at the
making
end?
some money every month, but it's not good enough.
Look at,
Like I'm gonna have to do something on my
it's
own.
a different rubber knife
Like a
that's worse
proper.
than the other rubber knife.
Holy crap. You don't even put that in a 5-year-old's movie. That's amazing.
Next, they're gonna use the classic joke store retractable knife.
Yes. And you see it like retracting
Yeah.
as you're stabbing.
They never really say
Oh, these guys
exactly
need to be
where
s-
this is set.
No, it doesn't matter.
We were like, oh, this is an Australian
Secondary.
because the two
Only
first two
service if we
characters
don't
are
have
South
programming.
Australian, and then we cut to the car, and there's
You
the
can't
redhead girl, Meg,
train your
and
guys
her
either. Like
very
you have to.
British-sounding boyfriend to where you can't even.
They
understand
train
him,
by doing,
tattoo guy.
right? So
He and they were like
I
driving,
hired
we're
some
like, these are
crappy
now
guys,
British people.
and
Like,
it's taken forever for them to
very
level up.
British. So
Look, we're talking about the Mega Lightning universe. The sequels are gonna explore all. the
Also,
different
I
places
picked
across
up
the world.
Suicide Squad for
Mega
$5.
Lightnings have
It's
happened.
installed now.
But,
I don't want to
future
play it yet.
sequels, we
Soon,
understand
soon.
the characters better, so we don't have to turn on the fucking subtitles. Which we did. We literally turned on the subtitles because we couldn't understand these weirdos.
I think we're going to watch some films with Sally, aren't we? She's going to
It's like what Paulie might say about me. I'm not a player, right?
Well, as long as you're not getting any cheap cider like in college.
That's how little that is.
Time to go G&T.
Yeah, we're circling around waiting for your green light. Look what we got.
What?
Meg is on a date with
Oh,
her boyfriend.
hey, just as I'm
Mullet,
complaining about it.
tattoo
Perfect.
guy. Very, 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 I don't know, British trash. Euro trash, I guess. Chav.
He has some sweet tattoos, though. He's got Bernie Sanders and Tilda Swinton right on his vest.
Why not? No, they're on a date, remember? And he's like, I think it's time we had make out now. And she's like, no, I'm not ready. And then she talks to her sister. Her name's Meg. Her sister's name is Corinne.
Yeah.
I know you
I'm
have a really bad
system.
relationship, past relationship. Take it slow with tattoo guy. Okay, maybe I will. End of story.
Presumably, that story thread was further developed
Yeah, I'm
in the
system,
wonderfully staged scene where she
He's
talks to
2D,
her
so
elderly
audio or
father.
hardware? Let's do hardware. Let's give him hardware.
Talk about the newspaper.
How do you know? How do you know, Josh? We didn't have the subtitles on yet.
we turned them on in the mid.
No, let's do
Yeah,
audio.
we turned them on when we were in the car. We had the subs on for that.
But I think we were doing Beatles impressions and stuff.
They just need to wear shoes with rubber soles.
All just go shoot right through.
I can't even make proper jokes. I'm so on the side of Liverpool.
They call the album Rubber Soul, so our fans are protected from lightning.
Wait, did I send him now?
You spell soul differently. It's a pun. It's a pun, Ringo. I wish I would get struck by lightning now. This nightmare.
We are doing anything to distract ourselves from the boring shot reverse shot of her and her dad.
That's one
it's
thing
just
we
over
never
and
talk
over.
about. We don't talk about too much is blocking and business.
Yeah.
These are two B words that involve movie making. When you have your actors in a scene that's just dialogue, you have blocking and business. Blocking is characters like where they're shot, from which location, what they do.
I'm also
move
just
around the
keeping these
room,
open
stop,
because they give
sit
me a
down on the
monthly
couch,
sign,
get
a
up,
monthly
walk over here.
thing, right?
That's blocking.
Grab a book off the
Grab a
shelf,
book off the
pour
shelf,
himself
do-
a drink.
Yeah, well, that's business.
That's business.
Oh,
That's
okay.
blocking is camera angles and locations. Business is, well, she's going to do this now. It's a way to make like
boring
They were
dialogue
bought
scenes.
out.
or expository
Well,
dialogue
okay,
work.
never mind.
This director says girl comes in, kind of half sits on the armchair of couch. Dad sits in the chair. 2 shots.
That's your blocking.
Back and forth, back and forth.
You can play this multiplayer,
Every
bro.
scene is
If
like
you
This
watch
has an
any,
online
professionally
perspective. An
produced
online.
TV or movie, at some point after 5
Or
or 6
I have
lines,
no idea
a
how
character
that
will
would
get up, move
how
over
that would
to
work.
the other side of the room,
Just
sit
compete against
down.
each other
That
with
character
companies, I
who's
guess?
on the couch will get up, walk
Be
over
a couple
here.
minutes, my mom.
It makes it visually interesting for you. This director is suck.
like the physical embodiment of the concept of sucking.
It's so bad that at one point we were theorizing there wasn't a director. But that movie just happened.
I'm at the Windmill Cottage.
She forgot her line.
What are you doing up there?
Fun fact, this is the first movie to just not have a director. Someone hit record and nobody knew what to do, and they just figured it out as they went.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got a script. Should we read this? I don't know. I'll just mumble a bit.
Oh, you know, camera's on.
No.
Look, it's got a stable camera, all right?
Or it's hanging from my girlfriend's nose ring. The camera. Or we just film the rehearsals. Record the movie.
You're forgetting the whole subplot where the sister's boyfriend wants to go to the jacuzzi.
The jacuzzi.
Can we just go back in the hot tub now? Why don't we go back out to the jacuzzi?
I related to that man the most. One, because I could understand him.
He was the most,
Everyone
had
said,
the best diction.
It was so great.
Like, and he's like, let's go in the fucking jacuzzi, and I was like, oh, I could understand him.
His words and his motives.
His motives, and he had the dad bod.
Bunch of sad sacks.
He wanted to get in that warm jacuzzi water and float those moobs, and just chill out, and then lightning got him.
We
Polly, get out now! Polly, get out! Stop, Polly!
Oh no! Oh well. I don't like that much at all there. Fuck.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse. He didn't explode.
I'm shocked it wasn't worse. They're in the middle of the worst thunderstorm that humanity has ever seen.
Every instruction from the authorities is stay indoors.
Stay inside. There's lightning that is literally targeting human beings. And this guy wants to go out into the fucking jacuzzi, goddammit.
But so when the mom and the grandpa,
We're all secret.
the mom,
That's her husband. It's the dad.
the mom and the dad,
Grandpa dad.
Grandpa dad.
and Meg have some kind of bond.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. They have a conversation. Grandpa,
I think it's that she's his daughter.
maybe.
Or granddaughter.
Or both.
Meg and Dad have a bond, and Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, I'm just going to call them Grandma and Grandpa because they're old. They say, we're going out somewhere.
We know the lightning storm is coming, but we booked this trip well in advance.
yes,
is
that's
what
right,
they say.
that's right, yes.
So we're gonna go, even though every station says to stay indoors.
Yes, but from a viewer's perspective, we want the big, wild, like teenager party.
The thing is, the spiel on the back set us up for a house party.
Yeah.
A house party. Do you expect all sorts of, like a crazy fucking house party?
Lightning hitting everybody as they run around and explode for wild shit.
Cheers.
It's like 4 people.
I think if the movie had its way, if the movie could have done whatever the movie wanted to do, that's probably the direction they would have gone. But this is a shitty, low-budget movie.
And they only had 8 people to
And
work
they,
with.
they got 8 people. And
That's fair.
6
That's-
people, really. 2 people behind the camera, and then it's 4 people, and 2 of them can't even show up to the party.
No, they don't make it.
Wait!
What?
Oh my God!
Oh,
Jesus!
jeez.
Yeah, that's the end of that
Remember
story.
when Grandpa died?
Oh, he did. I don't think he did. I'm pretty sure he didn't
He was
die.
breathing, and the mom didn't even check.
Yeah, no, she just ran off.
I'm going to say it. What the mom did was sensible. She's not going to run and stop to check on Dad when the lightning is zapping all around you. You need to get your ass to safety.
But where's safety?
1.3%
In the house of a serial killer.
Lightning will
That's
kill
not safe
you.
either.
Well, she doesn't know.
They stopped their car because
a lot
they
of
saw
sick
that
days, you
another
get
car had
2%.
blown up by lightning.
He called his parents. He called his parents after he called the police.
Don't try this hard. Just don't.
Try.
13%.
It's just gonna make
Right.
things worse.
It's 3%.
Just don't.
It's
football real, mate.
What the fuck?
And then they go out in the woods, and they're not. Lightning is attracted to the electrical pulse in the human body.
Oh! Just the head.
Oh, I like tattoo guy. At least he's
Even
out.
though he had.
He got enough for his reel, and he's out. It's like,
And then it's also attracted to roofs.
Low-res JPEGs. It's attracted to low-res JPEGs.
We were talking about any sort of dramatic conflict between any character that's not a serial killer.
What you do is you establish early on in the movie they have a rough relationship. They don't get along great. And then by the end of the movie, when they're confronted with the serial killer, they have to work together and they grow a stronger bond as sisters. And that's a movie.
I'm going to need more blood.
Oh my God! How did he find us?
This guy with the headbutts. Hit him again.
Just keep swinging the fucking thing!
You fucking idiot.
Such an empowering story of women being bad at everything.
Every time after the serial killer is incredibly efficient with his headbutts.
He's so good at it, he doesn't even have to like make contacts.
No,
and it affects
he
him.
can move you entirely, but it's just, I mean, maybe it's psychic.
YOLO.
It's below the belt.
No, it's above. It's literally above the belt.
You're right.
Oh!
Oh, that's right. I remember that from the trailer.
It's just been there the whole
The
time.
sword. He's just too wore out to pick it up.
Oh my God.
He's so tired from failing at everything.
IT support, jump.
They
It's
just
my
went
shit.
to a party city and just found.
Just
we could put these in our movie.
Oh no.
Wait, why did that work?
This energy.
Is it because we were working on it?
Why?
Oh no, that's gonna work.
Okay, well,
Oh Jesus!
they have a sound effect. That's all they use.
Was the idea? Was the sword supposed to be so heavy she could barely lift it? Is
Yes.
that what was happening? Yeah.
No, he's gonna pick up.
Yep. 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 Here it comes. Oh, she pushed him into the. She knew where the lightning was going to
She had
strike.
some actual agency.
This director is suck.
Well, for all, mate, but your company job's on you up now.
Rich, you put the cock in cockney.
I put the cock in my mouth.
Why would you?
What?
Why would you say
I
that?
don't know.
Why would you say that on the camera? Good thing I'm not editing this.
Can you be special guest editor for just that one line? You could somehow find a way to stretch it out to 15 minutes.
We got some guy on YouTube to make a rap song.
Yeah, who's that guy that does like the remixes and stuff from our videos and does music to it? He's gonna have a field day with that.
Get my mouth. Get my mouth.
Oh, God.
I put the cock in my mouth.
One movie down. We're a third of the way there.
I'm down.
Get this over with.
I'm really down.
Fight of Fury. This was a one that was approved and recommended by multiple people. Colin from Canada. Len Kabazinski, our old friend Len Kabazinski. I know he's a fan of it. Classic black tank top movie in terms of writer, director, delusional star.
Wears a black tank top.
Literally wears a black tank top in it.
Literally, it happens.
His name is Shunny B, and he made Fight of Fury in 2020. Josh, what's the main plot of Fight of Fury?
Well, in
I'm just
Fight of Fury,
basically
he
not doing that
Sugar
well.
Honeybee.
We were calling him Honeybee. Yeah.
What's his real name?
Shunny.
Shunny B?
It's all right.
What's his name in the film?
Shunny.
Well, no, his name in the film is Brandon.
What is
even though there's like text behind him in his dojo that says Shunny B.
Are you kidding?
His name is Brandon in the film. Yeah.
I'm Brandon.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Watch me take this man down in 36 moves.
So Shunny B has a dojo, and he's teaching all these ladies how to self-defend, mainly by slapping. And meanwhile, there's Taylor Swift is getting chased by the formal rape club, and
Those stocks aren't going well.
Shunny B's
I was hoping
dojo,
it bottomed out already. I guess not.
Bruce Lee's the fuck out of all of them, at one at a time.
Taylor not so swift.
Hey. So Bruce Lee's them one
Maybe
at a
they're
time.
all mad because they tried to get tickets to her concert through Ticketmaster. You fucked us over!
How dare you?
Hey, cheers to a dated joke.
Hey, come on, get her. Hey, don't let her go.
Only she opened the door.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Look at all of those rapists.
They all get nicely dressed up. Shunny B's gonna see
Oh, my God. Where's Shunny B? Oh, my God. What is he, like 5
So,
feet
are they
tall?
double stars now?
Or is he?
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Is there a step down?
Wow.
That's good. Programmers don't have anything to do.
Oh my
Why
God.
not?
Whoa.
Fuck.
Where did they
coach.
teleport?
Everybody stand there.
Aren't you guys doing anything?
Oh, my God.
Jay, when I said they're the formal rape club, I'm not just talking about the dress.
Programmer.
Right.
And these guys aren't designing right now. What's going on?
Wow, Taylor Swift is having a hell of a night.
It's an
They're in the core
amazing
team.
action sequence. The choreography is
Confused.
beautiful, and yeah, editing, acting, performance, everything is great about this
Yeah,
sequence.
it is
Why the fuck are
most
they idle?
assuredly not a surreal dreamscape in which all the dialogue is overdubbed with an echo effect.
Maybe this particular technique works for her. Might have been for him or him.
Did they add a filter to make the sound worse?
Yeah, that's the weird thing about this is the whole movie has an echo on it.
Fuck?
And there's random jump cuts. It feels like a nightmare.
Yeah, and this is specifically edited by Shunny B. He's got the credit.
It's okay.
Oh my God.
We only have 5 frames. What do we do?
Yeah, we got. Why
Maybe he edited it
it
using
not
Kung
working?
Fu or something.
I think he's just incompetent, not intentional.
He's sitting there
Oh,
with his
required
keyboard.
specialization, baby.
He has no idea what he's doing. And why?
Hitting the
Is it so
keyboard with
late in this
nunchucks.
process? maybe?
Realistically, why is the entire film ADR?
That's kind of a long story.
The question I have is, though, why go for the echo at all?
Yeah, it's very clearly a post-production.
It's
like,
a choice
effect.
because
Yeah.
it's you're doing the audio in post. You can be in a nice sound booth.
It's
You
not
can get-
bad sound.
You can get you can get
for
clean
what it is.
audio,
Yeah.
but they chose to put that echo on there.
You take things a little too seriously, right? Chillax. I got this, right?
My only theory is that they thought that it would sound too, because ADR can sound kind of like dead and weird if you don't like mix it in properly.
done perfectly.
Yeah. So the only
They're
thing
not
I can
working.
think of is that
Give
they
him
did
more
it because they
work.
thought it would make it sound more natural, like he's in
That's
a
how that
real
goes.
room.
Well, and the thing is, yeah, there's a level of reverb you can mix in that does sound fairly natural, and you just have to mix it down and do it properly. And he did not necessarily know how to do that.
No, but I was gonna say he like in the dojo or in a certain environment, a little bit of reverb is good. But then they're like in the open air.
They're
And
outside.
Also, there's more reverb.
Yes, that should be dead because
He reminded me of my childhood.
Well, it's Hollywood. There are all walks of life here.
What's the plot of Fight of Fury?
So
Tell us about the plot.
we find out
he
that
saves
Taylor
ladies.
Swift,
I won't let anybody
has-
tell me about the plot.
So Taylor Swift has escaped from the sex trafficking ring, and apparently, although she never mentions it to anybody, she has some sort of integral hard drive that has all the data.
On the hard drive back that she took. That drive was all the goings-ons of our business.
That's never brought up again.
I think that was
It's brought up by that same character a few times, but only him.
Let's talk about the origins of sex trafficking. In this movie's logic, a couple of ladies go out to their local local empanada.
TGIF.
Oh,
TGIF.
Whatever. It seems like a crossover restaurant.
It's like a
'cause, like,
Chinese restaurant.
but it seems like it's got like empanadas and pakoras. like
a couple of empanadas. They have each lady has a glass of wine.
All right, girls, check this out. You know what I got over here? This is what I call partying. You take a little chunk of this, then you're...
Is that your phone?
Yeah, what the hell?
You want to have some?
Digital cocaine.
It's a cocaine app. Sprinkling cocaine in their wine?
What?
Oh, ecstasy.
Okay.
Oh, he ground up an ecstasy pill?
Yeah, just drink it.
I don't
from
know
a
if I
complete
drink
stranger.
weird powder from a stranger, but
Push it down. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who would have thought this would go bad?
Chooch guy.
Beefcake.
Beefcake.
Hey, ladies.
He's like a cast member from the
Oh, no.
Jersey Shore.
Hello, Dante. Did you kill that motherfucker?
He comes over and he's like, hey, ladies, you want to party? And he's like terrible overdub.
Yeah.
Hey,
Can I
ladies,
please put drugs into all of your drinks?
how about you try to party with me? And they're like, no, we're okay. We're just having girls' night out. And he's
No, too bad. I'm in here anyway.
Why don't you try this box, this mystery box I have?
It looks like a phone.
That looks
It's a
like
phone case
my
or something.
cell phone sideways.
Why is your box labeled roofies?
All the ladies faint, and then they end up in the sex trafficking ring. And this movie's logic, the sex trafficking ring.
How much money do I have
you wake
exactly? How the
up in
fuck
the
do I
sex
spell that?
trafficking ring, you are suddenly like
You just accept it.
You get put on a little slinky dress.
You've
and
definitely
high
taken
heels.
some classes where you learn how to walk and pose.
And
you're
just-
addicted to drugs immediately.
It's like becoming a vampire.
I have no idea.
Oh,
You get bit by a vampire,
2 million.
and suddenly you're okay
You're
with
just a
going out
vampire
every
now.
night to kill somebody to drink.
The allure of being an escort is all encompassing. You're just like,
I mean,
Although it
to be
still
fair,
causes some
when you watch the
anxiety.
movie, it does look very glamorous. So
It is glamorous.
I mean,
yeah, they're hanging out in front of the art museum or whatever that is.
I envied them.
Oh, wait, I do know.
I was nervous.
No, it still says 2 million. Never mind.
That was last week, so I guess.
Yes, so we're not allowed to find out.
It's good to see you, Prince, again.
it's nice to have like an upbeat kind of fun song for forced prostitution. Like, it just fits the tone right.
Yeah.
Chic.
And Fraser Crane. Meanwhile, Shuni B is raising his daughter by himself. The wife is out of the picture.
Oh.
And maybe dead or not. It's
They
kind of vague.
never came back to that, did
Nope.
they?
Nope.
It's established early on. We thought, because the first scene, he comes in to see his daughter, and it's a very beautifully acted scene where she says, I miss Mom, and she has a great monologue.
I'm sorry, Darts. I had to take care of some business.
I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about Mom. It's too bad I can't see her anymore. I miss her so much. I want to see her smile at me. I want to see her mad at me. I want to see her do everything moms do with their kids. Every day.
Just close your eyes and try it.
Thanks for nothing.
Tomorrow we'll get you enrolled in acting classes.
Whee! I just assumed, it was partly written, but I assumed the point was that she was dead, but then they make a point later on and saying that she's still around somewhere, we don't know where, and then poof.
She was raped and murdered by human traffickers in my home country, Nepal.
No.
She was 9 months pregnant with my unborn son.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
But she's not dead. But she is dead.
It's just school
group. Army and fighting against the terrorists in Afghanistan when it happened.
He said she's been sex trafficked while he was away in Afghanistan.
But I thought he said she was killed.
No.
No? Or I don't know.
We don't know.
Maybe,
We don't know.
Who knows?
These are mysteries left for a later date.
For our next episode.
Remember when he cries?
At Griffith's Observatory.
He's crying at the Griffith Observatory.
He's talking about
Yeah, I should make more. I should make themes, man.
Griffith
Focusing on like
crying
different
because
things
they
at the
showed
same
up and
time.
said, "Do you have shooting permits?"
Oh, they can
Hollywood,
level up
baby.
again.
I got
Jesus,
a cell
could you?
What's a shooting permit?
Oh
I
no,
don't
they both.
understand.
Oh, everyone wants.
I don't need to shoot. I do karate. This isn't that type of movie.
Right in the corner of Glenarm and Pasadena.
I'm an MMA fighter. I have an upcoming fight. I heard about you and your fighting system.
I need you to train me.
Great, thank you so much.
Now, how am I going to ride this bike over there?
What a great phone call.
There's an MMA fighter that wants to train with Shuni B. Yes. And he was going to fight.
Never show up
again. No.
He never shows up again.
He's probably just still on that bike. Just
Hello,
like, I'm going to
Shuni.
get there. I'm going to get there, not realizing the bike is stationary and he can't leave.
He thought it was a real bike.
Yeah, he's like, I got to get to the dojo. I got to just pedal
forgot
harder.
about it. What was the point of that scene?
Well, because he's the MMA fighter that's going to fight the dude with the weird hair.
Oh, the Mohawk guy?
Yeah.
Who's in charge of the prostitutes?
He was in charge of no.
Female prostitute MMA fighter.
There is a split. When you get kidnapped by these people, you got two paths. You can go into the sex trafficking, or you can get into the foxy boxing and MMA. These MMA fighters are angry because, well, oh god. I mean, I get why the sex traffickers are mad because the girl has the hard drive allegedly. I don't really understand why the MMA fighters are that pissed at Shuni
The only
B.
one who had a hard drive was Honeybee.
What?
For Taylor Swift. Because you remember that awkward scene when he wrestled with her?
This is getting weird, Mr. Honeybee.
Relax. I'm proud of you. You did a great job. I'm proud of you.
It's a binge.
And then I'll get off you, let you invite me to dinner at your
And that's
cancer
when
This is
witness
bad,
house.
though.
That's when the Spanish guitar kicks in.
That's, yes.
That was an amazing scene when he went over to their house for dinner, though, and you couldn't understand a word they were saying because the music was mixed too loud.
I just want to thank you for saving my daughter's life.
Seriously.
Maybe he doesn't know you can adjust the volume in your editing software.
Yeah, he just imports
Just
music.
drops it.
That's why the echo's on. So whoever was using the program before him just left it on.
Apply to all tracks, and it's
I
just
don't know.
on. Yeah. He looks miserable to be trying to act.
He looks miserable.
He's
to
just
be
on his
alive.
fucking phone.
Sonny B's looking at the script. That was the script, right?
Yeah. It looked like screenplay format, yeah. He never did quite, seal the deal with
the girl, did he?
Well,
Not
No.
in this movie.
not in this movie.
Not in a like love-making sense.
You don't need to resolve everything, Mike. There's a lot of things you got to leave room for because this is the beginning of the Shunny Bee cinematic universe.
Yeah, this will eventually will turn into Remo Williams. The adventure continues.
Like his daughter's probably gonna have her own adventures because we know she kicks ass.
What? What's happening
Hey,
here?
Maya. Give me your homework.
Why didn't you do it yourself?
You talk too much. Charlie, giant mouse, get it!
Oh my god. Child fight.
These are the kids in Honeybee's class.
Yeah.
You are an honored student, Maya. We don't want anything to jeopardize your school record.
What was that, a growl?
There's a tiger in the room.
You missed a child fight sequence.
Oh.
What?
What is this? Why is this?
Hey, don't you know? Someday you're gonna hear this on the radio. Hey, don't you know? I'm
What?
gonna take it slow.
What? What? What?
What just happened?
What? 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 What?
I don't know.
What?
There's Hard Drive Girl, but we've never seen the hard drive.
No.
Hey, remember when we see that little kid doing karate for like 2 seconds?
Yeah, that's why he's late.
That's why he's late to the Griffith Observatory.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
they were filming a movie.
They were filming in Hollywood Boulevard.
Mm.
A boy was doing nunchaku.
Oh.
So the sex traffickers are still after Taylor Swift because apparently she has a hard drive. But the MMA guys are also coming after Shunny Bee for some reason. I don't really
Well,
understand.
they want to sabotage the other MMA guy that Sunny Bee is training.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, we're flying through them now. That's good.
And so they kidnapped Sunny Bee's daughter.
Okay, because they don't know that he never made it to Sunny Bee.
I was way behind on those fucking phone calls.
They don't know that he's still on the other
Still
side.
on that
Jesus.
bike. They're going on the intel they have.
Here we are. Come on, Maya. Daddy's waiting for you.
Run away from Tim Burton.
Get after her. Let's go.
I believe all of this.
Take that, Eric Bogosian. Guys,
You didn't have to do that.
You can go around it.
Tim Burton is one of the crime people.
James Eha.
Who's James Eha?
From the Smashing Pumpkins.
No, but in this movie.
Yeah, he's got the remember when they're the prostitutes are out in front of the art museum and there's the
Oh fuck! I forgot the taxes again. God damn it!
The Sheik.
Yeah, you were too distracted. You were rocking the Casbah. I understand that.
Maybe I was rocking the cat box.
Hey. So okay. Eventually, Shunny Bee discovers some of the henchmen
We're not even
hanging out
close.
in the dirty Sanford and Son backyard.
Oh yeah, that filthy backyard.
There's just crap everywhere.
Made me want to puke.
Now there's a bottle of antifreeze on the barber chair.
I guess we need an accountant as well. Fuck. Fuck off, bro. God damn.
Yeah, there's just shit laying around.
Yeah.
Clean up your set.
Well, it's someone's nastiest backyard.
I mean, sure, it's probably.
They should be
Shunny
like
Bee's.
gang members and not like guys in suits.
Yeah.
They run an international
Oh my God, it's this
criminal
guy.
organization. Rich. Oh, is this cocaine guy?
This
Yeah.
is, yeah.
He's doing the splits and he's real coked up. Let's go.
It's kind of neat that he uses a drone to scout it out, but there's not much of a payoff to that.
No, he just immediately walks through kicks the fence door open.
I think he just wanted to show off that he owns a drone.
Well, he couldn't use it for too long because he had to get it back to James Wynn to make Birdemic 3.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say James Eha to make the next Smashing Pumpkins album.
All in one shot.
They don't use drones for their pathetic videos now. They just set the camera on a
the camera
tripod and raid the wardrobe closet of the local community theater.
Tell somebody to bring their kids over.
Take that, Billy Corgan.
Billy Corgan, your music videos fucking suck.
You're an embarrassment to the city of Chicago.
Oh, in more ways than 5.
Have you seen that clip of Billy Corgan on stage just like eating chips?
Yeah, that was here.
Was that here?
Yeah, that's
Oh.
at the rave or wherever.
Oh.
Or at the Riverside or wherever they were. But that's Milwaukee.
Oh God.
And he just goes back and
During the show, during the concert, he's just like
He's
eating
hungry.
chips on the stage.
I'm not mad.
During the song?
Well, we're not gonna show that clip here.
No,
We would
it's
never.
too embarrassing. We wouldn't want to put Billy Corgan through that.
I've seen it so many times.
We wouldn't show that clip.
What is someone tweeted it? This is like, despite all my rage, I'm still eating chips on the stage or something. I don't know who tweeted that.
Oh, that's quality. That's
good.
quality.
That's good. Whoever did that. That's good.
So after Shiny B beats up all the henchmen in the dirty backyard, he goes inside and frees the sex traffickers.
Oh yeah.
Or the sex trafficked
Wait, what?
women rather.
Yes.
And then they go back to their favorite restaurant where they'd been earlier because
Where they got
love
abducted.
those goddamn empanadas. They cannot resist.
How do I make them accounting?
Look good. They were big and delicious, but they said no more red wine.
No, all drinking water.
Because a guy from the Jersey Shore put powder in our red wine last time we were here at the empanada
And
place.
Shiny B beats him up.
I'm doing good. How you doing?
How you doing?
You're not doing good. Your daughter's been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, isn't he? Why is he all relaxed now?
And we're all safe now. There's no reason.
Going back to the restaurant where you got drugged and forced into prostitution.
Real bold choice. Like bold choice.
If you teach him how to fish, he will never go hungry. You know what I'm trying to say.
Hey, what happened to your daughter?
What? Who?
Seamless.
Seamless.
You give us enough problem, little girl. Good night.
Good night.
It sounded like he was fucking like going off stage.
Yeah, it did. Thank you, Cleveland. Good night.
Well, I thought you got murdered because old Keith
Tim
Richards, Tim Burton, Keith Richards, elderly man with dyed black hair was like, "Hey, little lady, I'm gonna take a needle, put it in your arm," and then it like cut away to
Turns
like
into-
a cloud, and then it
Turns
cuts
into a
like,
completely different
It's like an
syringe.
oral syringe of plastic, and then he's like, "Meh. Go to sleep now, little lady."
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
He's straight up like he's getting off stage. Like, good night.
I forgot about all that. Thank you, Cleveland. Good night. And it's like the end of a
And it
metal
just
concert.
falls on the ground.
Thank you, Cleveland. Good night.
Good night.
And then we get the same footage from the beginning of the movie where Shuni B is teaching the women how to fight their
See,
attackers away.
this is all the result of editing your movie using kung fu. This is what happens.
It's
Scenes
circular.
don't make sense.
Things just
They're
come
out of
back
order.
around.
Don't kick your computer.
Don't karate kick your computer.
So after
Your scenes are gonna get fucked up.
Mass stance acceleration.
Gouge his eyes.
Gouge his eyes. Gouge his eyes.
After he teaches the women how to defend themselves again,
That's a deep cut.
he gets kidnapped off screen
Yes.
and
Oh,
dragged
yeah.
over to this pool. This
Who gets kidnapped off
Shouldn't he
screen?
be?
Shouldn't be.
Wait. Oh, they kidnapped him? When did that happen?
Oh, I was gone.
You were out of the room.
Yeah, left.
I mean, even if you were in the room, you wouldn't have seen it because we didn't see it.
yeah,
we watched the whole thing.
he just gets dragged out of a car with a blindfold on.
Car just pulls up to one of the crime guys' houses, and he's just in the back seat.
They pull up to Burt Reynolds' house from Boogie Nights.
You wouldn't think we're almost done, but we're almost done.
We should point out, at this point in the movie, there's a big confrontation on the front driveway.
You bastard, listen up. I fear no fear.
So Shuni B kills the sex traffic head guy,
man.
Bruno or whatever his name is.
He wraps his sword up in a nunchuck and presses his own sword against his neck with his nunchuck.
Something happens, and then the
Anyway,
lady
he
walks
died.
by with a baby
With
carriage.
a stroller, yeah.
That was
You
the
ruined the fight.
best part of the movie.
Absolutely.
Stop.
Oh, help!
ninja fight in Huntington Beach.
And Mike happened to put his feet up. So Mike kicked his feet up on the coffee table and just happened to kick the mouse. We were watching a digital copy of the movie, and it brought up the time left in the movie, and it was 1 minute. And we were like, wait a minute, the story isn't even close to being over.
How is there a minute left?
Oh my God, really?
A minute 56.
That doesn't make sense.
They have the movie on their phone?
Yeah, sir, we've seen this.
We got the MMA plot. We haven't seen the other MMA fighter in ages.
That's
the daughter's
right.
still
Support.
kidnapped.
We don't know
Let's
about
see
the
it.
hard drive.
Where's the goddamn hard drive?
I'm coming after you. I'm gonna track you, find you.
Oh my God, cliffhanger ending?
No fucking
Or these
way.
guys? This was actual support as well.
Security
They're
too.
all support.
Yeah!
I'm legitimately shocked. I refuse to believe this.
Oh.
How do you do that? Why do you do that?
Run out of budget. That's
That's unbelievable.
Oh my God!
3 cinematographers.
Wow.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I believe he edited it though. I totally believe that.
Oh, yeah.
They
editor
just didn't
Sonny
film
B.
an ending.
And I wonder, was it intended to be a setup for a sequel, or did he just run out of time to make the movie because he had to get back to his dojo to teach a class?
So I'm stealing the hosting duties.
Oh
and,
my God.
And Mike, tell us about Birdemic 3, Sea Eagle.
Before we talk about Birdemic 3, should we establish our history with Birdemic?
That's what I was going to do.
Okay.
Until you rudely interrupted. Our history with Birdemic.
What do you think you are, Jay, the host?
I'm just trying to get some structure here because this is a
I was
nightmare.
about to start.
Okay,
So
okay,
because
go,
you
go
have
for
to
it.
edit it.
Well, it's funny you should talk about no structure and being a nightmare.
So, Birdemic 3.
Yeah.
Our history with the Birdemic series is that we've seen the first one.
I haven't.
Well,
I haven't even seen the first one.
okay. Well, we watched the first one in the movie theater.
Yes, we went to a midnight screening. This was in the early days, so it's like, oh, Birdemic, it's the new The Room. Because when people talk about like famous bad movies, it's The Room, Troll 2, and Birdemic are like the 3 big ones.
Yeah.
I was like, nope.
But I think we all hated Birdemic. I hated it so much I just got drunk and fell asleep in the theater because I did not enjoy it at
Saw
all.
it at, what is it called?
The Oriental.
The Oriental Theater in Milwaukee, the famous Oriental Theater in Milwaukee,
The hell?
Wisconsin.
Beautiful thing.
It's a wonderful old
Seen
classic
many
theater.
great midnight movies.
Oh,
there.
absolutely.
Oh, dude, we went to
Birdemic wasn't one of them.
2001?
Yeah, that was a good time.
Birdemic the first Birdemic kind of felt like people that didn't get why B movies are funny accumulating or attracting towards a movie that wasn't right.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to make a cult movie just out of sheer like will or something because it's bad.
But it's a cult movie with a message, which a lot of cult movies are just exploitative and just, don't really have a lot going on. There's a message behind Birdemic, which is that the environment is in trouble.
Yeah.
But only at the end.
Oh, I thought you were going to make some kind of joke. That's so lame. Is the environment's in trouble? That's so fucking lame.
What do we have to save the environment for? So people can make more movies like Birdemic 3?
For fucking birds?
The first Birdemic film, I think, was like a couple of characters and they're in love and
he's doing there was a whole like weird side bit about like a Hitchcock tribute because he really likes Hitchcock.
Oh
There
yeah,
were
the
birds.
director James Wan really clearly he mentions it many times in this movie. He loves Hitchcock.
Too many times.
I was going down Highway 101 last week, and I had to stop and get gas at a gas station in San Juan.
1950s movie, doesn't it?
No.
Make it black and white, like
Just like how when it was produced. in the film Vertigo.
No, my movies were good back then.
Can you go up
They
again,
didn't let
please?
people make movies like this.
It looks almost exactly like it did when they filmed Vertigo in 1958, except there's one thing that was there that isn't there now.
Really? What is it?
Well, you'll have to come with me to San Juan Bautista to find out.
Oh, he's smooth. And cut.
I don't know about Birdemic 2. No one here saw it.
Well, I will say this. I put in preparation for talking about Birdemic 3, I put Birdemic on an editing timeline and just skimmed through it.
Like,
to
I just
kind of
can't even
refresh
get
my
even
memory.
close
And then
to
I put
being
Birdemic
ready with
2
it.
on the timeline and skimmed through it just so I'd have some sort of frame of reference. And now we've watched Birdemic 3. This crazy bastard made the same fucking movie 3 times. It's the exact same thing.
What happens in number 2?
Businessman meets girl. They have romance. They go out and have awkward dance scene. And then birds attack. Oh, and then they go to a hotel room and have awkward intercourse. And then
I wouldn't mind
birds
trying
attack.
this out
That's
online
all
though.
3 movies.
I'm gonna get my ass handed to
But
me.
the I don't know. I didn't watch all of the second movie, but the first movie, the bird attacks. Are
I would
kinda
just want to see
sprinkled
how the
throughout.
fuck would you play this online, like against each other?
this
It'd be cool, man.
This movie
Competing
that doesn't
companies.
happen. This movie goes on for an hour of awkward romance between these NPCs.
It's not the whole story. They're actually dying because of cancer because of the ocean acidification. That's why one of them washed up on shore.
That's tragic.
That's tragic.
He clearly said that's tragic.
Tragic.
Biologist then?
Marine biology.
Awesome. I'm actually a scientist too.
This is this director's 4th feature film.
Are you having a nice time?
Is this, and I know we say this a lot, but with no exaggeration, is this the worst movie that we've ever watched?
Well, it got to the point that we are concerned that it's not actually a movie.
Yes.
And we were considering the option of going
Suing
to
James
court.
Woods.
It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
It's kind of similar to the pornography argument of I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
I know that this is not a movie.
I know a movie when I see it. Birdemic 3 ain't it?
Has heated the planet Earth to the point of extinction.
They did a jump cut for no reason. They didn't even say anything.
I'm not very good at this, and it might sound cliche, but ever since I met you, Kim, it feels like my life has been uplifted.
Oh, God.
I can't stand this.
At present, the human race is facing an existential crisis. It is the greatest threat to life on Earth.
And back. Make use of that dolly.
Oh yeah. Yep. Don't let your subject get out of the frame.
Oof. Oof.
Oh my God.
Dancing with stars, we romance. Earth is a cosmic beauty. It's a cosmic view. Earth is a.
This is the first time I've ever felt like physical pain watching a movie. Like, normally it's just like mental anguish, but
Bazman with the
I'm
rage.
starting to feel like physical pain.
So where were they going? Where was
How you guys doing? Welcome on in.
Just going around.
Jay? Are you looking?
My
over
failing
there?
company. Wow, we're not failing
You
just
gotta
yet.
give me something.
but-
No, they don't. They don't have. They don't have to.
I
do
don't know.
anything. They're not legally obligated to you.
I'm gonna add another.
I'm looking for a movie.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a movie, and so far I've not found one.
What is the legal? What is the legal definition of a movie?
I don't know if there is a legal definition.
I don't think there ever has been.
Should we sue the Birdemic creators? So we, just so we can set a precedent.
Yeah.
What is a movie?
You release this as a movie,
Sure.
but it's clearly not a movie.
That's not. a
What is
bad
this?
idea.
Software Inc. It's like a. It's kind of like Game Dev Tycoon, I guess, but then way deeper, dude. It's like my mind is blown. Yeah, it goes nuts. People are fucking nuts who play this, I bet. Yeah.
Ah, yes, a raid.
I mean, I'm a little
Welcome,
nuts, let's be
raiders.
honest.
Make Pure Edge not ignore Exquisite again.
I wasn't ignoring you. You said that like a minute ago, bro. Chill. The fuck? Easy there, Donald. The hell. Oh, Baz with the hi, with the sub. Hi, thank you so much for your money. I will take it gladly. Much appreciated. Pay me, Cola. I'm definitely drinking your soda. So, least you could do is give me something for it. Ignore the cigarettes. Oh, bro, he didn't even use Prime. What the hell? You could have waited 2 days, bro. Chill. Although, you essentially just paid for my, I bought the Suicide Squad thing for $5. It's installed. I'm not sure I want to run it. It's gonna be so bad. Which is the reason why I bought it. For $5, yeah, I'll how garbage is it really? Let's find out. Bro, do it now. Go install it. We'll play together. I'm sure it'll be less garbage than play alone. So bad it's good? No, it's just bad that it goes into more bad. It's lol. Yeah, it's not gonna be that. Not a chance in hell. Wait, why are you guys leaving? Oh my god, it's a different team. I forgot. Fuckers. 8-hour work week. Thank you so much. Work day, sorry. I left it on 8 hours. It needs to be 10 hours. It's an American company, Kappa. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. As I was berating my workers for leaving early. This drives me nuts. We're designing, but the last bit, for some reason, they don't design along. They should be designing now. And I don't know why they're not. Probably because they don't have the statistics for it. Because you need like a level 2 thing. Where the fuck here? Who is it? You and you. Yeah, they probably need either level 2 system or something. To get for this late in the process. 2 of 4 assigned employees are unqualified for active tasks. Sucks. So that matters as well. Not just that they can program, but that they can program the correct fucking things. It's really annoying. Little Big Warehouse. I think I have. You can do hardware as well with this, but this is like our software company, right? I only develop software for right now, and we are called, obviously, as you can tell by the stream, the only thing I could have called it. It's cool that it's online. Or that you can play it online. I've not done it because I don't even know what's going on yet. Right now I'm actually not even doing anything right now for myself. I mean, I'm just making some money with these things, which are they're what do you call it? Deals. I'm doing them for other companies. But by now I have quite a big team, so we could start making stuff, like actual stuff. So wait, are they still? Why the fuck are the computers still slow? 17%? Jesus. Pause. Didn't I not call? I called maintenance. I did. Oops. Fixing the computers when nobody's there. Perfect. There's also 4 employees on vacation. Oh my god. That's half my team. Vacations are the worst. Okay, so I just don't have a design team today. Well, me and female me are doing the designing as well. Right? And the coding, because no one else can code. Oh no, my support team is gone. These two are on support. No, wait. I'm only missing... Oh no, okay. One of each is gone. Perfect. I'm so confused. I had a support team here, but I moved them here because they're accounting now. They're actually accounting. I feel like I should swap them over again. Yo, have a good one, Bass. Thanks for the sub and the raid, my dude. Always a pleasure. So wait, what are you doing now? I think they're just doing creative accounting now. Optimization. I think that's what they're doing. Can I see exactly what the fuck they're doing? Yeah, let me run through this again. Portrait is definitely 18. Here we go. Secondary task. Wait. Tasks. Accounting. Okay, good. Okay. Secondary tasks. See, they've got fairly decent programming stats actually. Programming. That's only one of them. The other one, I think that's what the one means. Like they both have what, 2 stars, but only one has 2D and only one has audio. Okay, so the primary task is accounting, and if then they don't fully need to do that, then they can go to the secondary tasks, I guess. Why does it say missing leader? What does that mean? We're gonna not touch that just yet. This lazy fucker. Yeah, the other half of the company went on vacation. Annoying. On the bright side, we're growing that reputation. Your feet off the fucking table. Jesus. You're supposed to be the cleaner. Should know better. Is like no one still working on this? I guess not. I should pause the other two and see what happens. Yeah, we got 20 plus months. So these deals are like fairly interesting because you can essentially they pay you per month or like per day. 1 day is a month. They pay you per month, so you can just keep it going, right? I have not promoted this, nor will I until it says 1 month here, because these guys are paying me. Hemp stop. 30K a month to do essentially nothing, right? Sure. Hashtag, why the fuck not? Oh, it's actually 96%. Let's do a review. I'm just curious. Haven't have. Right? It's me too, right? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Right, because this is multiplayer. Post game. You have to start with an empty slot, empty plot apparently as well. Yeah, you can just see the whole map. So, competing companies, they're still fast forward. Weird. Yeah. There's like a workshop and everything for it. Let's actually, I've not looked at it. Let's have a look. Software types, personalities, and AI companies. Yeah, a bunch of new software types that you can do. Because now what you have, like, you've got an OS, 2D editor, audio tool, games, office software, or an antivirus. Yeah, a bunch of buildings, more tables. So just the usual stuff you would expect for lots of this type of game, right? Oh, like Game Dev Tycoon. Oh, you have new new genres, new blah blah blah, more platforms, etc. Same div. Look at these lazy ass assholes again. Problem is, if they ain't working, they ain't leveling. Yeah, apparently the multiplayer is fairly new, like a year or so. So apparently, with the time forward stuff, everyone has to wait at the end of the day until everyone's done, and then it takes over. So you all play on the same map. The day only advances if everyone has ended their day. Throughout each day, you can all play at your own pace, and then you wait for others at midnight. You can interact with each other financially, like with other companies, blah, blah, blah. Kinda cool. And the mods work online. Here we go. Jeez. People want crazy raises? What the hell? So occasionally the music just stops.
We're coming for you.
Which is why we had something in the background going.
Like a room full of lawyers to hash out what a movie is.
Oh God, we can call all sorts of experts. We'll get Scorsese in there.
Oh God, Quentin Tarantino, he'll have some opinions.
Oh yeah.
This is not cinema.
Marvel will be just thrown out.
Yeah, no. We'll call Patton. We'll start with Patton. We got a plan, Mike.
We got a great idea.
You get 2D,
James
you
went
get
to court
audio.
because we feel that this is technically not a movie.
There needs to be a
That's
legal
fair.
precedence for what is considered a movie.
We're gonna make it happen.
This is people walking out and saying, environment?
Oh yes, going up to strangers and going.
Here we go again with the
doing?
Texas fucking hell.
Environment?
Oh, I actually got research now. Interesting.
Poorly executed and poorly acted on top of that.
Recently, the acidity levels in the ocean have been rising. That's why the sea lions and whales are getting cancer.
Apparently I optimized for $71,000. That's kind of worth it.
It was very rare to find sharks in the Santa Cruz Ocean.
Was it though?
Okay, but now because of global warming and climate change,
Their salaries not really. Shit.
Antarctica due to global warming.
So that's why I started a company called Code Red Technology to fix global warming. I'm funding it with $2 billion to build a space elevator that goes from the ground to the Earth's atmosphere. About 62 miles. Tragic. This space elevator
is called melting ice.
Making it built from the ground for carbon travel and access to space for everyone. Very
Global
strong.
warming, climate change,
CO2
screwing up real estate
used to transport cargo and people to space.
Global warming, climate change.
We have to do something about this damn global warming.
Well, we better fix global warming.
This fails in competence and on a technical level.
That's the frustrating thing.
Like exposure problems.
Yes, yes, we should talk about that. He clearly shot it on 2 different cameras.
are you okay?
One is like whatever, normal consumer, prosumer grade camera, but then the other one we weren't sure. Like the image looks, I theorized that he shot it in log format, which is when the image looks flat right out of the camera, so you have the most range to work with in color grading. And they didn't know how to properly color grade log footage, so it looks weird and dark.
One looks like properly, or
How do we even get
one
that
looks
stuff?
like a camera should look.
Normal-ish.
Oh, utility
one
maybe.
looks like
Yeah.
24 stops down.
And we're cutting between the two in the same
Like,
scene.
what are you doing?
Yeah, and then the audio is different between the two
completely up
cameras
and
too.
down.
Yes.
I'm not very good at this, and it might sound cliche, but ever since I met you, Kim,
Honestly, my feeling was with that, and we had talked about it
Is he
briefly
still
on the
reading?
screen, but my feeling is that he learned just enough about how technology has improved since he made the first movie to make it so much worse. Like, here are more options. I'm going to fuck them all up.
I'm not going to say he's deliberately making this bad, but I will say he has no incentive to get better because his movies are popular for being bad movies.
I got that feeling with the bird attack stuff, which is at the very end of the movie, where it's like, oh, people like the plug-in bird effects from the first movie, so I'm just going to do that again.
Technology has come so far along that you could do much more realistic bird plugins, and like, you know, it definitely, like, you could do a better job.
Oh. He just has a gun.
Yeah.
Where's that way? Can't you try just a little bit?
Nope.
Oh. That was my favorite.
Why did that happen?
The birdemic aspect of this movie feels like obligatory. Like, I guess I have to put this in.
Sure.
I don't
Yeah,
want to
'cause
make
it's
another
after-
birdemic movie. I just want to make a movie about climate change.
Okay, but now because of global warming and climate change,
It's after an hour of just these two fuckers wandering around up to people and just like, hey, you are doing a thing. Yeah, the environment.
Yeah.
It's literally that over and over and over again.
Well, we better fix global warming.
Look at this neat whale behind me. Environment.
I'm going to make a space elevator to save the Earth.
It will be used to pump the CO2 out of the Earth's atmosphere. Here's how it works.
No!
And I think, and we've often said,
wrote
like, when you make
Witness
a
wrong.
movie bad on purpose, it's not entertaining. But I think if someone made an intentionally bad Birdemic sequel, it would be more entertaining than this. This is not bad in like we made a bad movie on purpose, wink winky kind of like,
Which is terrible.
Which is no, this feels like a genuine failure.
Yeah, if you
It feels like a lazy failure.
That's what my mom said.
But if you made an intentionally bad Birdemic movie, it would have more story than this.
Yeah. Yeah, this feels like it comes from a very sincere place.
Yeah, but
and
it
it's
wouldn't
terrible.
go on about climate change for an hour before anything happened.
Yeah.
I think it was just lazy.
Vertigo.
It's actually not just Hitchcock's greatest movie. According to a 2012 survey by the influential Sight and Sound magazine, the film industry, movie critics, and academics voted Vertigo the greatest
So
film
something
of all
going
time,
on or something?
surpassing Citizen
Or is
Kane.
that just a random? Oh, just so you know, get ready.
This is like what I was saying about Snowfalls, where you just copy and paste Wikipedia into script,
This
into
makes
dialogue.
Snowfalls look like.
Well, this is
Race
But this is a
tycoon.
step away from having AI just write your movie.
What kind of race?
It
AI
feels
would write a better movie.
Have you seen any clips of that Seinfeld AI?
yeah.
Like that's what
No.
this feels like.
Who knows? Maybe they think they will reduce the late-night bagel craving munchies. The world may never know.
Well, I guess that is one way to combat late-night snacking.
Did you know there's actually 9 mechanisms of aging?
No?
It's actually 724 trillion cells in the human body.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Can we be done with Birdemic? Can this just stop? We've had 3 movies now. Like after The Room, everyone was like, okay, we're done with Tommy Wiseau. He made a couple other things, but nobody gave a shit. Can we just stop with the Birdemic stuff? Don't encourage this.
Yes, we have to accept our fate. It is death.
This is a public service announcement. We're doing a public service to say, don't watch Birdemic 3. And it's really unfortunate because it's produced by Severin, which is a boutique Blu-ray label that I like a lot.
Yeah.
They do great work. They put out some of the best box sets.
How did they release it?
They've hitched their wagon to the Birdemic franchise, and I wish they wouldn't. It's very depressing.
It is.
It's a sad state of affairs.
'Cause
It's
this
such a
is
13 level
It's
3
just
system
such
designers.
a
Good
sadness.
fucking luck, bro.
This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Because it's the worst thing.
And literally, it's
That's
the
what I
worst
mean.
thing I've
Research
ever
in this
seen
game
my whole
seems
life.
You're gonna vote for
insane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know how you were.
Hi. Oh, hi. Is that a rose?
What?
That's a galaxy.
It's actually a galaxy far away.
Is that a? Oh my God.
His poor eyesight due to climate change.
Maybe it was.
Well, we'll do okay. Best of the worst. We'll start with Rich. We'll go this way.
I'm going with Fights of Fury. Fight of Fury?
Fight of Fury.
Fight or Fury. Whatever.
Fight of Fury.
Fight of Fury is the best of the worst today because it gave us a bizarre, interesting character who is a real person.
Is
and
it-
I'm gonna start
bizarre-
losing money for a little while, but I want to make
It's
my
a
own stuff.
classic, classic
Black
black
I'm so
font,
done with
classic,
the-
black tank top. I was
these
saying when we were
things.
watching it that this could have been a spotlight.
Yeah, a lot of weird
A lot
stuff.
to unpack in Fight of Fury.
Yeah.
Josh?
I'm 100% with Rich. It's Fury, fight.
Fury.
Fight, Fury, fight.
Fury fight of.
Fight.
Final Fury fight.
Because we got to the end of it. We got to the end of it, and we all were just like, "What happens now?"
Yeah.
And I've never seen a movie have the gall do that on this show.
Yeah.
They just end and say, "Oh, can't wait to see what happens next."
You
Can
want
ya?
more, don't you?
I want to see the next movie.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
definitely want to see this movie. I do not want to see a Birdemic 4.
No.
I don't want to see what happens 3 months later with the Mega Lightning. I want more Fury fight.
Just Mike?
I agree.
Alright. Now we're paying for insurance.
In terms of, oh God. The bar is very low.
Sure. No, well, my best, Fight of Fury is best of the worst for all the reasons everybody's already said. I think Birdemic 3, as we've said, is the worst thing ever. I would love to destroy it. It's weird, we don't have a physical copy to destroy. We have a fake thing that we made.
Do we have to break into Amazon servers?
Can we delete
Hey,
this?
we successfully filed a tech
God,
report.
that would be
Nice.
epic.
We hire a hacker?
Yeah. What do we call him?
Ocean's 4?
I think we could safely say, watch Fight of Fury. He's very bad. Sure. But his heart is in the martial arts.
Oh yeah, as far as we know, his dojo is very well respected. I think looked at the Yelp and people
He's
like
not
it.
great at staging an exciting fight scene,
But he tried, goddammit.
he tried.
He needs a little help in constructing a feature film narrative.
Yes.
And maybe some
'cause of
camera
the
work and
Texas.
some technical stuff.
He needs.
And maybe he hasn't quite earned the gall to not conclude any of the plots he's set up in his movie.
There's that. So Fight of
still
Fury
directed
2
even.
has so much potential.
Yeah.
But Birdemic 3 or Birdemic 4,
There's nowhere
that
to go.
guy needs to stop.
Be done.
Whoever made this needs to move on to something else.
You know what? I want to see this person
The fuck just
direct a
happened?
straight drama.
Sure, yeah.
Ugh.
Don't do like disaster porn.
Work
Get
with
out of
some
here.
actors, have
Get
some-
out of
have
here.
some- Get out of here. Right here.
Oh. What?
You know how the show, like we pick a best of the worst and then we destroy something?
You know,
This is a disaster. Sunny B make Bert.
Wait, did they just
Fight
die?
of Fury 2
Break? Oh.
and make it real good.
Please. Shuni, call us. If
Yeah.
you need funding for this,
Do you need money to finish your film? We'll
call
do it.
Let us know.
Yes.
We want it.
You have potential.
James Wen, we'll give you money to not make any more movies.
Oh, that too.
Contact us about that as well.
James,
Yeah.
you take that money and you give it to Shuni B.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, you're all in California.
Yeah.
Or just give the money to the environment.
Oh, you can do that too.
That
but
would do far more good
But
for
Rich,
the
Then
environment.
we could have this Fights of Fury too.
I think Fight of Fury 2 would do a lot for the environment as well. So
You know what? It'd keep people indoors watching movies, and then they wouldn't get mega lightninged.
Fill up so many landfills with Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Fighting
Goodbye,
fast.
everybody. I'm out of here.
Oh,
Bye, everyone.
good, good.
I'm going home. Bye. Stuck in the shirt.
Maybe we should drive me over to the Amazon warehouse, and I could ask them if they have any copies of Birdemic 3 we can destroy.
Oh.
It might.
Is Jeff Bezos around?
Oh, Bezos! We didn't even talk about Bezos!
I'd like to talk to him.
Where do you want my copies of Birdemic for?
Would you let us in there so we
Should have hired a Tim, bro. Damn.
Which computer has the Birdemic?
Rich Evans was a
Support for
superstar in
Worm
the
8 or
entertainment
design for Worm 9?
He had built up a large following through his work with
Funny.
Red Letter Media, and many fans looked to him as an icon of justice. So when news broke that he had been arrested for breaking into an Amazon warehouse in order to destroy the server which held Birdemic 3, people were stunned. The police had been tipped off by
The AI is
an
funny.
anonymous source about Richie's plan, and they swooped down on the warehouse late at night while he was still inside. When they confronted him, he calmly explained that Birdemic 3 was such an affront to art and decency that it simply couldn't be allowed to exist any longer. As news of Richie's arrest spread across social media and beyond, reactions ranged from shock and horror all the way through support and adulation. After all, most people agreed with his sentiment, if not his chosen method of expressing it. Soon enough, there were campaigns launched, online calling for his release from jail, petitions circulated demanding justice for Rich. Even celebrities got involved in voicing their opinion about what should happen next. Eventually, public pressure won out over corporate greed after several months spent behind bars awaiting trial. Rich Evans walked free once again. The charges against him were dropped due to lack of evidence and no doubt some backroom deals being made. But more importantly than anything else, Birdemic 3 was never released.
Yeah. And oh yeah,
You think the movie is
I'm building my own
except it's kind of
my own
completely
building right now,
obvious what
and you
the
can go
twist
up,
is gonna be, which
and then
Jack
I can buy
thinks is an A+
other stuff as well.
idea. And it's the laziest. It's like what a stupid person would do when he's trying to be pretentious. He was dead and in hell the whole time. Ooh.
Which, Jack, you are responsible for. The McNamara
Yeah.
brothers are back.
Yes, they're definitely not gay.
You should read this one because you are the one who found the original Twin Dragon Encounter.
Yes.
In a thrift store.
In Minnesota. And we eventually watched it and got a little uncomfortable watching
I
them
don't
ride
have any
on the
artists
freewheel.
They
though,
were in
except
love
for
with
my own
each
two guys.
And I think they will continue to be
Sort
in
of.
love with each other in the sequel, but that's just a guess.
The ultimate game of survival. The twin dragons, Michael and Martin McNamara. Dragon Hunt.
Yes.
Do you remember how the first film ended?
The first film ends with them forgetting their girlfriend because they never really loved them in the first place. Subtext. And then the bad guy flies
Zero
away on an
artists
airplane.
except for me and
We have
her.
camouflage and guns. We have punks and babes in cages and more punks and guns.
For all the things Canada has to be embarrassed of, this might be the worst.
Madman Jake and his people's private army set the captured twins loose on an island with vicious killers hot on their trail. So apparently they are captured at one point, but then set loose on an island of vicious killers. Outnumbered and outgunned, the twins are in trouble. Mick and Martin are the underdogs, but they have a reputation to fight to their last breath. The hunters become the hunted as the game takes a deadly turn. The world champion kickboxing twins leap into action in Dragon Hunt. I suppose like the big question for me is how are they going to up the ante? Because we saw lots of fighting, we saw a little bit of guns, and a fair bit of three-wheeling.
I'm gonna say they didn't film the action in ultra slow motion. Remember the fights in the first one? They lasted about a second and they were awkward, and so they went back and they slowed everything down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess that they maybe improved on the cinematic execution of the fights, because that was the big fail of the first one. They had a camera and they locked it down, and then they went. And then some people fell down, and then they said the fight scene lasted 4 seconds.
Right.
Well, this is not real. We'll slow it down. Then the fight scene will last 25 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And that's not such a good experience for the audience.
And
Reverse Uno.
I'm going to give them points here because they did find a clever way to shoot at night.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, are these fight scenes much better than the first film. Even if they're not so great.
I think they learned a little bit about like a real fight versus what a movie fight should look like.
There's camera cuts, there's different angles.
Yeah. It's not just one wide shot.
Right.
We have a bad filmmaker that actually learned a lesson.
Yeah, only 1% wasted interest, so 100% interest in the game.
Oh, look at that!
Oh my God, it's too much. Cut.
I don't have a marketing team. I don't have someone who's gonna do a publisher for marketing and printing.
There's not one on the back of the box.
Sucks
but that's my
because it
guess.
loses a lot of
They're gonna have
money.
a bazooka and they will bazooka
And
something.
we have to release in 2 years and 1
Is
month.
that a sex act?
There's no one here.
Oh.
It's just me and you today, Jack.
Is that a sex act?
Yeah.
Nice. My other guess.
That's where the name Bazooka Joe comes from.
Oh no, I shouldn't have done that.
Let's go around the corner. Give you a Bazooka Joe. I like it.
Oh no, I haven't.
I like it.
It came from World War II.
Oh, really?
That's what all the prostitutes in Japan would call the U.S. sailors Bazooka Joes.
Oh.
Because they would blast them in the face.
With bazookas.
That's true.
No, or with their bazookas.
It's true. And then they called the chewing gum that, and little did they know, thousands, millions of little kids were putting bazooka Joes in their mouth.
Oh, but that was like sailor semen.
Yeah.
It's
true.
85.
Semen.
It's gonna
Look
be.
it up on Wikipedia. that's the internet database for perverts.
That was a long setup for a decent joke.
Let's go watch Dragon Hunt. It should be called Twin Dragon.
So we're gonna wait
Hunt.
2 or 3 iterations.
Just Dragon Hunt. They're ignoring the twin aspect.
They're not. They're right here.
I mean, it says the twin dragons are back or whatever, but it should be called Twin Dragon Encounter, Twin Dragon Hunt.
This was before. This was before the era of colons.
Okay.
All right.
Although,
well,
not for them.
I think this is supposed to be funny. So, Mike,
we're back.
What's next?
What's next is Juan Fernandez in. I can't read it.
Tartar sauce. Tartarus.
Why aren't they
this is more
designed? I don't
legible.
understand.
Tartarus.
Are they
Is
just
it
not good
Tartarus, I
enough?
think? But this is a film by Dave Wascovich.
Oh no!
The director of one of the most famous movies ever, Suburban Sasquatch.
Oh no!
Yes, we have quite a collection of Dave Wascovich films, probably 4 or 5 of them.
Do we?
Because they only. Why though?
Yeah.
Oh, because we're working on physics, which requires 2 stars.
I don't know if it's going to be as good as Suburban Sasquatch.
In what?
What is, but we can at least give it a shot.
Great.
Oh my god, he really
System,
is on a
I guess.
spacecraft.
Oh, my brain, bro.
He escaped. It was all just on an alien spacecraft.
Cosmic justice is served
It really slows down the designing, obviously. There's only 2
torture
people can do it.
by evil.
Out of the 4 that I have in the
Haunted by
design
demons, Tartarus
side.
has been opened. Walk the line between heaven and hell.
Oh my god.
At least with the support we're doing for other stuff, we're still in the green, right? Slightly.
But like, eventually we need a plot, right?
No.
Remember where you are.
I do it.
It's just Jello.
Oh, the old brain in a pie tin.
It's just Jello.
Tartarus is the infernal region.
I mean, we still have 2 years. Fully 2 years.
So it's like Greek hell.
Like Hades or okay.
All the under the
Okay.
So we got time.
See, now I feel so uncultured. John is on the run, escaping, ellipses, but to where? Demons and evil surround him, aliens torturing him. Well, he's getting it from all ends, taunting him. But his only allies are those that he does not believe he can trust. Trying to escape his past was his biggest mistake. Wow, this is really vague.
Where madness and death live. Great. Let's go to the dental chair and remove that Tartarus. It's like in the plaque. Turns to tartar.
What is it? What would you say? Let you alone,
Oh no, guys.
It's a UFO. It can presumably go faster than the speed of light.
Jack.
Ah!
It was Tartarus.
Stupid fucking Texas.
So, we just watched
Every time it's
Tartarus.
Texman time, I have a loss.
What an amazing film.
It ran away with all of my accolades.
You're right. I'm surprised I never heard of it. It should have won awards the year that it came out. You know what film did win tons of awards? The Last Vampire on Earth by Vitali Versace. Have you seen this?
I have seen this.
Were you there on this episode? I don't remember.
I was not there on this episode, but we watched that beforehand. That's the movie about the AIDS vampire.
Right.
It's heartbreaking.
I kinda want to set up a
If I
night
am
shift.
to remember correctly.
Right. Who's in
Kinda,
love with
sorta.
a girl who is a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
And then they eat a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah.
And there's a little fat brother.
Yes.
See, right when it gets
so
to the
good.
last bit, they just can't do nothing. They have to wait for
Well, we
it.
happen
And it
to
takes
have
so
another
long. Then.
film of Vitali Versace's.
Sucks.
It's called Born into Mafia.
Oh no. That's the actual cover.
Yeah.
This is not something that you made as a joke in Photoshop.
No. And people online said it's the best crime film. That quote is attributed to people online.
People online?
Probably not People Magazine.
No.
But just
people.
People online have said it's the best crime film.
Commenter has once said this movie is so awesome.
Did you review it?
No.
I guess it has to be more than one person. So
Several people.
If you can only find one person who said best crime movie or best crime film.
Also, like, the 4 stars that it is given is not in quotes, and so I think those are just random 4 stars that happen to be next to the pull quote.
It could be 4 stars out of 50, for all we know.
Oh, good. We got the widescreen edition.
Oh, thank God. And its proper aspect ratio.
I was the only one on the plane.
I have all luggage. I'm walking away from baggage claim.
Nice to meet you. So, how's the LA?
It's awesome. Look at the weather.
So, should we get your luggage? I don't have a luggage. A Russian with no luggage. What are the chances of that? Hold on.
What? Was it slowed down shot? You just didn't have a reaction?
Nope.
I'm so sold already. Once in the mafia, always in the mafia.
There's probably some truth to that statement.
I'm sure Vitali Versace knows all about. Oh, this is restricted. Is Rich okay to watch this?
Rich, are you okay with the restricted film? It's not technically R-rated by the.
Why always this one, man?
It's just restricted.
It's restricted.
Does it say who is restricted?
No.
No.
Then I don't know.
Well, if you feel uncomfortable, let us know.
Do you have any restrictions? I guess is the better question, right?
Do you have any Versace restrictions?
No, you know what? I think I'm going to risk it.
Do you have mob ties that might put you in danger for making fun of this movie?
No.
This is what the back of the box says. This film is a concentrated study of a Russian mafia family. Ivan runs to America to escape the organized crime curse and start a new life.
Hi. Oh, hi, Ivan. Welcome to America.
Thank you.
I know you're going to enjoy staying in our home.
Let's get everything there too,
Let's all
I
have
guess.
some tea. I'll get the tea.
There we go. There we go.
Just wanted to make sure the couch still worked. It still works.
A concentrated study of a Russian mafia family. They can't make that font any bigger without pixelating it. They have nothing to say about this movie. Is Shooting Star Productions. The logo for Shooting Star Production is mostly cut off the S. The mark of quality, the production company can't get their logo right on the back of the box. I think we are going to see stock footage of a helicopter.
Okay.
And they're going to say, hey, we got to go to
Fucking
New
noise is
Jersey.
annoying. I don't know. I don't really know how to fix that.
Hey, now
properly.
we're in New Jersey. That was a good helicopter ride. Hey, that's the exact thing we're going to
Is Tony Danza in this? Or?
Tony Danza? Yeah. What's his lady's name? Monica. Angela. Hey, Angela, we're going to New Jersey. Born in the mafia over here, like a mama used to born. Fuck.
Yeah, I think right now it becomes English first language in the world. So I was in private school. My dad has a lot of money and connections. So I got tired of that. But I was in private school.
You might say I was born into mafia.
I had the best education. Basically, it's just not about.
I want more
that. It's
carpets,
just,
man.
So once my mom died, I missed love.
When I was 10.
The Last Vampire is clearly the superior film. Clearly.
Well, here we are, everybody. The discussionary phase of Best of the Worst.
This was an exciting gimmick.
How do I fix this?
No.
It was before we watched the movies.
And conceptually, it was an interesting gimmick, but ultimately a failure and a disaster. We should call this episode Second Bests, or maybe Third Bests, Fourth Bests.
Although we should have known what we were getting into with the first one, since the last time we did the McNamara Brothers movie, we did destroy the tape. Yeah.
Yeah, well, just as a reminder, obviously, this one, what is this called?
Dragon Hunt.
Dragon Hunt.
Dragon
The
Hunt.
first film was called Twin Dragon Encounter. This one is Tartarus. It's, of course, made by Dave Wascovich, the creator of Suburban Sasquatch, and Born into Mafia, Vitali Versace.
The one and only.
The one and only directorial auteur tour de force of filmmaking. He
It's
made
'cause there's too many people here,
The
yeah?
Last Vampire
That's
on
why.
Earth, which all 3 of those films were great. This is their inbred stepsons.
Yes. This is their less than.
Let's talk about
Can't remember the
Dragon
name of
Cunt. I can never remember the name of this movie. I'm going to pass this off to Jay because Jay has extensive knowledge and a good memory of these kinds of movies where people shoot guns in the forest.
It does get hard to keep track. I don't even know how many we've watched at this point, but this movie, Dragon Hunt. It picks up right where Twin Dragon Encounter left off. The main bad guy, Jake, who got a spear in his hand or something in the last movie. I guess that was enough where they had to amputate his hand, and now he's got a plastic hand that's spray painted silver.
Oh, well, it's a metal hand.
It's a metal hand, sure.
Wait, we got a metal hand.
But he's very, very upset that he got ousted by the famous and talented and ripped and manly
What if I-
McNamara brothers.
Those twin dragons.
Those twin dragons, curses.
We're robbing your ship.
In case you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, this is a stick-up.
Considering everything else that happened in the movie, i.e. the entire thing was in the woods, that opening was exquisite.
That's true. There was lots of shots compared to the way the action scenes in the first movie were executed, where it's just one flat wide
Yeah.
shot. We're getting lots of cuts in this
There,
movie.
there is definite cinematic improvement in this.
But wait.
They learned lessons from the first film.
The first thing that happens is they rob the boat.
No, the first thing that happens is they buy guns. Before they have stolen money to buy guns?
Oh,
It doesn't
yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
They buy guns from like the mafia who insist on knowing why they're buying the guns.
That's right.
Who are you gonna use the weapons against?
I told you it was none of your business.
It is my business. That's the only way I sell guns. We have a policy here.
Make something up. That's all you got to do.
2 karate dojo owners. What?
Who may or may not want to fuck each other.
That was one of those, like, reinforcing the idea that the twin dragons were the most badass, because the mafia says, who are you going to shoot with these guns? They say, we're going after the twin dragons.
And they say, oh.
Good luck with that. Ha 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 ha.
Another important thing to note is that they totally have girlfriends, like, all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Boobs and sex.
Not the same girlfriends from the first movie.
No,
We're not sure.
different girlfriends. But before we get there, I wanted to mention one of the exciting scenes in the opening is I guess the bad guys they rob this boat and they leave behind a clue to frame the McNamara brothers, which is half of a necklace that the McNamara brothers also have. So the cops arrest them just based on the fact that there was a necklace on the boat. And then the greatest scene happens where they just beat the shit out of them.
You were there, you and your brother. What about this medallion we found? Hey, what about it?
So, despite the fact that there were 9 guys with machine guns, because they found a medallion, that's their medallion, they just assumed that they...
Yes, that was the evil master plan, is every cop knows these medallions.
I think it's the best scene in the movie because it's just so satisfying to see those guys get their asses kicked. But the bigger question is, why does this happen? Because then they let him go, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the movie.
Seems to
It
somewhat
would
be
make for a
fixed,
much better movie. Like, they're trying to clear their names.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was going to be. But then it's just, no, we got to get them back in the woods so they can run around and throw spears, just like the first movie.
Because it's all about their ego. So they get saved by another cop who says, no, these are the twin dragons. They're the coolest.
What'd you let him go for?
Because 10 years ago, these guys saved my ass. They're friends of mine.
I don't care if they're friends of yours. I've got proof that I can put them there.
Screw your proof.
A necklace. That's the proof?
Vendetta against them, and you're not thinking like a cop anymore. Your personal feelings are getting in the way.
You're the one who's rescuing them because of your personal feelings.
Yeah, that's true.
Did they sink the boat and kill everyone on board? Why are these cops so angry?
That's the end of that.
You can go free, so they instantly go on another vacation.
Yeah, to the exact same cabin in the exact same island where Jake and all of his henchmen are. Well, the most exciting thing that happens in the movie is that the bad guys use the money that they robbed from the boat
Starting to lose money, boys.
to buy this evil compound from an actual realtor. We have a scene where they negotiate
Can't
the
be
price
helped.
with the realtor, which means they had to do paperwork. They had to have a closing. How long did all this take?
There was probably an inspection that needed to be done.
Yeah.
Closing costs. It was, I'm sure, like a week's worth of work for those bad guys.
I'm the worst realtor ever.
How much?
$4 million. 3? $2 million. And we can offer you an excellent second mortgage plan.
Hey, Jake! Jake!
Is this supposed to be funny?
Down the hill back there, there's a great place to build a training camp.
But here's the important part of
So
the movie is once again they go on vacation.
Come on.
Their girlfriends who do a double cross, drug them, and they are now in a cage in the middle of the bad guy camp. After they swam to visit the
You're
bad guy camp the
losing
day
money.
before, just to check on the bad guys.
This movie is a lot less homoerotic than the first
Yeah,
one.
that's what made the first one so much fun.
Yeah, them on that ATV and
They were just oiling each other up and rolling around and climbing on.
yeah, there's not as much of that in this movie, unfortunately.
The pogo stick scene was incredibly awkward in the first one.
You thinking what I'm thinking? Yep.
Well, for one, the first film is identical to this one. With mild differences. They have two ladies who may or may not be the same ladies. I'm gonna put some side by sides up here. I think they're the same ones.
They might be.
A Canadian. They
And
all
I don't
look
mean the
alike
same
to me.
actresses. They very well could be the same actresses. Whether or not they're supposed to be the same characters, I don't know because they never say their names.
They don't even get introduced. We just cut to a wide shot of them on their like boat going to their cabin.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, I guess that's their girlfriend.
They just assume that
I don't have
ladies are always
artists.
with them. And they always have a lady each to go to their vacation cabin. They once again go to this site of a horrible violent incident that occurred a month ago. Maybe last summer. I don't know.
Get
It
one
was
set.
last summer because the end credits to the first movie.
Oh, that's right.
Say that Jake will come to bother them again next summer.
Okay. So it's a yearly thing. It's an annual thing. But they show up at their cabin and they have their Twin Dragon Martial Arts Academy poster on the front door, and there's a bloody arrow stuck in it. And then they're just like, eh.
That's when you pull a Lawrence Fishburne in Event Horizon and just say, "We're leaving."
We're leaving.
Yeah, they say, well, some guys, oh gosh, it's probably that armed militia again.
I think someone's expecting us. Start unpacking. We'll be back.
We've got to strip down and go swimming.
Let's have our vacation.
You girls stay here alone while we run off together.
We're gonna go swim and find out if they're on their island, which would be a different island since they bought new property.
Right.
So I don't know how they knew where to swim to, but they did. And when they're gone, that's when the girlfriends poison them.
Because they're working for the militia.
Yes.
Right.
Well, they're gonna drug them. I guess these girls are up to no good.
Why do you even need that whole army if you have girls that have infiltrated? Just wait till they're sleeping and have the girls stab them in the face.
Maybe they're working on their own now.
Poison
Broke
them.
away.
Or just poison them.
Just poison them.
You can't take out the McNamara brothers that easily, Jay. You need an army.
The theory is that the guys knew the whole time and they were playing along.
No, I think what happened was the girls were working for the bad guys, and over the course of being in the camp with the bad guys, they were like, oh, these guys are too bad. Now I feel bad for the McNamara brothers, so we're going to help them.
Right.
Because they were Jake and his crew were really mean to the girls, you know.
But the McNamara brothers don't seem to give a shit that the girls betrayed them at the end of the movie.
Oh, and there's reveals with the girls too.
They're cops.
One of them's a cop, At least one of them is a cop, and that's the twist. And it doesn't lead to anything. The other one is like a horrible drug fiend.
That also doesn't lead to anything.
It doesn't lead. There's just one scene where she's like, "I need my drugs," and she's like chugging alcohol, and she's snorting coke, I guess.
And she
and then
drops
it's
it.
never brought up again.
Jake has an army at a secret camp, and the McNamaras are there in a cage. What is Jake's plan for revenge? What are his rules? And what are the parameters?
What's this contest about? I thought we'd play a little game.
Well, I'll say his first thing he's going to do is let the McNamara brothers out of the cage and give them 2 hours.
Get dressed. You got 2 hours.
I'm sick of looking at your big dicks. Oh, they're so big.
In that time, they could just jump in the water and swim away. They don't do that.
Wrong. Why can't they do that?
Because anyone who leaves the island will be shot.
The People's Private Army will monitor the perimeter of the island. Once the hunt starts, anyone trying to leave the island will be shot.
And then many scenes later, everybody leaves the island and walks around and goes on boats. And
Well, they start using guns, too. That's completely thrown out the window after the contestants are all killed.
What do the McNamara brothers have to do?
Well, they have to survive, I guess.
No, they
Oh, no, there's a capture the flag.
There's a capture the flag.
This movie is capture the flag.
This is a yes.
The rules are quite simple. Twins will be totally unarmed. Only you, man, will know exactly where the rotating flag will be.
Why is he talking like that?
Twins will try to capture the flag. Your job is to kill them. There's a $200,000 cash reward for the man who does the job.
Oh, they're literally playing capture the flag.
24 hours a day.
What happens if they get the
The
flag?
most dangerous game apparently is capture the flag.
They win.
What do they win?
They get to go.
I know what the bad guys win if they kill them. Whoever kills them gets
Now we have
$200,000?
artists.
$200,000. See, Jake, he got all this money together so he could hire people to hunt down the McNamara brothers. But he also has $200,000 prize for killing the McNamara brothers. But if you don't kill the McNamara brothers, you get shot
or burned alive.
or burned alive.
This is a great plan.
It makes perfect sense.
Who wouldn't sign up for this?
There's also a very specific and rigid schedule on
Yes.
who gets to hunt the McNamara brothers and when they get to hunt them.
The twins will be hunted 24 hours a day. You hunters will be divided into 3 groups. Each group takes an 8-hour shift. Beastmaster, you take the first shift. Red Skull, you and your
Why is there
ninjas will be
only
the second hunting
719 followers, bro?
Batman,
Wow, this is gonna be a
you take
massive
the third
disaster.
shift. Hunters, take notice. Although the twins are vastly outnumbered, they are masters of kung fu and kickboxing, complete professionals. They're also skilled woodsmen. The twins can survive in the bush in the harshest of conditions. Don't underestimate them.
They are so
When
awesome.
does the hunt start? Sunrise tomorrow.
Can I wait a whole
Twins
day?
get 2 hours start.
There's Group A, who is the Beastmaster, who has to hunt down the
now we're moving somewhere.
McNamara brothers with a happy, fluffy dog. There is Group
6 months
B,
of hype while we fix
the
bugs.
ninjas, who are
Hopefully.
not allowed to hunt the McNamara brothers
5
at
months.
night. There are Group B, the next scheduled after the Beastmaster, and then Group C is Bubba, who
Is
has a
the fat
crossbow, and he's fat.
That's it.
But even though he's Group C and the ninjas are Group B, wait, no, because the ninjas are originally Group C. No, I'm sorry, I got the
you have it
schedule
right.
wrong. The ninjas are originally scheduled to go last after Bubba, but for some reason they send out the ninjas.
So it went A, C, B1, B2, C.
Can we clarify our fat men though?
There's many fat men.
Because there's a country music star with the chains.
The Beastmaster.
That's the Beastmaster.
That's the Beastmaster
Who
who
has
has the fluffy
one
dog.
beast, by the way.
There is a fat guy in overalls with crossbow who can't run, who they taunt him with heart attack.
That's the fat man.
That's the fat man. But then there's also the heavy guy.
The mentally challenged one?
The dim-witted guy who's like 7 feet tall and 600
They say
pounds.
he's too dumb to feel pain or something like that.
He's like a brute, like you can punch him in the head 100 times and he'll just keep fighting.
Yeah.
And so what group all 3 of these guys belong to, I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, it goes without saying because it's the McNamara brothers. They just kill everybody. which means we get to see the McNamaras kill a fluffy, cute dog.
Oh, Mr. Fluffy!
Our heroes have now killed a friendly, fluffy dog.
And that's, so like immediately you're like, oh,
Damn
I
it.
hope that the McNamara brothers don't win.
Right.
I don't like them anymore.
Then they not only murder, but taunt and murder someone who is severely overweight.
They keep like wishing for him to have a heart attack.
And yes, the Fat Man is hunting them, but after the Fat Man misses his shot, the McNamara brothers are like jogging after him, going, "Run, Fat Man, run!" Like poking him with sharp
I
sticks.
think they just stab him in the back.
They do eventually.
they play with their food.
His foot gets caught in a bear trap or whatever, and then they just stab him in the back.
After
Very
they taunt
honorable.
him.
These are like the basic rules of the hero, right? The hero never like murders. Well, I mean,
They kill people in defense.
They will kill people, but only if they have to. Even in situations like this, if the fat guy they've eluded him and he's walking away, leave it be. Don't run up and stab him in the back unless your life is in mortal danger. That's rule number one.
Yeah.
And then to put all this in context, which is the baffling part, is I get that these guys aren't big fans of the Canadian government, and their whole shtick is we're like, I don't know, not mountain men. What would you call
real
them?
men. We're
tough men. We're manly men. They're the manliest men to manly.
They're naturists. They often flaunt how much prowess they have with like building things and chopping wood.
I mean, they get down to speedos. They're not quite naturists, but they get close.
But my point is, you're going back to your cabin with your ladies, right? And there's a bloody arrow in your door, and your old nemesis is there with an army on a neighboring island with machine guns and explosives, and there's never ever a thought that crosses their mind of can they go in their cabin and find a phone and pick it up and dial the Canadian equivalent of 911, which is 91683476587, and call the Canadian government and say, we're in trouble.
Well, and I think, but the important point that you made there, Mike, was the McNamaras, after getting their 2-hour head start, immediately are in the water outside of the radius of the island. They have already escaped. They have chosen then to come back and murder everyone.
It's just a poorly executed story. They wanted to have an action movie with martial arts, fighting, explosions, gunfights, and they did not know how to properly frame it and tell it.
Yeah, they don't understand story, structure, motivation. They did, though, and when it comes to the execution of the action, it's like they watched our previous episode and they took notes, because the things that we complained about, they greatly improved on in this movie. But the fight scene with the ninjas at night, we get some fire, which is motivation for there being light at night, and it's not the worst.
It's not the worst.
It's not the worst. That's the best compliment I can give it.
It's just illogical.
It's just a bad story.
Like they at one point we laughed because they stole the $200,000 in a briefcase. They steal the prize money, which I think at this point everyone's either dead or has forgotten about the prize money, and they're running around with the prize money. And at this point, guns are okay.
See, that was so potentially clever, them stealing the prize money. Like, I think a clever writer could have done something with that, where that was like a tool they used to throw a monkey wrench into the whole game. And now the mercenaries they hired aren't getting their money, and then the mercenaries turn on Jake's men, and they're fighting each other now, and the McNamara brothers are using that confusion to their advantage to rescue people we care about. Something.
But what ends up happening is they end up like on a sand hill and a helicopter shoots at them with a machine gun, but they shoot at the helicopter and they win.
Fred, pull up! Pull up! Fred! Fred! Holy shit!
Oh.
Not bad. They did their best.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then there is a cacophony of violence. An absolute madhouse of fists.
It's just a montage of close-ups of punches and kicks,
But
basically.
the payoff, though, to the stealing the money plot is they just drop the money.
Well, that's the end of that.
Oh, there goes the money plot.
Bye.
Wow. That's the payoff to that. They steal the money.
All right,
And
game's
then, like, a
released.
scene later,
Hopefully
they
it does
dropped the
okay.
suitcase. They just ran out into the middle of an open area when they know they're surrounded by men with machine guns, which is the dumbest thing you can do if you're surrounded by men with machine guns.
I think they did that just because, well, one, it was a nice open area where they can set off explosions. It seemed like they really must have liked the look of those explosions in the sand.
Oh,
and it
well,
just
they
got
did
really
look
self-indulgent. I mean, it looked cool, but you do it 2-3 times and you got it. But it went on for like 10 minutes.
So if they could just stand back and if their third film would have had like a scriptwriter come in, someone with knowledge
22,000
of
users
film
right off the bat,
pacing
that's
and
all right.
plotting and said, no, wait guys, let's do this. And they could have discussed it and said, well, but we're so awesome. But you need a moment where, you know, you guys you're kicked and you're down and you have to fight your way back and you have to be clever and you have to do something heroic and you know, you have to, all the beats that a movie needs to satisfy an audience, all completely lacking in this.
Well, I think another problem is that even if it had all that stuff, the McNamaras themselves are horribly uncharismatic.
Yeah.
But Jay, they have awesome mustaches.
That's true.
I don't think you could make them likable.
No.
I think that's a difficult task.
But if you're gonna make a movie with them anyway, at least you can take a stab at it.
You could they could do some cute things with their girlfriends, and you know maybe they have a funny date scene. They go out to a nice restaurant, and then the girls go up to the powder room, right? And then you know they come back and they accidentally sit at the wrong table, and you have and you have some kind of funny stuff, and which makes like them.
That's another thing that they never play up is the fact that they're twins, really.
One's a world-famous maestro. The other, a martial arts master.
There's stuff you could do with that. Remember the Barbarian twins?
Oh, yeah.
They were in a series of movies in the late 80s into the early 90s. There's so many jokes about the
So
fact
good.
that they're twins. You could do something with that.
This unlikely pair will have to switch gears, swap places, and kick twice the butt.
But they would never want to make fun of themselves.
That's true, yeah.
They would
They're
never
too
be
awesome.
comfortable making.
You know what
fun
would be amazing sequel bait at the end? Is these two are like, they're shot up, they're on the ground. You think Jake has won the day.
Yeah.
And then we
Damn,
hear
this game has a lot of bugs. What the fuck?
helicopter blades, 2 ropes drop, 2 more McNamara's drop.
There's 4 of them. Quad dragons. Yes.
Quad dragons.
Marco and Mitchell McNamara, the long-lost other twins.
We thought you died in Nam.
No, my death was faked. I was in the super secret service.
Oh, that's great. It's really nice to see you.
I was doing Black Ops.
You want to help us fight this guy?
They just liberated the POW Canadian camp.
We were set free a while ago, but we wanted to help clean up. Because Canadians are very nice.
Oh yeah, they cleaned up their cells. They washed their cell.
We felt bad for leaving. They seemed to have a good time kidnapping us.
The Viet Cong let us go, but you know.
We just didn't want to say anything. Didn't want to make him feel bad.
We wanted to tidy up a bit. But we're back. And we brought some bazookas with us.
Yeah.
And we're ready to kick some ass.
Oh yeah, kick some behind. And then they leave with the girls, who I guess they're friends with now. Sure. And that's Dragon Hunt.
But wait.
And that's it.
And they went home with the McNamaras.
So they're just okay with them betraying them? They never.
Wait. This film was in no way assisted by Telefilm Canada or the Ontario Film Department. Man, they got a grudge against a lot of different people.
Wow.
Hey, let's go. Wire Tycoon for the win. Excellent.
Well, everyone, justice was served to Jake and his nasty army, and cosmic justice is served in Tartarus. I'm going to hand this one off to Jack.
Oh.
Not you, no, because I know you hate this drivel.
Yeah.
And Jack did say it was an A+ idea executed in a D- way.
Okay, so I did say A+ for idea, and I unironically mean that. I am into arty-farty shit, and this is some arty-farty shit, and I love it when filmmakers attempt to get across a big dumb idea in a meaningful way. I'm not saying that David Waskovich has reached Breen levels of art in cinema, but he's reaching towards Breen with Tartarus.
Complete with rooms covered in garbage bags and everything.
I like what he's trying for here.
I like the garbage bags.
It's off to an average start.
I think the moral of the story is after you make your set, look in your camera and see what it looks like.
Well, it's hard to do that when you're also in front of the camera wearing an awkward alien mask. You can't really monitor your shot.
So Tartarus is the story of John, and John is abducted and tortured by aliens who actually aren't aliens. They are kind of celestial beings who are trying to help John make good moral decisions. It sounds like I'm giving away the plot, but we find out all this information within 5 minutes of starting the movie.
No, well, at first we think he is actually abducted by aliens. That's kind of the reveal halfway through, is that, oh, it's not really an alien.
Sure.
It's just a guy in a cheap dollar store alien costume.
Tortured repeatedly in like obscene and vulgar ways.
That's draining his balls of blood?
I don't like this! And, you know, you think it's like the classic alien, you know, anal probe type stuff, but it's just the body horror version of that. And that's what you think the movie is for a while, except it's kind of completely obvious what the twist is gonna be, which Jack thinks is an A+ idea. And it's the laziest. It's like what a stupid person would do when he's trying to be pretentious.
Is this guy serious?
He
Oh
was
my
dead
god.
in hell
no.
the whole time. Ooh.
What's his own disc? That's what he wants. A douchebag.
And like the alien's just punching him.
What is this?
But that wasn't the only twist. I'm with Jack a little bit on this.
Okay.
That wasn't the only twist. It's like, oh, he was dead the whole time, you know, blah blah blah. It was a roller coaster ride of.
Well, we should establish the framework of it. Is he's on the alien ship. He starts to get tortured, and we get a little flashback. It's told very in a fractured way, but a flashback to him doing something horrible.
Who doesn't want a slimy vacuum up their butt?
So his terms were, but it really goes in.
Oh, crack!
Oh, he's smoking crack?
He's smoking crack!
Oh my god,
he does it all!
Oh, because of butt crack. It all makes sense.
And as it goes along, then we go back to the alien, him being tortured, and then another scene of him on Earth doing something horrible. He's basically the worst person ever, and he's done all the horrible things.
That is the construction of the film, the back and
Ray
forth,
of
the different
Divide.
scenes. But the overall, John is a terrible person who's dead, and he's in a place called Tartarus, which is sort of limbo, not quite heaven or hell. It's the afterlife, and Dave Waskovich himself is in an alien mask as a eternal.
He's Wonko the Eternal Preparer.
Who are you?
I am the preparer.
Prepare for what?
For what comes next. I'm the preparer for the transition from life to death.
What are you talking about?
This is a house of preparation.
Preparation for what?
And he's preparing John to either go to heaven or hell based on his decisions.
Preparing him to be judged, but they're giving him. What he's doing is he's giving John the best possible chance of making it to heaven.
Yes.
It's like, here, you've been a fuck up your whole life.
Here are examples.
Here are your examples. We're gonna torture the shit out of you, and maybe you'll fucking learn your lesson before we make our final judgment on you.
Right. And John is thick as a brick. In the brain area.
Yes. Look, I don't mean any disrespect, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
I suppose some things do need to be spoon-fed to you. You do know where you are, don't you?
Tartarus.
Ah! Good. So you've gotten something after all these years.
And just a reminder, this heady, esoteric concept is from the director of Suburban Sasquatch.
Yes.
That's the important part.
He wanted to make a leap into something arty, and he tried.
He tried.
And you know what? The special effects are god awful. The set is god awful.
Yes.
The acting is pretty bad.
The garbage can is awful.
The garbage, the weird snake monster that attaches itself to his penis. And
I don't really know how to make money in this game, bro.
The best performance in the movie is from the
It's kind of hard.
Yes, there is an anal probe.
Yes.
John never realizes what exactly is going on, and he never takes the opportunity to change to become a better person. Because the fun part here is, let's list John's atrocities.
Oh, yay!
Possibly in sequential order.
Okay, let's go round robin and see who can't think of one first. So we'll start with Rich.
Shady business dealings. That's like the first one. It's kind of mild.
Explain it.
I don't remember the details. He's just on the phone and he's doing business.
Pass it to me.
Business, go for it.
Shady business dealing 1. He is on the phone with a guy who runs an orphanage.
Oh, right. Yes.
And he says, I need $40,000 to invest in a sketchy penny stock and or a Ponzi scheme. Come on, trust me. The money will come through. Okay, I'm wiring it now. And he calls his broker or his banker.
You've been approved for a $40,000 transfer from the Better Times Orphanage.
Great, thanks, Mary.
Sounds like you made a good deal here today. You know, John, you're a real smart
Oh, wow. An orphanage shouldn't be investing in penny stocks with their orphan money. That's that guy's fault.
Too smooth. Connor should be president.
Can you get off my property?
Well, the next one after that is, I guess it's just he's a shitty husband. There's
I
not
don't know
much
what
more
to
to
do.
it than that. It's just a scene of him arguing with his homely wife. And then that's kind of it.
You cut out my heart, you bastard! Goodbye, John!
You're going to get the good one, aren't you?
No, because I believe the next one is
Doesn't
going
have to be in order.
Oh, does
Oh, I thought we were going in order.
We don't have to.
Well, I would have given a much better one.
No,
if I'd known
and
that.
I won't give that one either. We'll save that one for Rich because that one's fun. The next one is the ball blood sucking, which is he just goes to a prostitute and is a little rough with the prostitute. Obviously, like prostitution is its own thing, but then he's extra rough.
It's worth pointing out that that scene takes place in his driveway, which is probably Dave Waskovich's driveway, and I'm just picturing all the neighbors like looking out their windows.
What are you doing?
Dave is at it again.
No, stop!
Oh, no.
No, stop!
No butt stuff.
Is he farting?
How do I make an expansion pack?
Oh,
Is this
okay,
like-
okay. All right. We've got some
Expansion pack.
connectivity here.
What are you up to now, Waskovich?
You wascally Waskovich.
Wascally Waskovich.
Starts off in like an alleyway or something, and then once she gets into the car, then it cuts
Now
to a
it's-
safer spot
and it's
where
very
the police
clearly-
won't come.
Then the next thing he does is he sells widows scam UFO
Oh my
afterlife videos to save your soul.
Ooh.
Which is very ironic considering the situation he's in.
Trust me,
I have seen these alien ships. I know what these aliens look like.
You've seen inside the ships?
Oh no. Only those captured and tortured seeing them. But my video will show you what the ships look like. How to avoid them. You will learn about the evil things they do to you. The horrors that
He's just every scumbag.
He's a whole lot of scumbag, yeah.
to your dear departed Dave.
He's a very busy man. You know?
Oh, what can you do?
Just buy this video. It will tell you all you need to know.
I'm not sure.
Look, it's only $50. It will tell you what prayers you need to do to help keep your husband safe.
Now he's scamming widows.
I don't understand.
You see, these aliens, these UFOs, they take people away, torture them. They keep their souls. The only way we can prevent that is if we pray, and pray hard.
But I do.
Pray that the camera gets back in focus.
That's where the alien comes
I think
from.
Rich is forgetting the best one.
I am forgetting.
I really like the DVD one.
That was my favorite.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Today, we're going to be learning how to make expansions in Software Inc. Beta 1. To begin, we need to distinguish content packs from add-ons. Content packs are expansions that can be made for certain types of software in Software Inc. that support them. In vanilla, these include Office software, games, and joysticks. They act like updates in the sense that they come after you first release your software. Add-ons are expansions that are bundled with the original software and can even have their own hardware designs and confusingly, content packs. The only example of this is the joysticks that come with consoles. Think of them as another half of your product, since they are a requirement to release a console operating system now. That's pretty much all there is to them. So let's move on to content packs. Alright, you understand how to make a content pack, so let's go ahead and make one. Once you've chosen a software type that supports content packs, select a sub-feature that when hovered over, displays a line written in blue saying plus content pack / the name of the expansion. Now, you can develop your software as you would, and once you release it, you are now able to make a content pack for it. You can...
There's a My Releases? So fucking confused.
I don't know how that's
The
possible.
DVD one was amazing because
I think we're gonna win this one.
what a bizarre scam. Some poor old lady, she said, my husband died. Well, you know, he's not going to heaven with Jesus.
If you want him to go to heaven, you got to pay me $50 to watch this UFO video.
Aliens will scoop him up unless you watch this video, which tells you all the exact prayers to say so that your husband, on his way to meet Jesus, won't get snatched up by aliens. And it's like, I think 1 out of maybe a billion people might fall for that. It's not the best scam in the world.
So here's my question: Is his TARDIS that he's in? Is that his own personal TARDIS that the Eternal picked based on that?
Yeah.
Or was he just coincidentally right about what happens after you die?
It is not his own personal TARDIS because we see the hundreds of bodies.
So he was coincidentally right about the afterlife being a UFO that scoops up and tortures your soul.
No, it's he was not coincidentally right. That was also a construct to try to get him to change his ways.
I think the other people that they show laying on the beds probably didn't also see the alien.
Okay.
They saw the Dave Waskovich character in a different form, perhaps appearing as something else.
so
in
he
their life.
appeared as an alien because of this connection to his alien scam. That makes sense.
Just
That's
trying
why
shit
he's a
out.
Very smart film.
That's why the tree stump.
A+ effort. A+ for effort.
That's why the tree stump tried to suck his balls off. To get back at him for raping the prostitute.
Okay.
Google has.
Mike's next.
Mike's, you're next for atrocities.
What's the fun one I'm forgetting then?
I can't believe we're gonna win.
Oh God. Okay. I think I know what you guys are gonna say, so I won't steal it. I'm gonna go with crack pipe.
Oh yeah, crack pipe.
Because I know they're gonna.
Oh my God! How could I forget that?
Mitch forgot that.
How could I forget that?
So I'm gonna let them have
How could I forget that?
They were so excited. So.
I mean, I don't care who says it. I just can't believe Rich forgot it.
There's so much that happened tonight.
That's true. It is a very dense film.
So our friend John, in addition to being selling penny stocks that he knows will fail to orphanages, selling old ladies DVDs to pray to aliens so that they don't scoop up the soul of her dead husband. He also enjoys a little crack rock. Who doesn't? And so he needs a refill on his crack pipe, and so he stops in at Dave Waskovich's house, which might be why the Eternal looks like Dave Waskovich.
That makes sense, sure.
So he goes into this
Just
really
realized I
nice
can't make the
suburban house,
copies.
which apparently is a drug dealer's house.
It has the same couch that we see multiple times.
This is the famous couch, it's cameo from the couch from the Suburban Sasquatch behind the scenes footage.
There's
where-
a scene in Suburban Sasquatch in this house.
Is there?
Yeah, it's Grandma's house.
Is that
Remember,
Grandma's house?
he
Okay.
fights the
Is that
monster
the
in the
same
living
house?
room.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just recognize that couch
Yeah,
from the behind the
I
scenes.
think it's his house.
That's where the Sasquatch knocks the door into pieces?
Yes.
But it's still there, it's just open.
Right.
What a great film.
He sits down. It is a great film. Let's have a drink, drug addict. You need crack.
Horrors are
And
going
he's like,
down.
I've got the best. He takes out a plastic baggie. I've got the
Bavarian?
not Bavarian.
What does he say?
Bolivian.
Bolivian?
That's in Germany. He says
Would it surprise you?
he has a crack pipe, right? Which you smoke crack rock out of it, not cocaine, which you snort. So he says, I've got the best bag of Bolivian rock. It comes from the south.
Pure Bolivian rock, straight from the south.
So then John immediately starts snorting it up his nose.
No. Oh my
You
God.
Snort crack. I don't think they knew what drugs were.
No. David Waskovich.
Oh my
never
God.
Which, it's good for Dave Waskovich.
Yes,
Good for him.
This is not a slight against him, but maybe do a little research.
Got cleaned out, bro.
Let's see his movies if he actually did use drugs.
They even took the carpets, bro. All of my awards. Oh
Dave
no.
Waskovich pulls a gun out and is like, I am a cop. Then he demands to know who his supplier is.
Yeah.
And then he's the buyer, so he's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're my supplier.
And so again, they didn't know how drugs
I
work.
should have turned that shit off.
And then
bro.
he gets shot in the head and dies.
Hold it. This is a bus.
What the?
You have a right to remain silent.
No!
Don't do anything rash, all right?
This is bullshit, man. What the fuck is going on?
Bro, I just
That's
got
pretty
cleaned the
clear.
fuck out.
Help you? What the fuck you want my help for?
We're not looking for you, okay? We want your supplier.
No, you ain't.
You're the one giving him drugs.
Oh,
Jay.
well,
You get, yeah.
he loves to drive around while chugging censored bottles of wild turkey. And this one time he's doing that, he hits a poor, innocent person in a wheelchair with his car and crushes their head like a melon.
Is noon the best time for this?
Is it going to be a kid?
Oh,
It's going to be someone in a wheelchair!
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, probably start over.
Oh, no!
Bro, I got robbed. Look, they stole everything. Even the fucking carpets, bro. I got cleaned out. They robbed me blind.
What person in a
Bullshit.
wheelchair crosses in the middle of the street with no crosswalk?
In the mean streets
Well,
of the suburbs.
they were also blind, Mike.
The point is, he was drunk driving.
He runs over an innocent pile of clothes, basically. We watched 90 minutes of a guy just being an asshole. That's kind of the movie.
Jay, weird masks.
Yeah, I guess if you don't have a DSLR camera and you can't get shallow depth of field, just make really shitty masks around things and blur out the background. There's a lot of that in this, and it was really confusing.
Well, and
Was he trying to imitate an arty depth of field look, or was he trying to cover up the garbage bags?
it could have been either.
The fact that we don't know?
Yeah.
This is the weirdest discussion we've ever had of a Paul Thomas Anderson film.
Who would have thought Dave Waskovich would make a weird decision when it comes to a visual effect?
Cut to
I never would have expected
the
that.
Sasquatch picking up the cop car.
Steve, what's going on?
You know, it's a balance. You want to find that balance of practical and visual effects. And that's what he's going for here, you know.
I feel like I'm in a sarcasm sandwich. Meat.
He had a real garbage can that he painted.
Yeah.
He had a real thing that he stuck on some guy's dick.
Yeah, that was a little
Oh,
awkward.
God.
We probably don't want to gloss over that, right? That's the most disturbing part of the movie.
Yeah.
I would, okay, I'm gonna delve into the why I give this A+ for the idea.
Go for it. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to hear you out. I'm not a complete asshole. You're my friend, Jack, and I want to hear why you think this terrible, terrible idea is actually secretly good.
So, if this were presented in a slightly different manner, as if we were just going through John's life. For example, in the movie, we see him talking to his wife, and he's being a dickhead husband and blowing her off. This relationship doesn't mean anything to him. And then all of the sudden, blood starts showing up on him, and it is a kind of disturbing visual. Similarly, when he is having rough sex with the prostitute, blood starts pouring out of his crotch.
And then she has like a weird tongue thing. That was very Jacob Slattery too.
Yes. And so there is this like melding of reality and what is real and what consequences do my actions have, that sort of thing. And if the reveal that he was on an alien spaceship was pushed back a little bit and we just kept seeing this disturbing imagery and it cut back to his normal life as if he was imagining it, what is real, what is almost The Empty Man, you know, the film I've seen, The Empty Man, which plays a lot with what is real. If they went that route, I think you could have had a really interesting and atmospheric horror film that dealt with, yes, a simple subject, but it could have been very fun.
Instead, in the first 5 minutes, we get Dave Waskovich in an alien mask.
I'm going to say this is a personal thing for me. I can't stand movies that play around with what is real and you never know what's real and is this the dream? I hate that. It's just disorienting to watch. It's not
That's
not,
the point, though.
It's not my jam, is what I'm saying.
That's fine.
It's
That's
not
fair.
my jam. What I think this could have used, just narratively to make this more of a story, his memories in a sequence should have told some kind of story. Like, how did he become an asshole? What were the things that happened that made him become more and more depraved? Would have been nice? Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, you're here, and you're gonna shut the fuck up, okay? That's it! I wanna be with Mama. Your mother's out there whoring around getting pumped full of drugs. Is that where you wanna be?
You mean who? Yeah. Two burglars showed up and cleaned me out.
No! Oh, wait, he's gonna beat him
It's
with
the belt. It's the belt.
Okay. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
We're all talking about what could have been or what you could have done differently, which applies to all three of these films. With just and it happens a lot on this show, with just the basic level of common sense, like we were talking to the McNamara brothers.
Do random
You could just add this, move this around, try to give them this obstacle, give them this, even this.
Well, maybe not that.
This is my Tartarus.
I think Red Letter Media is
Yeah.
the Tartarus, yeah.
Yeah, like the same thing over and over again, right? Like he keeps going through the loop where he escapes the aliens, he gets caught, they torture him, he escapes, he gets caught, it just repeats.
So it's like every episode.
See, that's how it looked like.
That's the worst. I keep getting, caught, forced to watch bad movies, miserable night, rinse and repeat. I learned nothing.
Where do the anal probes come in?
That's after we finish shooting.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You told me it was mandatory.
I told you.
A+ for idea. A+. I am on board with this so
Jack,
much.
Jack, you're full of shit.
I am so on board with this.
God damn it.
Rich.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us all about Vitali Versace's other film, Born into Mafia?
One of his other
Okay, yeah.
One of his other films, yeah.
So this is, Vitali Versace. Famously, we had a spotlight episode. Last Vampire on Earth. Fantastic, all-time great.
One of our favorites.
And this is presumably one of his early movies where Vitali Versace actually stars in this one.
I just have a dad who's too busy killing people, not hug his son or love his family.
He's Ivan, the son of a mob boss. He wants to go to America and not be a part of the mob. So then he goes to America.
I hate how dumb he looks. Look at him, what an idiot. I just don't like looking at him with his stupid pants.
His audition for Frodo went real bad.
Yeah.
Did not get part. I make such good hobbits.
I look like Elijah Wood, but I am too tall!
And my acting is shit. Guess I had to make my own movie. Contemplation in a backyard. I'm taking a dump on the ground.
I made a movie called The Habit. About nun who must return ring.
What is he supposed to be contemplating right now?
Yeah, what is happening?
He goes to America. He has friends that he met on the internet. They let him stay at their house. And then he, like his first day in the country, he meets a girl. They go on a date and they get engaged. And then he has sex with her and has a dream where all of his friends die. And then he wakes up and none of his friends are dead. But the people who were going to murder him, that were actually going to murder him in real life, murder each other. And then he has a baby.
Who murders who in the mob?
His uncle killed his father so he could take over the family business. Now he wants Ivan dead too.
The uncle of the dad, the brother of the dad, murders the dad.
This.
Oh no!
This is embarrassing.
You stupid guys, I'm in charge here now.
To take over the mafia.
The dad really got killed.
Yes. Dad really got
Then
killed.
the brother really flew to L.A.
Well, first he flies to L.A. in the dream.
Well, no, he really flew to L.A.
No,
there was a dream.
That's all dream.
That's why we see him
That's
leave
why
the
we
airport
see him leave
twice.
the airport a second time.
Oh, shit!
Yes, this movie is that stupid.
Half of the movie doesn't happen.
75% of the movie is fake.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's going on.
Any drama or conflict or
Oh,
murder
that
is all
sucked.
it is.
Since everyone
Can't believe I
seems
got
to have
robbed.
understood this one here.
God damn it! I gotta turn that off.
Sure.
Before I forget.
Okay, remember worst actor in the world?
Yeah.
And
This
the
bullshit.
man-
About Vitaly?
Well, no.
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 You're talking about the other worst actor in the world.
Yes.
A man who should get this thing trademarked.
Man who definitely can't read.
The bald white guy.
Yeah.
Who
may or may not have rosacea. He
gets very
flushed
flush in the
cheeks.
face. I think that's just him, like blood rushing to his head because he's just acting so hard.
California heat.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, Ivan's problem could become your problem real quick.
Vitaly's father, before he gets murdered by his own brother, sends this guy, I think his name was Tom, to the U.S., to Los Angeles, to watch over Vitaly, a.k.a. Ivan. And he's like, your father sent me to find you. Here, keys to car.
Okay.
Hello, Ivan. My name is Tom. Your father called me and asked me to help you out for a
Let's
few
try this
days.
again.
I'm sorry I couldn't get you a car at such short notice. Here's the keys to my car. You can use it for a few days. There's more than enough money in the trunk to cover all your expenses.
I give you money and take care of you, watch over you.
And then we don't see him again for 40 minutes.
Then we see him when he finds Vitaly's internet friends playing basketball and says, look out, Vitaly's in trouble.
But that's in the dream.
That's in the dream.
That turns out to be in the dream.
That turns out to be in the dream.
Hey, it's that guy from the airport.
Guys, where's Ivan at?
He's out on a date or
I just
something.
realized, press R to rotate
Oh,
furniture
shit.
randomly. Why the fuck is it? It's F.
His uncle killed his father so he could take over the family business.
Go
Now he
near a
wants
wall and
Ivan
press
dead
F.
too. Oh no!
I just realized that.
He never mentioned it to you? His father's the head of the Russian mob.
What?
Look, we ain't got time for this. We need to find Ivan. We need to find him now. He's in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
That's the worst acting we've ever seen. Ever, bar none, in the show.
This scene is beautiful.
I made a promise to his father a while back. I'd watch out for him. That's what I'm gonna do.
Well, I don't see how that involves me, so go
Yeah, it
find
doesn't.
Ivan yourself.
Yeah, Ivan's problem could become your problem real quick.
Oh no! Someone got shot.
Yeah, I'll keep him busy.
Should we start at the beginning now? Because we got the overview. Because we're forgetting some important things. We're forgetting the very nice restaurant that the movie opens in. That is totally, is
cool, no?
absolutely a nice gritty
I don't know.
nightclub.
It's a gritty Russian bar because we start in Russia.
Well, it's not. Let's try to be accurate to the movie. It is not a gritty Russian bar. It is the fanciest restaurant in Moscow because the singer, who is definitely singing, says, "I can't believe I'm singing in the fanciest restaurant in Moscow."
I never thought in all my wildest dreams that I would be singing in one of the most expensive restaurants.
It's my pleasure.
Which is actually a banquet hall that someone's going to get married there later that day. Vitaly showed up an hour before the wedding party was supposed to get there for the reception, and they shot these scenes.
You know it's a really fancy restaurant because they can afford those fancy microphone cables that are completely clear.
And I mean, it's such a simple thing. It's such a dumb
Okay,
thing. Like,
I
you know,
guess that's
this-
good
the
for now.
microphone that is
I
very
can't think of anything
clearly
else.
unplugged.
Like I
But
could do
it
one
is
of these,
of
but
the
I have to do
first
everything
things
myself.
You see when the movie starts.
I'm gonna
What's
give
it
the
matter?
movie the benefit of the doubt here. Is this an
Oh,
us
nope.
problem because we've worked with actual microphones? Is Joe
In our
Schlag
work
watching
week-
this
our
movie?
work
Not
day?
that the movie's any good anyway, but are they gonna notice that detail, or is that just something that stands out like in bright, bold red letters to us?
I mean, it is dead center in the frame. It's almost like the camera's focusing on that more than the singer, so it is kind of a problem.
I'm going to say 60-40. Make it nice and easy.
I think a common person, their bigger
Start by
problem
making money,
might
shall
be
we?
they're watching it and they say, why are there no people in this bar?
That's the thing that would stand out on the subconscious level.
Why is it dressed for a wedding reception?
It's the quintessential example of this played better in the director's mind. And a general audience might not get that. They'll watch it and go, this looks cheap.
Yeah.
But in our minds, we know interior, night, dingy nightclub, a haze of cigarette smoke.
Sultry singer. All eyes in the crowd are on her.
I mean, I guess technically that's true because there's only one set of eyes, so.
Right. You picture that jazz nightclub in Moscow and some kind of dingy district.
Yeah.
But when reality hits, like, oh, I want to film in your restaurant. Well, not at night. You could film after 2:30 in the morning when we're closed. Well, no one wants to show up then. Well, you could come in Sunday at noon, and we'll be here then. But a wedding party's coming in at 2. And don't bring too many people because all the seats are covered in those seat things.
The white wedding covering that you cover your cheap ass seats in to make it look like a wedding class.
And the band hasn't shown up. You can go on the stage. We have a microphone, but we don't have a chord. and then there's even so they filmed all the ladies' parts when she's singing, bunch of angles, and then they got her out of there. And then they went and filmed their shots, the father and the son talking, or whoever was talking. I think it was Vitaly and the father, right?
Yeah, it's Vitaly and the father. They're having the conversation they're going to have for the next 20 minutes.
Oh, God, yeah.
Well, then they continue that conversation in the car.
We
but we'll talk about that
we'll
next.
get there.
But I wanted to point out, at that point, we suspect that the DJ for the wedding had arrived because we see
lights.
Red, green, blue, kind of flashing lights.
That weren't there before.
So he's got there, he's set his gear up.
Hey, I gotta start testing my equipment. Wedding party's showing up in like 30 minutes.
So then we go to the library, and we meet Sergio.
Oh, what was his name?
Sergey?
I'm tired of this. Mafia, it's not for me.
So what are you gonna do? How are you gonna get out of this?
Okay, I haven't seen this before, and I'm into it 100%.
Are you crazy? Your father wanted to do this to the millionaires.
If he's not gonna lock me, I'm just gonna run.
I wonder if you
Experience Sedona, Arizona.
It's like I can't even afford this, right? Like,
from Russia.
it's hard starting out in this game, bro.
He meets his friend Sergio to again talk about how he wants to go to America.
Don't really know what I'm doing. It doesn't help.
When they're in it's like a theme library in Moscow, where they have all these American things, like
Visit Arizona.
Yeah, signs and everything's in English. It's like a gimmick. It's like a little fun thing.
I won't do it.
Yes, you are.
Our opening scene is Ivan telling his father how much he wants to go to do America.
I don't want to be in the mob. I want to go to America.
And his father, the information we get from the father is, this is the family business. I only trust you to run it. Then we cut to the American Theater.
See, the thing is, if I have employees, I need stuff for them to eat.
I really want to go to
See
America.
that, and I don't want to do that.
My father really wants me to run the business.
I'm moving to the United States.
And then the plot can really kick off, and we get a really intense scene of Ivan and his father in the back of a car.
I built up this whole business my whole life for you.
What are they talking about?
I didn't ask for. Because of your business, mom is dead. Died. I don't have a mom.
Guys, I hate it when people dead died. Well, Ivan takes the position that he would really like to go to America, but his father is really insistent, and I think true to his character, that Ivan is the only one he can trust to continue running his mafia.
He also-
But then Ivan makes the point that he really
He wants his
to
own
America.
office, right? So what happens if I don't give him his own
I
office?
asked you to take care of that situation for you, and you let me down.
I'm not like you. I can't just pull the trigger and kill somebody for
He wants to become a doctor or a lawyer.
a doctor or a lawyer or something that people used to,
And not kill people. Very specifically
your
not.
life. I can't just go and shoot somebody. It's just crazy. You know 2
Not
years
kill
ago.
people. And then his father follows up with, though, it's family business. I only trust you to run the business.
Right. You were groomed to take over the family business. I don't have anybody else I can count on. I can count on my brother.
I think the
Excuse
important
me,
thing
sorry.
to recognize, though, is that Ivan then
Apologies.
responds with, I don't want to kill people, and I would really like to go to America.
You don't need somebody like me who can't even shoot a guy. And Bible and God said, don't kill. I'm not gonna kill anybody.
And not be a mob.
Why do you want me to kill somebody? This is crazy.
That's a fantastic counterpoint. But his dad brings up
an interesting
point that,
Ivan, this is it. This is your life. This is what you were born into. This is what I groomed you for all these years.
I can't deal with this,
He built up the business for his son, and that he only trusts his son to run the family business.
You're the only one I can trust.
That's why I don't want to jump in. Because if I jump in, there is no way out. I want a normal family. I want a normal life. I want to have wife, children, drive safe, not thinking somebody's gonna kill me.
Got it!
Ivan.
This is what you call a circular conversation.
This is what I groomed you for
It's
all
like
these years.
Tartarus all over again.
I need you.
Like, do you think that the driver is just up there, like, going,
Please tell me
Fuck you.
The driver just thinks they're doing multiple takes.
How did I
keeping this all in?
get manufacturing in the first place?
That was take one. Oh, no.
I'm sick of this. I don't want to do this.
Wait, we're forgetting a scene.
What?
Vitaly is sent to the mob shrink.
oh my god!
I
forgot about the famous
I
shrink
forgot
scene.
about that. That's where we learn deep inner secrets about what's going on in Ivan's mind.
About how
he really wants to go to America.
He doesn't want to kill people.
But Rich, the shrink, being the official mob shrink, takes a medical position that the father who hired the shrink really only trusts Ivan to run the family business. and he should very much stay.
That was a shocking revelation.
Oh, the Godfather poster.
Oof, that is
A Godfather
not cheap.
poster at the shrink's office.
Good, thank you.
Ivan, I have worked
May I
with
borrow
a
you a
lot of
copy
people
of
who
Heat?
worked with your father. They all
Training Day. Oh, come on!
You a big fan of mafia movies? The shrink is also a fan of American crime movies.
Yeah,
like
the shrink, for
The
some reason, she
Godfather.
has her office looks like the apartment of like a 20-year-old dude bro.
Like a filmmaker.
Yeah, like a film dude guy.
I think it adds to her character that she has movie posters all over her office.
Crime movie
posters
Really?
about the mob.
She's a
Yeah,
pro-crime
manufacturing is not for me just yet.
Did you notice the Training Day poster was signed by somebody?
Oh.
I wonder who that was. I'm just picturing Vitaly going to some sort of signing. And
Probably.
I make movie too. I make crime movie.
Hanging out outside of LAX, just waiting for like.
I see Martin Scorsese. He signed my poster.
Oh, Vitaly, Martin Scorsese didn't make Training Day.
Ivan, your father was telling me you believe in God and you're talking to God. You want to tell me a little bit about it?
Whoa! Oh my God!
Drinking a full gallon of coffee.
Now that needs to be a thing where every time they cut back to her, she has a bigger mug.
We have 30 minutes of a movie in which 2 pieces of information are given to us.
Because they got he has to stretch it to 70 minutes worth of movie, and he probably all said and done.
Alright, this really holds. We're
Does he
fucking.
even have 20 minutes worth of material
Damn.
here?
No.
Oh, it is,
No. Well, it also
June.
doesn't feel like this is a script. Like it feels like it's improv. Like it feels like he's just. Some of the later scenes too, even more so. It feels like Vitaly is just kind of like rambling.
Oh yeah.
He's just saying things that he thinks that sound like what the character is supposed to say, and it just goes on and on.
It's very ad-lib. Like the scene when his internet friend brings him to his home where his mother lives.
Oh, that fucking scene.
And then his other friend is there, and she makes them tea, and they all just kind of chit-chat.
And he talks about how his father is a successful, important man.
He never says mob.
He doesn't
kind of
say
keeps
no.
it on the DL.
But he does let them know that he didn't want to be part of the family business and wanted
So
to
he
move
came to America.
So, how was your flight? That was pretty long, huh?
Yeah, it was 14-hour long.
Is it cold out there all the time?
No, man, it's just not like in the movies. They think it's always snow, and it's the same thing like in the United States, you know? We had winter, we had 4 seasons, basically.
I can't do that. Only the landlord can. Oh, that's annoying.
Well, right now it's cold, man. It's, I think, 20 degrees below. But because it's January, man, it's same thing like in New York City. Basically, where I grew up, it's same thing like in New York City.
Oh, fuck.
Who killed Sergei? Was it the dad?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, his friend Sergei, Vitaly goes to the gym.
Yeah.
And finds.
Which is like the gym in an apartment complex. It's not like a gym.
Yeah, it's like someone's garage with some equipment in it. But his friend is hanging.
Yeah.
And there's a note that says, "Don't leave for America. You belong here," or something.
This
like
is
that.
your home.
Sergei!
He couldn't take it.
Yeah, who left that? Does Dad do that?
He doesn't seem to mind.
I mean, it's never brought up again.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it doesn't matter. Because nothing matters. Everything goes Ivan's way.
Yeah. Including meeting a woman, first woman he meets in America. He goes up to her in the mall, but we don't hear it because it was very noisy at the mall that day. Oh, and we don't even get to hear the first conversation because they were shooting in a mall. And you probably just heard echoey mall noise.
Right. The audio is probably terrible. So just don't include the audio. That's how you make a
Just
movie.
slap some generic music over it.
Yeah, how am I gonna do this?
What else do we have to say about the love interest? He meets her at the mall, he talks to her, and then, well, I mean, their relationship progresses rather quickly.
Well, they have an amazingly romantic time where they walk down sidewalks and drive in the car, and they just fall head over heels for each other to the point where he proposes to her the next day.
I want
I hope this is not going to be in shock for you, but...
a programmer
Would you marry me?
What?
with a designer.
All right, I'm back in.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I love you too, but I hardly met you. It's...
Well, I'll take that as a yes.
She definitely did not say yes.
She said, "I just met you. I'm not sure about this."
All right, that's yes.
That is Russian, yes. Did he buy the ring like when she wasn't looking at the mall?
Yeah, where did that come from?
Where the fuck did the ring come from?
I don't know.
Also, in movie speak, it's a clear, obvious setup for something bad to happen to her.
Yes.
I was
She
waiting
gets kidnapped by the bad guy.
Or she turns out to be the daughter of a rival.
Yes, she has a
mob.
Russian accent.
Yeah. Yeah, she's also Russian. So, like, why don't they do something with
She
that?
might be French. I think they say something about Paris.
No, she's from Russia. They say she's from Russia.
Okay, then why don't you follow up with any of these obviously?
Jay, that would make for a story though. If like there were like a twist.
That's
where she's been
160,000 a
hiding the
year
fact
minimum.
She was
So
also
that's
born
oof.
into mafia.
That's what I was waiting for.
They have a shared past they didn't even know about.
She's the daughter of a different rival mafia king. Like it's like a Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
situation.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, how about this? She's kidnapped. And he has to decide whether he's going to lean on the mafia, his old way, the family he was born into, or if he was going to figure out a new strategy to rescue her that didn't have anything to do with being born into mafia.
Are you talking about choices?
I'm talking about a conflict in forming character decisions.
Oh my God! I spent the first 20 minutes of the movie talking about not wanting to kill people, but now I might have to kill people.
Oh no!
What? It's almost like it writes itself, and Vitaly Versace couldn't figure this shit out.
He said, what about if instead of things happening, nothing happens?
Everything worked out perfect for Vitaly. No problem. What a great story for us to watch.
Yeah.
Vitaly.
Well, that's the conflict in the movie. Not conflict, but the drama in the movie is then while he's off, having his good times with his new girlfriend, his dad's brother shows up in America.
Do I need anything else?
Kills his internet friends.
He'd already killed the father. The brother's trying to take over.
Yeah. He killed the father. He's come to America, and he kills Vitaly's friends.
Wait, I thought you were gonna let me go.
Oh no. Oh my God.
My God, his head was full of ketchup.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
So,
Oh, the thing is there.
Oh, we should ask him who Jacob is.
Someone look in the phone book for Jacob.
Although his black friend is now someone else. They couldn't get that actor back, so they just shoot him from the back of the head in the most shocking and lazy piece of filmmaking we've ever seen.
They shoot him from the back of the head, then he gets shot in the back of the head.
Yes.
He had to get shot in the back of the head.
I'm not even the same character.
You tried to run from me. I got you now, Jacob.
Original black guy was much darker skinned. This
Yeah.
guy's much lighter.
I love it.
But then it turns out that this entire last 30 minutes is just a dream because Vitaly wakes up. And all of that was pointless.
That could excuse so much bullshit, too.
What?
Like
It being a dream?
It's a different guy. Oh, it's a dream.
That's true, yeah.
They interrogated the friend and never gave him an opportunity to answer any of the
Yeah.
questions. It's a dream.
They just keep yelling at him, and he never gets to say anything.
So Vitaly's two friends have been murdered.
Okay, now they'll
And then,
both help
the,
out with the
uncle
design
has
and the
found
programming, which I
friend's
think is
house,
kind of
murdered
important.
the mother.
Oh yeah.
I've noticed
Yeah.
that.
And right after he murders the mother, Vitaly just happens to come back to the apartment, and in probably one of my favorite scenes, he notices the dead body, so he says, "Oh, I gotta use the bathroom," and then he just runs away.
Oh.
Like, he jogs away from the scene of the crime.
He fast walks away.
He saunters.
Well, I'm believing you guys. That's a big ass contract for 1 month. Oh shit. Oh, he needs a fucking no.
He outsmarted me.
Wait, what's your demand? Oh, that's me. Yeah, he needs his fucking own.
Ivan, what are you doing? Come back. Just want to talk to you.
With my gun.
How do I?
You could also jump over that thing.
Yeah.
Run faster, Vitaly.
And then we get a.
Forgot I need my own room.
Another awkward scene in which our main actress does not want to be near Vitaly. She's, wrapped in a towel, and it's supposed to be this kind of like loving confession of like, I was so worried, I had a dream all my friends died, I thought you died, and she's like, great. I love you too. Don't touch me.
Well, this is Vitaly's Oscar scene. This is when he finds out his father dies, and he stumbles over his lines, and it's just in the movie.
Hello? What?
She's so annoyed.
With the towel.
What happened?
Somebody called me from Moscow, one of my uncles, and said that my dad got shot 2 days ago. Right?
That
What do you say?
It's like, someone just called me from Moscow. They say my dad died. He got shot or something.
2 days ago.
2 days ago. He died. He got
When
shot.
I got the news that my father died, I felt like my dream became alive.
What's happening?
He's dead.
And he's so bored. He sounds bored. All of his dialogue, he sounds bored. Yeah. He's making the movie. This is supposed to be a passion project of his. He's like, I just found out my dad died. It was killed. I don't know.
I think what he needs to make is a sequel to Born into Mafia. Because
where nothing happens.
We have Ivan, and he was born into Mafia, and we talked about his girlfriend, how she might also be born into Mafia. They had a kid together. We can make a sequel, Born into Mafia, about the child.
They raised their son to be, an American, and he's 12, 13, 14 years old by now. And then he discovers through the internet his parents passed, that they both were into mafia.
Ah, okay,
And
okay.
he wants to be born into mafia.
Oh, he wants to be in the mafia. Okay.
When
Okay,
he
that's
goes,
a twist.
he flies back to Moscow on his own.
He doesn't know anything about Russian culture
Right.
or the mafia.
Yeah, and
He gets some fish out of water stuff.
Yes.
and he eventually he becomes his own little mob boss. and Vitaly and his wife have to stop him.
He like starts gathering up homeless people to try and make his own little gang.
You're part of the Versace clan. Or some like super old mobster. Because everyone's dead at that point, right?
No, really, it's the story about how Vitaly Versace was born into wealth and is doing just fine. Yeah, like that's the personal story he told. It's like, oh yeah, my dad gave me a bunch of money. I'm fine.
Yeah, it's it's blood money, but I did not make it.
Who cares? I'm doing all right. Everything seemed to work out for Vitaly.
And that's the thing with all three films is we're just salivating over ways to fix them. And they are what they are. And that is where we're at, and picking the best of the worst. And this is fucking difficult.
Oh, I'm so excited for this part.
Yeah, well, you go first then, Jack.
Guys, it's Tartarus. It's so Tartarus. Tartarus is the best of the worst because you can tell that David Waskovich really put his heart into it. It had the most weird props. It had the thing that was the vacuum that sucked that guy's dick. And then there was blood coming out of his dick.
He gets his hand chopped off at one point. We didn't mention that. Oh, you got it on his alien roll.
Yay! And then the little stomp.
Fuck.
Remember when they
Oh my
ran
God.
over the guy in the wheelchair? That was hilarious.
Okay. Jay?
I'm also going to go with Tartarus.
Yes!
It's the most ambitious. And I mean, these two, they're barely
Accidentally
trying.
promoted it immediately.
And
That was a
Tartarus,
big
it's
mistake.
like, there's absolutely no story. There's a concept, but it's just like weird visuals after weird visuals, bad effects, terrible story, no character growth. It's got it all and nothing at the same time.
It sounds like all three of these films. what we described. Rich?
I'm going to agree with you. Even though it is not a fucking A+ idea, it is C- idea at best.
I would agree with that.
It is the most entertaining thing we watched tonight. Born into Mafia. I love the behind the head actor change. I adore that, but it's anemic. It's an anemic experience, and the McNamara brothers are boring. So I'm giving it to Tartarus.
See, I'm not doing the contrarian on purpose thing, but I picked Born into Mafia.
No, that's fine. You know what? I think all of these movies are okay. I don't hate any of these.
Yeah, sure.
Now what
I
is the
think I
question?
had more fun watching this, and the rules are always there are no rules. It's whatever you personally choose. I get the badness of this, the attempt, all the weird things going on in it, and to me it wasn't as much fun to watch as it was to watch the sheer inept failure.
Let's continue
of
doing
trying
this.
to
Get my
make a movie.
thing
There's
up.
the charm of the non-charisma of Vitaly and his performance.
Yeah,
that goes a long way.
He sounds like Tommy Wiseau. He's stumbling through his lines.
Yeah.
There's the awkward camera. All those wonderful little we're trying to make a movie, but we have $7 and a camcorder, and I just think that's hilarious sometimes, especially when you deal with a big subject like the mob. It just makes it hilarious, and it was funner to watch.
It's close. It's close.
Well, I guess we realize now, in hindsight, that Twin Dragon Encounter is better than Dragon Hunt. And we destroyed Twin Dragon Encounter. We're not going to destroy Dragon Hunt. So it feels irresponsible to have destroyed Twin Dragon Encounter. So.
Something we wish we could take back.
Something we wish we could take back. And, Colin in Canada, he has the two halves of the tape, so Maybe he can help us with that. I don't know. Maybe.
Colin, we just watched Dragon Hunt. We need your help.
I currently possess 2 halves of the only existing copy of Twin Dragon Encounter in the world. Somewhere in Toronto, I keep the halves preserved in a tank filled with human amniotic fluid, just waiting on the day to be called to reassemble the tape. And believe me, it's no easy process. I remove a few drops of the world's most expensive maple syrup, Canada's own bucket drop syrup, squeezed from maple trees in the nether regions of Saskatoon. An area so remote few men dare to travel there. A mystical place filled with trees rumored to have magical properties. This small bottle costs 15,000 Canada dollars and is filled with syrup so thick, dark, and exotic, Justin Trudeau himself used it as blackface makeup. It is also rumored that Keith Richards once poured an entire bottle up his nose. Nothing happened though. I used just 1 drop of the syrup, injecting it into the tank of amniotic fluid. This magical concoction initiates a process called retapification, where old, trashy, embarrassing cinema, once destroyed by a rusty tree saw, can come alive again to be enjoyed by a new generation of film fans. See this amazing and elusive process happen right before your eyes. I must now mail the tape back to the United States, where the RLM gang can enjoy this film they all regret destroying so long ago.
Ew! What the fuck is this?
Can we do 2 at the same time is the question. Let's find out the answer. It's not looking good. One was inadequate. That's it. Still getting paid for it though. 4% raise, that seems about right. That needs some real work. That worked. See, again, the problem is I can't build separate rooms in these. My office? Yeah. I'm gonna have multiple teams, right, eventually, so I should probably make like one room a team, maybe?
So I saw this article from techforgamers.com, and I know it's a little bit of an older article. It's about a month and a half old and whatnot, but it's the first time that I'm seeing it, and I feel like it's very interesting to cover this because a lot of people talk about DEI, right, and ESG and all that stuff, and the typical words that we like to throw around, but nobody actually really deep dives into it and really figure out what gamers actually want aside from what we're voting for with our wallet. And I think this article and the headline from it was very enticing that made me want to go through it and read it with you guys, where it says over 95% of players don't consider inclusivity important in gaming. And I would argue that that is pretty damn accurate, considering the amount of backlash we see anytime obvious DEI nonsense is happening in video games that we are playing currently at this point in time.
To level with you all, the reason why we're having this meeting is because our numbers are in the toilet. So, obviously, it's time for us to have a very serious conversation about diversity.
Here, here, her.
So,
Now, Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, nobody gives a crap about actual inclusivity or diversity in video games because that's naturally existed for decades. A lot of these tourists don't understand that they have this idea, right? And this was disproven by Laura Freibert's video. If you guys remember on Hypnocast, I reacted to one of her videos. And in her videos, she showcases very old clips of herself back when she was working on Gears of War, the first Gears of War. And if you look at the table of people who are working on that game decades ago, you'll realize that it was extremely diverse. And it's not even just those studios either. Multitude of studios. If you look back at older clips and videos of people in the industry back then, you'll realize there was black people, there was white people, there was women, there was Asians, there was Indians, there was all kinds of people. Diversity has been around in gaming for decades. The only difference is now they realize that they can weaponize the idea of a lack of diversity, claim that it exists, and then sell you the solution. That's what these consultancy groups do. That's what the games journalists do, who are in bed with the consultancy groups. So let's get into this article, guys, for Tech for Gamers. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. That's really what it is, man. You know, they sit here, they try to weaponize DEI to try to use it to their advantage so they can get paid for it. That's really what it is. So anyway, it says forced inclusivity is the enemy of creativity. A recent poll indicates that over 95% of players don't care about inclusivity in games. Forced inclusivity into video games has been a known culprit, leading them to failure. DE&I has become an unfortunate trend that has gradually been gaining more pace. Inclusivity is an unfortunate trend that has picked up in the industry over the past few years. While having characters of different origins isn't anything bad, forcing a narrative is. Most fans share the opinion, as 95% of gamers voted they don't care about inclusivity in gaming in a recent poll. And I gotta be honest with you, man. You guys know we have a bunch of people who are extremely diverse on our panel show, Saturday Night Hypnosis, every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have a very diverse panel, and it just happened naturally that way. That's just what it is. I myself am not white, so take that for what it's worth. But you have these people out here, the whitest of the white people, and they'll try to be like, yeah, this is not diverse enough. We need X, Y, Z. And if we don't get that, then you're a bigot. And it's always the people who truly don't give a shit about any of that. They simply just want to weaponize it, whether it's for monetary gain, which is what the consultants do, or whether it's for political gain, or whether it's just for overall gain over the narrative. They are so desperate to weaponize it and try to pretend as if all these other studios before us that made these games that we all love in the past were all just made by white people, like white men, right? That's really what it is. 99% of it was white men, but that's not true. When you look back at the videos and you look back at the clips and you look back at the content that was available back then, and it was a long time ago, you'll realize that is not true in the slightest. The industry was naturally diverse, and they don't like it like that. They don't like natural diversity, because what natural diversity means that people are going to get their jobs based off the merit of their ability to do their job, and they don't want that. They want to be able to force themselves into these positions that they're not ready for, and the only way to do it is by guilt-tripping people into letting them into it. That's really what it is. So why does it matter? Inclusivity has emerged as a proven culprit that ruins an entire game. We have had some clear examples in the last few years, including Concord, Suicide Squad, and more, and the backlash from the fans was quite apparent. A different poll on Twitter showed similar results. With nearly 10,000 votes, a whopping 97% of social media users voted against the importance of inclusivity. Now, inclusivity isn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it's always good to see characters from different origins, genders, and races in a game. But what's offsetting is the forced inclusivity narrative that pushes political agendas into gaming. Now, 97%, again, guys, if you were to talk to anybody who is actually, supposedly diverse anyway, most of them are not going to care about this stuff. The only ones that are diverse, they care about this stuff, are the ones that directly benefit from it, right? So consultancy groups, like I said, journalists, right? The mainstream gaming establishment, they are the ones that benefit from it, so they pretend like they care about it. But I've said it so many times that none of these people do this stuff in real life, right? And none of them actually practice what they preach in real life. I would guarantee you all these white liberals that are out here trying to pretend like, oh my God, black people need a voice, blah. Look at their neighborhoods. I would guarantee you there is not a single black person in sight, for the most part, where they live, right? I would guarantee you they probably didn't even grow up around many black people where they live, which is why when they made the discovery that black people exist, they were like, oh my God, there's so many black people. Oh my God, I have to give them a voice. Without me, they're never going to have a voice. I have to give them a voice. Let's pass the microphone to the black people. It's like so insane, bro. Like, are you kidding me right now? You guys clearly don't know what it was like in the industry, not even just 15 years ago. You know, you have no idea. And then you're trying to sit here and pretend as if it was all just white dudes. No, you want that to be true so that your little narrative that you sell as your pitch to get hired as a consultant goes through. That's really what you want. Anyway, now inclusivity isn't a bad thing, again. And for context, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League introduced Mrs. Freeze in its last season. The character has a huge history in comics, movies, and TV shows, and has always been Victor Fries or Mr. Freeze. The idea of changing that attracted a lot of criticism. Well, the Mrs. Freeze thing, a lot of people didn't like it because it was basically Rosie O'Donnell is Mrs. Freeze. Did you guys see the fucking model? It was Rosie O'Donnell as Mrs. Freeze, trans Mrs. Freeze. Nobody liked that Mrs. Freeze. That was the ugliest, most stupid Mrs. Freeze we've ever seen in our life, and that's why people were roasting it. That's why. Who cares if Mrs. Freeze has any canonical, factor in the DC comics? Nobody gives a fuck when the character looks like Rosie O'Donnell. So stop doing that shit. Then it says that forced inclusivity was never a problem a few years ago. Ever since consultation companies like SPI emerged, this unfortunate trend has been forced into the industry, ruining many great games. SPI has a bunch of notable names working with it, including Santa Monica, Xbox Game Studios, Warner Brothers, Ubisoft, and more, which, by the way, it's all gone from their website, so you wouldn't know that, obviously, unless you have the Wayback Machine to look at what their website was not even just a year ago. But they deleted everything from their website, and it makes you wonder, why is that? The influence is quite visible in their recent titles as well. Square Enix should be appreciated for being pulled out of the list. Well, I think that it wasn't. I don't think Square Enix fired them. I don't think Square Enix got pulled out of the list. I think Square Enix was one of the first of all the companies to say, "Hey, take me off your list." You know what I mean? They're gonna keep them employed, but take me off your list because you are bringing bad press to us right now, and we can't afford to have that. I think that's what it was, and then Square Enix got taken off, and then eventually that started a domino effect where all the studios got taken off, and now you have SPI's new website where no studios are listed. So aside from a couple of games that they worked on, no studios are listed at all in their current partners. You don't know who their partners is, and then they try to tell you, "Oh, don't worry, we're not trying to do anything malicious." Yeah, aside from fucking hiding who you're working with, makes you wonder why that is. And then one of SPI's employees even admitted that the company's goal is to burn the industry to the ground, indicating a massive threat to the gaming industry. Nonetheless, this trend needs to stop. Otherwise, we'll see a lot more big budget games fail poorly. So again, guys, 97%. A poll from Stuttering Craig that had an insane amount of votes, 10,000 votes. I'm pretty sure it had more as time went on, but 10,000 votes, 97% of people said they don't care about inclusivity in gaming. And I guarantee you, of that 97%, the journalists will try to convince you that 96% of them was white people, when the truth of the matter is it was probably way more diverse of a poll than any of these studies, these supposed studies that these people do on a weekly basis. They don't actually know what diversity really is because they're too busy giving you a superficial version of what diversity is. They don't actually know. So they come out here and they say, yeah, let's be diverse. We need to, raise the voices of XYZ person at the cost of other people. That's not how this works, man. Just do your job based off your merit and see if you can survive based off that. And if you can't, then you weren't the right person for the job. And it doesn't matter how black you are. It doesn't matter how Spanish you are. It doesn't matter any of that shit. If you're not the right person for the job, then get out. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
Should be good, I think. Oh no, I fucked up.
Alright, so we are in Software Inc. and this is going to be a tutorial for new players that are struggling to create their own software and make that economically viable. So I'm going to jump straight in here and we're just going to start a new company.
No, I upgraded.
We'll just start with
haven't gotten robbed yet.
Sims that they've given us over here. Of course, the character editor, this is really cool. There's a lot of customization options available here. This is all cosmetic, so I'm not going to change any of that. And we will just be, let's go through a couple of names here. Sivir Studios, that'll be us. And then a couple of things.
Good thing you said that, that reminds me.
Definitely I would recommend just going for the easy mode. That'll give you a bit more starting funds. It gives you a bit more specialization points to play around with and just makes things a little bit easier in terms of how much money you're going to make as well. I'm going to pick a couple of traits here for her. We'll just go for big brain. It doesn't matter too much what you're picking here. These are sort of the neutral traits. I'm just going to go for I have a watch that doesn't actually do anything. And then we will go for neat freak because I tend to keep the environment pretty clean anyway, so that shouldn't really affect us too much. Now, other stuff that we want to do, since most likely our founder is not going to be working on service tasks, I am going to reduce the skill here and just boost the rest of them, so lead, programmer, designer, and artist. And we're probably going to work on 2D software to start with, so we'll make her really strong on that. I can give her 1 point here on audio, and then let's make her strong in terms of system and at least audio design and programming. She's not going to be that strong on audio art, but I don't think that's going to be a problem, at least for the type of software that we're going to have her focus on. And hardware, when we eventually get to that point, we can hire somebody to do that. Now, in terms of leadership skills, let's see, HR, we're going to be doing this ourselves. Actually, let's give some skills in every area here and see what we can max out. So automation, socialization, well, actually, if you play on easy, you can just max out all of these. I didn't see that, so we'll just do that. And then in terms of service, this isn't really going to matter all that much because she's not going to be doing these, so it doesn't really matter. Especially marketing, initially we're going to just outsource that because marketing is quite expensive and you need staff for that. We're not going to have enough money to do that. So I think that's all good. We can jump straight in. And we're not going to try to go to an empty plot or any of the bigger offices. It makes a lot more sense initially just keep your costs as low as possible and just work with as little as you can. You can always easily expand later on. So we're going to go into the build mode here and we'll just turn off the walls so that we can go straight in and create a bit of office space for us here. Now, some of this stuff may not be available to you because you have to unlock it if you haven't played this build of the game. Like, for example, this chair is something you can unlock, but you can just take the executive chair as well. It doesn't matter so much. I'm actually probably over-speccing this office right now, but I'm just going to go ahead and do that. We'll give her a tablet since that can do a couple of things, but it also gives a big boost on art. Can put a plant here. Let's just do that. Get some... maybe like a lamp in here as well, that helps the environment. We can probably gonna need a bit of extra light, I think, to get to, where are the ceiling lights? Let's put like a ceiling light in there and there as well. Something else that's useful to have is the bookshelf. Where is that? It's over here. So we'll get one of those in here. Now something you want to pay attention to is, if the lux is that's the maximum that you can get, so that's good lighting. All of these things will help productivity. Environment, 200% again is the maximum that you can get. Temperature, 21 degrees, that's where you want it to stabilize. If it's above or below that, it can start becoming an issue. Because we're leasing, I think they've already taken care of the heating and air conditioning and all of that for us. And then of course there's acoustics, so you can improve the acoustics of the room. Now I've unlocked stuff like the acoustic foam, which really helps with this, but if you don't have that yet, you can just place more stuff in the room as well. So if I take, for example, a couch and put it in here, you'll see that that actually also increases the acoustics, and we'll just keep going. We can put like a plant in here. We want to use the clock because you get a buff for that as well. Can maybe put a painting in the back there, and We still need something else. Well, we may as well just put a little bit of acoustic foam in here as well, since we do have it. Perfect. And now this is kind of the ideal room for our founder to work in. Now, on day one, for some reason they don't actually come in. So maybe day one is just like the first month is just for them to set up the office and sort everything out. And we're going to skip straight into the next month. Now, one thing that you'll notice immediately is that it's incredibly easy to make money with contract work. And, you know, that may sort of beg the question, like, why would you even develop your own software if you can make this much money with contract work? I could have stopped that a long time ago. Because you basically just need to do what I've just done. Just create the minimum product here requirement that they have. But the thing is that over
Where's the light not on?
time, as you build up your business, you will make a lot more money creating your own software, but that's not going to be the case initially. Initially, it is much easier to make money with contract work, and if you're still sort of finding your feet on creating your own software, it is a good idea to do this just for a couple of months to just have some money in the bank and make things a little bit easier on yourself. It's actually like unrealistic how much of this we can do within 1 month. I'm not even doing this particularly efficiently right now, but I mean, it's hard to believe that random software developer that have presumably just started in the 80s would make this much money off of contract work. You'd have to be somebody pretty special. But let's give our founder the benefit of the doubt here and assume that she is just a incredibly good software developer. Okay, we are literally taking every job here and completing it. Of course, if you play on the harder difficulty settings, it won't be quite this easy. Okay, so we've kind of done all the contracts here, and I think that 114,000 should be enough for us to create our first software package. So we're gonna do that, but yeah, okay, so we'll just let the rest of the day pass, because one of the things that's gonna happen here, so when we start this software, is we're gonna get a deadline because we're gonna make use of a publisher. Now, the most important thing, a couple of things that you need to know if you're going to design your own software, and these are easy mistakes to make. Stay away from stuff that takes a long time to make. Like this operating system, we have not even added any features to it, and it's already telling us this is going to be approximately 2 years. If you're a one-person development team, that doesn't make any sense. A 2D editor takes less than a year for not adding any features to it, which unfortunately we will have to. Office software as well, less than a year. So actually, I think the 2D editor is a really good thing to start with. We can, we'll just call this Picture Pro, and then
I forgot the fucking finances again.
In here, but you don't want to add so much that you won't have enough
It's already
time
way too late
to actually do it. So you want to get some interest. So if we add like raw image support, that already takes the interest up to 29%. Maybe we have text rendering, now it's up to 46. Image effects, it's up to 71. I think this is probably enough for now. At least we don't have any wasted interest. We don't have to get to 100%. We only have one person here. They're recommending that we have a lot more, but we're gonna get around this problem by just not making the software particularly good. It is our first try anyway. And the other thing that we want to do is get a publisher. Now, a couple of things. You can get funding from the publisher. In this case, they'll give us about 56,000, which, considering that our first version of this software may not sell that well, maybe we should take that. In later versions, getting 56,000 and giving up 14% of the royalty is probably not going to be worth it. In this case, it may just be worth it. So we're going to take that payout. Ultimately, they're going to take 40% because they're also going to do the marketing and the printing. Now, the area where we will really benefit is the marketing, because the publishers will do an insane amount of marketing to the point where your product's actually running at a loss. And it's only much later in the game that I think it's worth doing the marketing yourself. But we'll let them take care of all of this for us. So we're going to get a publisher payout here. And I think that the rest is all fine. Yeah, I think we can just go ahead They are saying that the size of our team that we've chosen is small, but we're trying to keep our costs low right now, so we're not going to worry about that too much. And we can either do 1 or 2 iterations here. I don't know if it matters too much for the first version of this software. I think we are actually going to go for... We're just going to stick to 2 iterations for this one. We definitely... You don't want to be doing more than that on your first software. Because we're using a publisher, because we have to have this out by September 1981, we will not have time to do any more than that. So we can sort of push maximum 2 iterations here, which is what we're going to do. So we'll just let her keep going on that. I have to say, for somebody that's starting a company, working from 8 to 4, I think is what it is right now, is not bad. That's pretty good hours. You usually hear when people are founding like a software company or something, they're putting in like 12-hour work days, but we seem to be taking it pretty easy. Alright, so we're almost done with the second iteration here, and as soon as that's done, we're going to start development here. Now, she's quite good on the artwork, and there's less work to do on the art, so that seems to be the thing that's getting completed quite quickly and sort of first.
Oops.
At some point we may want to bring in some temporary staff to clean this place up and just service the computers and everything as well.
Completely forgot about that. Well, we're still good.
But yeah, we're still in July 1980. We still have plenty of time on this particular piece of software. So I think I'll let her keep working on this until the end of August, and then we'll get a review done. I know in terms of the code, it's still pretty early days, but it is a good thing to just get an outsourced review and iterate on this. So we are going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so yeah, some issues with the code, but at least now she knows what needs to be fixed in terms of the alpha. And we can go ahead and iterate. So this will put her progress back a little bit as she's sort of fixing stuff that wasn't great in the previous version. Let's also get some, as soon as she finishes this workday, we're gonna get the cleaning, maintenance, and IT support in here to just clean up and fix whatever needs to be fixed. Now the thing is, we're never going to get the code to 100% in this case because we have a one-person development team, but this is what you've got to remember. Early in the game, done is better than perfect. There's no point in trying to make the software perfect. Your software company is extremely unknown at this stage anyway, so even if you have amazing software, it's not going to sell well just because your company isn't well known yet, so there's really no point in creating perfect software. You just want to get something out there and your next version will be better. But what we do want to make sure that we do is, as soon as we get this released, is we want to support it well so that we can get the maximum sales and awareness out of it that we can. So we're going to keep going here for a bit. Let me just think. If we need to release in September, I would think that by the end of March we should probably promote this into the beta version and start fixing bugs. So we'll keep going for a bit now. And then we'll have a look like how well we're doing on the sales, and if we need to maybe bring somebody in to work on the support. In fact, I think we probably will need to bring somebody in to work on the support. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. Because if history has taught me anything, it's like usually you'll get enough sales that you probably can't deal with the support by yourself. Plus, I haven't given her any sort of skills in that area. So, yeah, like I said, I'll let her continue working on the beta until the end of March. Let's get the cleaning in here again.
Oh, shit. It's getting late.
She's actually done fairly well. Like, this is fairly close to finish, but it's okay, we can promote it. You don't have to have everything at 100%. Like I said, done is better than perfect here. and now she's just working on fixing bugs. Now, of course, she won't be able to fix all of them, and as with real life, even if you work on the bug fixing for years, your customers are still going to find stuff that you wouldn't have been able to find, so that's okay. But the nice thing is our expenses are extremely limited. Like, we're not really burning through a lot of cash right now, and it means that even if we make a little bit of money out of this, it'll be enough to keep us going for now. Okay, so that's May done. So we still have June, July, August, and all of September to work on the bug fixing, which will hopefully mean that it will be a fairly decent product by the time it comes out. And this is also where you can see that the estimate that the game gives you in terms of how many people you need to have working on this, it isn't necessarily, you don't necessarily have to worry about that too much. Also keep in mind that, much like with a real business, the more you expand, costs can sometimes sort of go up exponentially. You have to think about how the team is structured. You need to have a leader for the team. Right now, she's just a one-person company, so I don't have to worry about a lot of that stuff. Yeah, it's going to be about 2 more months of bug fixing here, and then we will actually release this software. So at the end of September, I think I'm just going to bring in the staff here to service the computer and everything, just to make sure that when this releases, we are ready to start dealing with the support for this. And if it looks like we're going to have to offer a lot of support, then we might get another person, like just a cheap resource to come and help us out a bit. So we release this. Yeah, let's see. So yeah, it gets about 3 stars. That's about as much as we can expect, but nobody knows who Silver Studios. They don't really know who we are, so that's not going to help us. And that's why I said, like, there's really no point in trying to create perfect software initially. So we already have 2,000 active users, which, you know, of course, if we compare that to what the other companies would be selling, I'm sure that is nothing, but this is just our first software. We're just getting started here, so we'll take it. Yeah, so you can see we have sort of the giants here that have, what's the name of their software? Where do we actually see that? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, so this is like the 4th iteration already, and of course, you know, quality's better, they've probably got a lot more features, it's selling for a lot more, so we can't really compete with them, but we're just breaking into the market right now. So we'll let her come in and deal with the support queue here. Well, she's just finished doing that, so she can actually do an update as well. And we'll just let her continue doing that for the rest of the day.
Just making money and getting my skills up.
Okay, so I think this is fine. We'll finish the first update, but I do think that it's going to be better if we can maybe get somebody to help out a bit here. So we're going to lease this little room as well, and let's build in another little piece of office space here. In fact, we can, just in case we need it, we'll just create like 2 pieces here. So okay, let's get some computers in. Actually, we don't, yeah, I think we have enough money that we can just go ahead and furnish both of these. We'll put telephones in here if this is going to be a support space, because it sort of buffs service. And what else do we need? Need some light in here as well. We can get some chairs. Get them some plants as well. And since this is a small space and they're going to be using phones and everything, they probably do want some cubicle walls. So just get these in here and over there, just to give each employee some privacy. For now, we're just going to hire 1 person. And then, of course, let's just see how this is doing. Like, yeah, this room looks pretty good. We can also get them... Is there space for a bookshelf in here? Maybe. I always forget where that is. It's this one. I think they should still be able to squeeze past there. Give them a clock here as well. Yeah, that ought to do it. So there's a little support space here. It's not much, but it'll do. And then we'll just have to go and hire this person. So, well, actually that's going to mean that we need another team. So we're going to add the support team in here. And we'll hire one person for that team. So this will be service, support, no secondary role, low salary. We can't really afford to run like a really expensive support team right now. Let's see what we've got here. Fast learner, hypochondriac, under the weather. We don't want somebody that's going to be sick a lot. Modest. Yeah, I think this person should do. We've got 2 stars on support. They're kind of perfect for this role. We don't need that much right now. So we're going to hire this guy. Now the other thing that we need to do is we need to designate these rooms. So this room will be for
the
support,
Goat World in
this room
space.
will be for our core team, but we need to allow pass-through. Otherwise the support team won't actually be able to get to that room. So let's see how this goes. So right now, both support and core will be taking tickets, and then I think core will be releasing the fixes that we need. We definitely don't want to miss tickets. Okay, so we have more active users. We're still making money. That's a good thing. This guy's coming bright and early, already working on some support tickets, and then the core team will work on an update here as well, now that we're getting more support tickets coming in. And as soon as it gets to a point where the support team can deal with both the tickets and the updates by themselves, I can actually get the core team to start working on the second version of the software. So we'll finish this, and again tomorrow. So we're still making good money. Now this is really important, because if you don't support the software, your sales are going to drop off really quickly. But what we're doing now, by sorting out all of these tickets and updating the software as these tickets are coming in, is we're really maximizing our sales.
Do I have to promote it, or how does this work?
We're just going to keep going here for a bit. Until, like I said, it becomes clear to me that I don't actually need the core team to support. Okay, so how many do we have? 43. We'll spend one more day letting the core team support this. We're making a decent amount of sales here. So you can see, now again, you may have been able to make more money over the same period of time of contract work.
It just goes away
as
automatically.
you start to gain a reputation, as you start to get better at doing these, that's no longer going to be the case. Yeah, I feel comfortable that after January, the support team can deal with both the tickets and fixing all of these bugs by themselves. So that's done. We finished this one. And then from next month, core is not going to help this team. And this team will have to work on the updates themselves. So that's fine. And we go into the next month. So we've got about 38. We're making a decent amount of sales here. So I think that's fine. But the next thing that we want to do is the next iteration. Now, I'll probably end the tutorial after that, but this is basically
It's not giving me
just
rip,
setting you
though.
up so that you can get into the next office. And what I'll do here is we'll call this part 2 of the tutorial is how to make your first sequel. And after that, I'll show you how to expand and set up in the next office. But anyway, we're going to make our sequel now. So you're going to go to original IP. Well, first you want to select the type of software that you've made, which in our case is a 2D editor. Go to original IP, we select Picture Pro. You can trade that, but we're not going to. We're going to use it to make a sequel, and this will just be Picture Pro 2. Actually, I'm going to bring down the price a little bit. We'll sell that at 50 just to make us a bit more competitive. Now, if we want to, maybe we can add in another feature or something here to increase the expected interest. But I don't know. Let's just see what we can do here. Like if we do, is there anything that will give us a good boost on interest without wasting interest? It doesn't look like there's a whole lot. So no, we're gonna stick to what we have here, and we'll just hopefully do a better job. This time we're not going to take the funding from the publisher so that we get a bit more royalties. We'll probably get more sales, but we'll still take their marketing and printing. Let's just look at what we can do here in advanced. So
everyone's on vacation. What the fuck?
Okay, this is the 2D editor that we're using. That's fine. We can look at.
Right, you split that up in half. What the hell?
If we go for auto balance. Okay,
Bullshit.
it's already auto balanced. We'll just keep it as it is for now. Yeah, so there's not too much that we need to change here. It's okay. We don't have to mess with these settings too much. We can also create a framework for this, which we can then use to develop or speed up the development for future projects. I would advise actually doing this, but we're not going to do it right now. The other thing that you can do is you can get a server for source control management. We don't have space to put this right now. This extra room that we had would have actually been a good place to put that, but that kind of thing, again, these are all things that you can start bringing in later on in the game. For now, we can make do without it. It's still telling us that the team is quite small, we know that. Okay, so we're gonna, this will be the first day where the support team's gonna be, this guy's gonna be on his own. We'll just see, he's managing, he's coping with the support that needs to be provided. By the way, this is a mistake that I've made in the past, is to try and get to the sequel too quickly and leave the support team without support from my core team, basically. That's not a good idea, because if you fall behind in terms of supporting the software, you're really shooting yourself in the foot in terms of the number of sales that you can get, and I'm assuming your reputation as well. So we're going to keep going. This one needs to be released in July 1983, so we still have quite a bit of time. Again, we're going to let her work on 2 iterations here. And the support team seems to be absolutely fine. No problem keeping up with the support tickets and doing the updates. So again, we'll push that update and have them work on another one. We should probably get somebody in to clean up and fix stuff up here soon as well. I feel bad for the support guy. This is not the most interesting job, since he's spending a lot of time just sitting around waiting for stuff to come in. But such is life, I guess. When you've got your first jobs, you kind of have to just work with what you've got. She is gonna get to finish the second iteration of this design in this month, and then we can continue to develop the software. So we're in May. We've got more than a year. She's really extremely good at the artwork. Well, it's also because there isn't as much artwork as compared to the coding, to be fair. Okay, so finish that. I think once we get to the end of June, we'll have a review done again. As she's getting better at this as well, I assume that we'll have a better review already, even though this is very early days still. There should still be loads of issues in terms of the code. We'll let these guys review. It's going to cost us about 15k. Yeah, so the art is doing pretty well, but of course there's lots of issues with the code, and we'll iterate here. Bring her in, and so if it needs to release in July, I think she can keep going until at least probably January before we promote this, or at least until the end of December. It seems like this guy has taken his leave. That's the only downside of having a one-person support team, is in the month where he's on leave, nothing's really happening. So I'm going to let him finish this update and just work on the ticket queue for a bit so that nothing gets missed. He just needs to clear all of these tickets and verify all the updates. But the good news is, you'll see through all of this, we're still profitable. And look, I mean, the reason why we're profitable is because we're not going crazy on expenses. We haven't expanded to a bigger office yet. We're not at that stage yet. You really want to make sure that you don't jump the gun there. Why is he not working? Let me just see what the issue is. It might be social. Okay, so it's hunger and social. I don't think we actually have anywhere No, sorry, it's just hunger and energy. It's not social. Social's fine. But yeah, unfortunately he doesn't have anywhere to go and get lunch. This is not the best working conditions for somebody to be in, that we have to acknowledge. She can keep going. Yeah, so the artwork's done. Quite a bit of coding that still needs to happen in the alpha. Okay, this guy can start working on more fixes now. He's dealt with the queue. And we'll get out another update probably in the next month. But this is nice. We've been able to keep up with the support of just this one staff member throughout. Or at least one person in the support team. 2 people total. Finish this update as well. Start working on the next one. I haven't really tried the subscription models yet. I don't know how those compare. I'm assuming if you're spending a ton of money on support and making sure that you're keeping people in the software and using the current version, maybe that'll amount to more money overall over time. But I haven't tried that for myself. I usually just sell the software. Okay, so we're in November here. She's getting towards the end of what's required here. Okay, so we need to give him a bit of a raise, like $52 increase. I think that's quite reasonable. He's really not asking for much from us. So let's see, end of December, and we're about 90% done on the code. I think this is okay. I think she can start working on the beta. Or should we give it 1 more month? Let's give it 1 more month. This is getting very close to as complete as we can get it, but I don't want to spend more time. We'll push out that update as well and start working on another one. And then at least she's got until July to work on the beta and fix some bugs. And then again, what we'll probably do is we can keep supporting Picture Pro, but at a lower priority as soon as Picture Pro 2 is out. And hopefully we should be making more money from that then, and if that gives us enough, that's sort of what will enable the next phase, maybe moving to a bigger office, having a better development team or bigger development team. But we still have a couple of months to go here until we're actually at release. At least if we go to a bigger office, this hunger problem can be solved for him as well. It's, I wonder if there's a way. The problem is if we buy a vending machine or something like that, well, we still have this space here. So we don't even need to go to a bigger office yet. If we turn this into a bigger support room or something, yeah, but the layout of this office is not ideal. See, we'd want some more walls or something in here. Anyway, let's keep going for a bit. I think I can maybe get him to help out on the beta. I mean, theoretically, but... like I said, hunger is a serious concern for him right now. You can't, unfortunately, build any of the items out in this area, as far as I know. Let's see if I'm wrong about that, because what we'd want here is just something like a vending machine. But no, that has to be inside, and that is noisy, unfortunately, which will undermine productivity in other ways. So we're not going to get that right now. So we're in May.
Were they complaining about that?
Still have June and July here to work on the
It worked
beta
fine earlier.
version.
Okay.
Let's just get the maintenance services in again. And this will be the last month. It's actually good that he's on vacation this month because we don't want him in vacation in the month that we release this. So he can release that final update. That'll probably be the last one. She can continue with the bug fixing.
Oh my god.
Okay, and then we can actually release this.
Okay, I do have to
Let's
complete
see.
them. Oop.
Okay, well, at least we're doing a little bit better in terms of the how well we're known. So that should help a bit. Now, on the support, for the first day, we want the core team here as well, and we want to prioritize this a bit over the old version because we're going to have more active users here. So let's see. Already we're up to 5,000. Now, if you remember when we released Picture Pro 1, the original, we had about 2,000 active users, so we're already doing better on sales. Okay, so he's still working on support for that one. She is going to work on an update for us. So whatever bugs we discover during the first month of this release,
Oh my god.
she's going to fix for us.
Because it was crap.
Alright, so release that, and we're going to do the same thing for the next day. Perfect, so we're still getting good sales. We're up to about 500,000 here. And now we can see there's a lot more support tickets coming in, so it's a
Well,
bit
shit.
harder to keep up, but
I
they're
ruined
still
my
perfectly
reputation.
capable of dealing with this, just the two of them. And again, we'll push out this update. And we just keep doing this for a while until things start stabilizing. Eventually we can cancel the support for the original Picture Pro. We only have 300 active users there at the moment. Again, send out the update, and we just keep going this way for a bit. Still getting stable sales here, which is great. Over 10,000 active users. Let's see how we're comparing to the other software now. 2D editors. So of course we've just released. So yeah, we've got about 10,000. We still have other software out there that's got over 300,000, but the next iteration that we do, we now have enough money that we can actually start expanding the team. And this is the point that you want to get to. Once you're at this point, at least now you've got some money, you've got some options, and so we'll just keep going like this. And we release this update, and from here, again, we're going to let the support team handle this by themselves. So they will push the updates as well. And we can probably stop the support for Picture Pro right now if the support team isn't able to keep up. But this is basically the point where you'd want to start expanding. So this is kind of step 2 done. So you've done your first iteration of the product where it's just you as the founder. You've done your second one where you've had a support team here as well. I'm not actually going to use this other chair because we are going to move into a bigger office right now. That's going to make a bit more sense given where we are right now. And I'm just going to show how we can set that up. And from that point on, we can introduce some new features to the software and actually get to a place where we are going to be more competitive within the market. So this is going to be the last phase of this tutorial. I'm going to jump straight here and move the company into a slightly bigger building. And
I just
this will
realized,
be phase
oh my
2.
god,
We'll
it's
probably
been
only be
since
in
the
this building
beginning.
for 1 or 2 iterations of this software. But I'm going to list 2 offices here. One will be for our core team, so we'll put them over here, and then we'll have our support team on this side. And then we just need to, we'll start with the desk. So again, we create just like, should we go for the most expensive chairs here? I don't think we're quite that flush of cash yet. Let's just go for these standard ones. So get one of these in, put that in. We'll still give them the drawing tablets for all of these developers. I'm not saying that's the best option, that's just what I'm going for here. And what else will they need? Definitely some lights next to them would help. And then we'll go for the cubicle walls as well. So just get these in. And then we can just sort of copy and paste. I love how simple it is to use the building tools in this game. I think that this game, considering that this is a single person development team, and I know this has been in development for a long time, but since this game started, it's actually been just so easy to build stuff. I love the way that the building tools work in this game. Let's also give them a bookshelf in the back here and a clock. And I think that should kind of do it. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good room in terms of acoustics.
Bro, I just realized it's 4 in the morning. It's gonna be it for me. Thank you all for hanging out. I will be back tomorrow, same place, same time, every damn day of the week. Bye.